Are we broadcasting?
Yes.
Oh, hello, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to the California Conference for the Advancement of Ceramic Art. This is our college edition, and we're real excited today. We have some incredible artists, and we're just waiting for everybody to show up. And I wanted to say a few things. First, we're going to be talking a little bit about Lisa Reinertsen here. There's Lisa. And we've got a catalog on her work right here. And then we've got a big hardbound book on Michelle Greger. They're the first two people to speak. And then I've got work of Michelle's here. And I've got some nice little smaller affordable sculptures of hers, which you can all get on our website. I even have a t-shirt. And here I've got a nice piece of Lisa Reinertsen's. So you can see that. So I'm waiting for everybody. It looks like people are slowly getting on. I hope everybody's having a good morning, and we're getting ready to start our program. I wanted to say a few things. I wanted to talk a little bit about how we have this workshop program that we have, and on Saturday the 26th from 1 to 4 of September we've got Lisa Reinertsen, and then on the 3rd of October we have Lisa Clegg. Hi Lisa Reinertsen. Look, what are you doing here? You weren't supposed, what did she do? So, and there's, okay. Yes, there's Lisa Reinertsen. Good morning, Lisa Reinertsen. There's Michelle Greger. Anyway, what I was saying was that we're all three here, and I'm stalling a little bit. Why are we all three here? I'm stalling a little bit because people are getting up onto Facebook, and we're streaming on Facebook Live, and there are people getting up here on the Zoom. So we're moving forward, and I'm wishing everybody good morning. We're waiting for everybody to be available. I want to talk a little bit about the two artists that are presenting today in a minute. So first, I just wanted to thank everybody who was participating. And in the last conference we had a wonderful program. And I just wanted to say, without the artists, we wouldn't be able to do this. So I really appreciate all their help. We have been very, very fortunate to have this group of artists that have been really supportive of the educational things that I've done for the last 35 years. Lisa Reinertsen and I have been working together for 35 years. I was just a punk kid out of college when I started this endeavor. But Lisa Reinertsen, she is interesting because she worked with Manuel Neri and was influenced by Bay Area figurative art. But it's interesting because she kind of followed a more academic route in her sculpting. She really looked at a lot of the European sculptors. And she probably, academically is probably one of the best figurative sculptors out there. And also, she's able to really communicate her ideas very thoroughly, and she's able to make actual statements with her work, which is great. She's someone who, is very interesting because she's kind of on this line of making these sculptures, re-representing figures and human beings perfectly. But what's interesting is that she understands abstraction. A lot of people look at her work and they don't know, but there's been a lot of pieces that deal with abstraction. So this is the interesting thing, the push and pull between Lisa Reinertsen and Michelle Greger is huge. So Lisa Reinertsen, when she gets loose and has fun, she's making these very abstract pieces. And we don't see that all the time. So there's this huge correlation between the two of them, in that Michelle Greger is the opposite in a lot of ways, but then they have this thread that comes together. She studied with Stephen DeStabler. And Stephen DeStabler was a great abstract artist, but he also dealt with a figure. And this is really interesting because they both were part of a period of time called Bay Area figurative art, which happened in the 50s and kind of left in the early 60s. So I think the mistake is that when you look at a piece of art and you see that it's represented very well, sculpted and everything, you're not looking closely at how that sculpture was made, that there was that abstraction. If you're a really good sculptor, the nuances of sculpting, which is inherent, which is really strange. Now, between the two of them, they've been sculpting, I don't even want to say how long, but we're talking about 70 years, 75 years of sculpting between the two of them. So what you have is you have this thing that's just inside of them. So the silly thing is the questions about this idea of how did you think of this figure? How did you make this figure? Unfortunately, this is inside of them. So you can't actually, they don't actually know the answer to the question. So I think that's really what we're looking at here with these two sculptors, is this concept of the two of them. It's even so bizarre if you really look closely at their work. There's this relationship. Bill Abright's up there now. You got to get rid of him. So we've got people interfering with our post here. So yeah, if you're a presenter, if you could just, yeah, just let us know if you're going to get on. But the amazing thing is, I love that question, and that question begs, where is this all coming from? How is this happening? Well, Michelle, on the other hand, is like, it's just so much about feeling it. She just feels it, and she knows what she's doing, and she doesn't actually know how it's going to turn out. She has some ideas, but in a way, she's no different than any beatnik who's, you know, Manuel Neri always told this story about sculpting his whole show the night before at the Sixth Gallery, where Ginsberg read The Howl for the first time. I was really fortunate to have that show. So we are getting ready to have Michelle and Lisa. We're just waiting for some more people to come up. But, you know, I don't think anybody really understands that what is this common bond that all these artists today have is they actually take clay and they make life. And that's an really interesting thing for Lisa Reinertsen, because her life is all about what she's done. You know, it's such a direct relationship. She wears her feelings right on her sleeve. She says, you know, I don't like what's going on here in the world. I'm going to sculpt about it. You know, she was really, really fortunate to have parents that marched with Cesar Chavez and Martin Luther King. And I think this concept of art reflecting, you know, life is happening. But, you know, then you ask yourself about Michelle, what's going on with Michelle? Well, really in the end, you have to look really closely at her work, because her work is truly poetic. You know, I have these poetry nights here, and they had Michelle's work up during poetry night, and oh my God, I don't know how the poets understood that human emotion that she put out, the sullen expression, all the different expressions. So that human emotion and feeling that Michelle has, and you know what? This is the same. She's no different than Lisa. If Michelle is not doing well and she's having a bad day, you know, there's that face and that figure may not be, you know, what you think it is. But lately, all of her stuff has been a little bit too happy, I think. So we don't know why. So it's been really, really nice to work with both of them. I'm really fortunate because I worked with Lisa Reinertsen and Arthur Gonzalez for 35 years, and it's been a real interesting thing. We really have that ability to look closely, and I know all the names of a lot of the pieces that were made in the 80s and 90s. I lifted them a millions of times. I'm familiar with them. And that's an interesting thing. What happens with a Lisa Reinertsen piece is you bond to it. You bond to it. What happens with a Michelle Greger piece is a little bit different. You put it in your house and then it just becomes a part of you. So you don't actually talk to it. It's just becomes a part of you. So it's a really interesting thing. This work's flowing out of these people and we don't know. It's a part of them. So you can't really understand what it's like. The thing that draws together these people is this medium. This concept of art is life is true, but I believe it's something a lot more. I believe there's a lot more here. I think it's a way of life. And critics can call it art, but I'm looking closely at it. And I think this is my way of life. And I think this is our ways of life. I think that if Michelle and Lisa couldn't make art, we'd have problems. And I really respect, just like the artisan drawing behind me, I really love Lisa Reinertsen's drawings. And Michelle, I mean, I gave Michelle such a bad time. I said, you gotta paint paintings. And she's painting paintings. And, I think she's gotten to the point where now she's taking these kiln shelves and putting behind the pieces. And then she's created this environment. And that's a really interesting thing. If you ever get a chance, go to Epperson Gallery. I don't know the hours. Reinertsen has a show there, but you have to go up to Oregon. I hope it's not burned down to see Michelle's show. But the concept is, I've lived with this work, and you are in a different environment and a different world when you're with them. So anyway, without further ado, I'm going to let Lisa, and now that we've got everybody up, it took a little while. Good morning, everybody. I'm glad you're here. We're going to start our 33rd annual California Conference for the Nuances of Ceramic Art. This is our second edition. We had hundreds of people in the first edition, May 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, which you can still watch on Facebook. Ask us for the ability to program a day of school. Chelsea Granger from a high school, local high school, just asked me how they can see it and divide it up. It's on Facebook Live right now. It'll be recorded. You can use it. And eventually it'll be on YouTube. So I'm gonna go ahead and let one of my favorite sculptors in the world, and somebody who has been extremely right there for me personally. If I ever said, hey, I had a question, I would really get a solid answer from Lisa Reinertsen. There was nothing there except a very formidable, very intelligent person who was there. And that was really good at 24 and 25 for me, and 26. That was really critical for me. And knowing what you're making and knowing how to talk about your work, it's not something that a lot of artists have, which just helped me as an art dealer and as somebody who had to show the work, understand it better and be able to talk about it. So without further ado, we have Lisa Reinertsen is up. She is coming up here in 1 minute. We're waiting for 2 more people. We're about to start. So we are happy to have Lisa side by side, our first side by side conference in history of the John Natsoulas Gallery. And we're real excited to have you. And I'm really happy that all of you people could join us this morning. Obviously, I was trying to stall for a few more people, but it looks like our numbers are going through the roof right now. So without further ado, Lisa Reinertsen. And where are you, Lisa?
I'm here. I'm sorry. I just see you, John. Good morning, everybody. Okay. Yeah, I'm just seeing you. I don't know if that's what everybody.
Oh, well, Michelle's right there. Sorry if you can't see us. Unfortunately, you'd have to go on your phone, and you have to go and put gallery view. Just swipe left, and then she'll be there. Swipe left on your phone. Left.
Oh, I'm not on my phone. I'm on my computer. Do I look at gallery view?
then just go to gallery view in the right hand.
Okay, okay. I see all three of
Okay.
us now.
Okay, you're good?
I'm good. Okay.
All right, go ahead. Everybody
All
can
right.
look at you and Michelle, all right?
Okay. Well, good morning, everybody, and thank you, John, for your introduction and desire to get this conversation to be focused on art and on what our art ideas are and art influences are. And when we do our demos, we can talk more about our techniques. But so to introduce myself, again, I'm Lisa Reinertsen, and I'm here in my studio in Benicia, California. And I am really delighted to be doing this art conversation with Michelle Greger today, who I've really greatly admired Michelle's work for many years and gotten to know over the years. We'll talk a little bit more about that. So I'm thrilled to be able to be here with my good friend, Michelle. John wanted us to each spend about 5 minutes talking about introducing ourselves a little bit. Just if you don't know anything about my art or my career, I do large scale figurative ceramics, and I also have done a lot of large scale pieces that have become public artworks cast in bronze, but my work is always primarily clay. I start with clay either way I go. And a lot of my work has focused on images dealing with women, identity of women, issues about nature, our relationship with animals and nature. And with the public art, that opened up a new direction for me pretty early on, actually, to be able to do works that have to deal with issues of social justice. And it was really exciting for me to be able to do works like that that are out in the public for the people and not just to go into a collector's home. So that's a very simple overview of sort of the nature of my work. I'll also say that I spent most of my adult years as an artist teaching in colleges, and just like Michelle has done. And I think we're going to talk a little bit more about that aspect of our lives. Let's see. I know there's a lot of topics we want to get into. So, John, do you want me to say much more introducing myself, or do we just wait till we kind of dive into some of the deeper topics?
I think you're fine. I mean, Michelle can talk about herself, and then you guys can have a discussion. Go for it.
Great.
Okay. Well, I'm so happy to be here with you, Lisa. Lisa Reinertsen is one of my heroes, I have to say. I love her work. I've known Lisa's work since I was a graduate student. And when I came face to face with her, and we'll talk about this a little bit later, I was kind of like, oh, I didn't really know what to say. But now I'm so happy that we're friends. And I'm so honored to be on this thing with you here and with John. So thank you, John, and everyone at the Natsoulas Gallery for having us. And welcome to everybody. Happy back to school. I know it's a super crazy semester, but I'm glad that you're all here, and thank you for coming. So I'm Michelle Greger. I'm a native Californian. I was born in San Francisco, third generation, raised up in Tahoe City with my mom and my 3 other siblings. So I'm a product of the UC system, and I've been really fortunate to have my education here in California. A little bit about my art is I guess I'm known sort of as a figurative sculptor, and I've been labeled a colorist, and that label makes me happy. I love what John compared me since being a beatnik, and I'm like, that's the first time I've ever heard that, so I might just include that because maybe I'm a little bit of a closet beatnik. I'm a closet abstract painter. And now I guess I'm out of the closet, but I love to paint, and I love to draw, and I love to mess around. But I'm mostly known for my figurative sculpture. I'm very process oriented. I like to work with the material and see where it leads me. And I also consider myself a bit of a formalist because I'm really interested in color and proportion and all those formal things. So my school, I started out at UC Santa Barbara with a professor called Sheldon Kaganoff, who really ignited my love of art. And then moved on up to UC Santa Cruz, and I was fortunate enough to study with Sandra Johnstone, who was a really badass female sculptor, potter sculptor. She would load the kilns with no kiln shelves. She fired a salt kiln. She wore cowboy boots, and I've kind of like emulated her. Now I wear my cowboy boots all the time. Sandra passed away, and she left a legacy in California, those who knew her as a salt fire artist. She's amazing. So what else? Oh, then I went to San Francisco State, and I was fortunate enough to land there just at the end of Stephen DeStabler's career. So I had a couple of years when I was a graduate student to study with Steve DeStabler, and that was one of the great highlights of my life. There I also met John Toki. He was filling in as a sabbatical professor, and he is a genius, and I'm so glad to have him in my life as well. And I studied with David Kuroka and Joe Hawley, and who were both very influential professors for me. And now I'm a professor myself. So that kind of about wraps it up. I'm out at San Jose City College, and I'm in my third semester of the year doing all online. So that's a whole nother conversation, but I'm glad to be here. And thank you for having me, John. And I'm glad to be here with you, Lisa.
So Michelle, one of my first questions was going to be about your education and influences. And so you started to cover that. I wanted to ask a little bit more in depth about what you gleaned from, say, your most important mentors. You know, oh, we've got somebody else. Hi, Shailene.
Shailene. Shailene, who's in Ceramics Monthly this month.
Hey, congratulations. So, yeah, I didn't go into my education with my intro, but I wanted to just mention a couple people that were influential for me. I first went to Sac State and had Ruth Rippon as a teacher. And I think it's interesting that both you and I had women ceramic artists as mentors really early on, and didn't see that there was any reason that you couldn't take on being a woman clay sculptor in a very serious way as your career. And even maybe just subconsciously that impacted us, I think, as artists, to have such amazing committed ceramic artists that were women as our early teachers. I knew about the whole ceramic scene growing up in Sacramento. You know, as a teenager, I saw the Candy Store Gallery with Arneson and David Gilhooly and Clayton Bailey and all of those guys. So I was really immersed in ceramics, just where I was growing up. But I ended up sort of coming back to school a little bit later and landing in TB9 with Robert Arneson. And I also, you have the whole faculty there. So Manuel Neary was a big influence on my ceramic, my figurative classes. And then also Wayne Thiebaud was a huge influence, really mostly his lecture courses. He was just so brilliant and is, and articulate, and his passion for art was very contagious, really. It was wonderful. So I did feel like I got an experience of having people really almost more as mentors. I think Ruth gave me a lot more of the technical. I knew how to throw, all the different elements that you need to learn how to throw with nice thin molds. And but when I got to TB9, sort of all technique got thrown out the window. Arneson, his assignments were not he didn't teach technique. He taught concepts, and he gave us sort of conceptual frameworks as assignments for problem solving, where you found your own answers and your own truths within those frameworks. So he was kind of hands-off teacher, but he also gave, I actually wrote a list of some of the things that I feel like I got the influences from TB9 and Arneson. One of the influences was a full-on commitment to make strong work. to pay attention to your formal art ideas, things like, balance and composition and, all of, what your interaction is with the clay. Craftsmanship still was important, although I didn't teach technique. Your vision, your passion, your work ethic, having confidence, being stubborn, and really the impulse to find, speak your own voice, find your own voice, speak your own truth. And there was a lot of freedom in that. And also just a continued exploration of your formal art ideas and your content of your work. So, those are all elements that really push and encourage you to be really serious as an artist. And what does that mean to really commit to your art and take your art on in that way? So anyway, I jumped ahead, but I wanted to ask you the same question. What are some of the things that you gleaned from your mentors that you were lucky to spend time with?
Oh, Lisa, I just took down all those things that you said. Pay attention to your own ideas, your formal ideas, your passion, your confidence, all that stuff, because I'm a teacher now. And a lot of people want technique, but I think the things about being an artist really is about our practice. And that whole list of things that you listed, it's like, I want to also remember to pass that on to my students. And I think that the education that we both received is quite different than the education that students are getting now. It's a whole different world where students are now. Rents are higher in California, etc. Students are looking more for like, I want a job. Like I didn't even think about a job, honestly, when I was in college. I just wanted to do art. That's still kind of what I want to do. But the whole idea of freedom was I think in some ways that was the golden era. And I think that type of freedom, we really need to become artists. And that's the thing that we need to embrace. Some of the things that were important that I was taught was for sure passion. And I think I got that pretty early on when I first went to UC Santa Barbara. It's just that passion of practice and the discipline of practice and like being there. I also started on the potter's wheel. And the discipline of learning how to throw, it takes a long time. And you're there with your comrades and you're building this community. And it's just very vital, powerful time for me, that sort of learning discipline and that. And I learned that early on. When I came to San Francisco State, I carried that discipline on and spent about 7 years working and then decided to go back to graduate school. And when I got to San Francisco State, I had these 3 professors, and DeStabler was the spiritual professor. Like he taught us how to look at the world, how to be in the world, and how to be the kind of person that we wanted to be. And I think we all wanted to be him because he was so beautiful. He always would want to ask about you. He would never talk about himself, which is very different than most teachers. Most teachers want to talk about themselves and all of our wonderful things we've done and all the wonderful things we know. But DeStabler was different. He would say, so what have you been doing? You'd be in an exhibition with him and he'd have all his beautiful artworks there. And he'd ask you about yourself. And so he's a very humble human being. And he taught me a lot about being a human being. And I like to think that I try to teach like him. Like I try and emulate something about him because it was so powerful. Now, David Kuroka, on the other hand, was such a toughie. He was like a general, and he had us in there, when are you going to be there? Why weren't you there? And at first, that really bothered me because I'm a little bit of a rebel, and I don't like being told what to do. I went to graduate school a little bit late, and after the fact, I realized, oh my God, Kuroka really taught me a lot about grit, about showing up when I didn't feel like showing up, and about the practice. And then he would say, like, let go of your work, like, don't hold on to it. It's not precious. Keep it moving. Mm-hmm. And I learned so much from him, but it took me a while to hear that because I wasn't ready to hear it. And then Joe Hawley was just like crazy fun. He wanted to do everything against the rules, and he was the perfect third part of my little trinity in grad. Yeah, so I learned a lot from those guys. This is a great conversation. I'm so excited to be talking to you. And anyways, should we go on to another question or?
Well, conversations are interesting because, what you say makes me bounce off of, Arneson had that toughness. He was also don't be precious about stuff. And I often tell a story about the first time I did a life-size figure after going to Viola Fry's studio. I got to visit her studio, and her backyard was filled with all these life-size scary grandmother figures. And I'm like peeking under the skirts, trying to figure out, how does she make this work? I wanted to build large scale. And so that summer, he let us be in the studio all the time when he wasn't there. And that summer I built my first life-size figure of this woman in high heels and a dress holding a rooster. And I was all excited about it. And, and it was just figuring it out myself. I didn't, I looked at her stuff and tried to figure it out. I felt like I was cheating, actually. Hey, what's going on under the skirt? And so I, get Bob to come over, and Bob really didn't talk very much. And I think partly, he was somewhat deaf too, so he didn't necessarily hear very much. He wanted just to say what he thought was important to say to you. But he came over and he looks at this figure I did, and I said, "So what are you working on now?" And I said, "Well, I just finished this piece here, And he said, "Well, don't rest on your laurels, Lisa." and it was like, and that kick in the rear end was Bob, I actually have a photo of him that in my studio that is a classic one that I'm trying to think of the photographer took, anyways, famous piece of him sitting in his chair with his piece beside him. And I keep it in my studio because he's got this look on his face like, okay, he's still watching over me, kind of going, get off your rear end and, don't feel sorry for yourself about anything. I was a single parent when I went back to college there. And he had been a single parent himself for a while, so he kind of knew some of the challenges I was under, but he just gave me a hard time. He didn't ever act sympathetic. Anyway, but Manuel Neary also, I think I got that, very much process oriented, more of the, beatnik era philosophy that would be closer to, DeStabler probably an influence, just very much about being engaged in the process and not being goal oriented. And I think, that was really helpful for me to just enjoy the clay and keep loose with the clay. Mm-hmm. And, it might seem like I have a concrete idea ahead of time when I'm working, but I'm always letting the clay speak to me and the pieces speak back to me to help me figure out where it's going to go and where I want to go. So anyway, yeah, and I think the fact that both of us went into teaching, well, that's another topic we can get into, but I'm actually missing it right now. I've generally, because there's something wonderful to sharing what you know really well and what your passion is, and with others that care. I can't think of a better job really, besides making your own art. So
that's the best job. It's funny that you said when you made your first life-size piece that you were looking at Viola work. And if you guys don't know who are out there listening to this conversation, Lisa Clegg, I think, worked with Viola, and I don't know if Arthur Gonzalez worked alongside Viola. I don't know their history there, but you were that for me, Lisa, because I had never seen, I wasn't making large work, and sometimes I do make large-ish work, but nothing like Lisa Reinertsen over here. Anyways, I remember when I was a grad student and I saw your work and I was like, how in the world is she pulling this off? Technically, it blew my mind. I saw those big cats, like that one behind you, and on these massive forms. And I remember there was one figure and it was laying down horizontal on the ground and it was being held up. It was a life-size figure being held up with these panthers. And I was like, how is she doing this? And it was powerful work. And so you were that to me, which is really fun. And I think that that's one thing that we talked about briefly, was about how here in California we have this legacy of, like, we got to be students of these great artists, and so this thing's been handed us to hand. John asked a question that I think is a really fun question to consider, and his question was like, how and at what point in your life did you decide to become an artist? Mm-hmm. And I think about that because students always come into my classes and they say, well, I'm not really an artist. Well, I'm not really an artist. Oh, And I think, well, that's what it is. It's just, it's a mindset. So at a certain point you say like, yeah, I'm an artist, right? And then you think about, well, when was that point? And was there one point that I thought, yes, I'm an artist? And I think that it's sort of gradations along the way, but many of us, like I've been a creative person since I was young, but now I call myself different things. Like I used to say that I was a sculptor, I was a sculptor, I was a sculptor. I never said I was a ceramic sculptor. I always said I was a sculptor. And now I say I'm an artist because I'm sort of embracing more. So I think that even calling ourselves an artist is like a long-term thing, like who we are and what we are and when we are. But did you have an answer to that question? Did you think about that question, Lisa? And did you come up with?
Well, it's probably similar to you, as I sort of had a twofold answer. I think even as a child at a young age, I was really drawn to art, and I luckily had we had art books in our house, and the rest of my family read all the time, and I liked to look at the pictures. And my mom liked art, so we went to art museums, and she kind of secretly closet drawer. She did do beautiful drawings. She never showed anybody but me, maybe. So I always really identified with artists from a very young age. Like we had these sort of art portfolios, stacks of books, and I used to imagine, I especially loved the Impressionist artists or post-Impressionists, but I had like Toulouse-Lautrec. I love Toulouse-Lautrec, but I had to imagine being a male because that's all they showed in these books. So I sort of had to identify that I'm a male artist to identify with being an artist, but I guess I didn't worry too much about that, but I did really identify somehow. There was something that I connected in my soul in looking at art that I loved and in the fact that I loved to draw. So I drew all the time when I was young. And but I didn't think I could call myself an artist really. And then when I went, I always wanted to take art classes and I always did. And yeah, when do you get to tell the world you're an artist? I would have to probably jump to undergraduate school at TB9, and the decision to go to graduate school was probably the biggest step. I was already making art full time as an undergraduate, and I suppose I could call myself an artist then. But I was also going back to school as a single parent who was going to have to support a child when I was done. And so to say this is going to be my career too, my chosen way of life to support art, myself and my daughter. And so I remember kind of the feeling of, okay, I'm going to shoot for the moon and go to graduate school, and so I can become an art professor. And when I saw, because I thought, how does anybody survive doing this? And the only people I saw were my professors, given that there was only one female professor at UC Davis at the time, Cornelia Schultz, and the rest were males. But I saw that they could raise families and have amazing art careers. Somehow, of course, I didn't know Davis supported their artists in a very different way than most schools. They only had to come in 2 or 3 days a week. But it's just, different than most people experience now. But so that was really I'm going to shoot for the moon, go to graduate school so I can be an art professor and teach at colleges as a way of life. So there's sort of that, I always knew inside myself, I felt like I was an artist, but I guess as soon as that choice was made, it's like, okay, I'm an artist.
I saw on the chat said something about, can we give them tips about like being an artist, professional artist? One of the things I did, and I do, and I still get turned down for, is I'll put in for, special exhibitions. I'm a little more picky now than I used to be, but that's a really good way to get your work shown. Is like when we do the kaka, there's the ceramic clay competition. And then keep working, and stay in touch with your friends, because we can help each other. Like Lisa's put me in an incredible exhibition, you're a curator as well. So that's a little bit of a tip. And then another question, and you should answer that too, about your tips for becoming an artist. And then another question, there was to talk about a particular piece, right, John? You want to do that as well? So you go ahead, Lisa. Do you have any tips for young artists?
Oh my God. You know, it's tough because I have creative children and grandchildren now too. And my eldest she became an actress, and I loved watching, her take that on professionally as a career. And although she could be, all of them are talented with, doing painting or sculpting or anything like that, but none of them wanted to take that on as a career. But my eldest did take on theater, and then she ended up teaching. She ran the theater program at Oakland Tech for about 8 years and did this, amazing. I still miss the plays with the kids there. And now she teaches teachers. She's an arts education consultant now, so she's quite grown up. Anyway, so I kind of laugh because I think of my own kids that have all these artistic talents but are afraid to take it on as real full-time career. And my youngest daughter also, I think she should be on stage singing all the time, but she, she'll go in the backyard and sing. But anyway, yes, I think being in exhibitions, and that's fun, when you, especially, if you're still a student at Davis, we had the basement gallery. And so we put on our own exhibitions as students. And I think that was huge for me to, no teachers were involved at all. We just got a spot in the basement, and we made decisions. We had a club, and we raised money to have lights. And so any way that you can get involved. And then I think nowadays, there's so many calls for artists just to get your work out there. It's probably, if you're making sculpture ceramics, probably easier to do it locally because physically shipping stuff is expensive.
Yes.
So a lot of my career has been quite local in terms of moving my art around. I do still think that art education is huge, and getting a much broader education than.
I think that what you both said is what they need to hear about the idea that you stuck to it, and you had these formal teachers that every day came to the studio and worked. What I said in the introduction is it's a part of you, and it's who you are. And so I think the students that are listening want to know, how that came about. And I think we all three know that it's not like American Idol. We don't get famous overnight. It's a long journey, but it's a journey that both of you never gave up on. So if you could address more in that direction, they want to know more, like, you go to the studio, you draw. I don't think they understand that it isn't about how much time we spend in the studio, that we're looking at life differently. I mean, we're really fortunate. Think about it. We look out the window and we see different things than any other people. That picture, Lisa, of Neptune during the fires and during sunset, that picture still, there's something that goes on inside of me. I can't imagine what sitting in Benicia on the port there, the little area with all the boats, would be like without that sculpture. Something would be wrong, right? For me. And also sitting on Bob's bench there, it's just something out of this world. So I think you should address the idea of stick-to-itiveness and not giving up, because that's what a lot of these people are doing. They're giving up.
Yeah. I love that you said that, John, about it becoming a way of life. And I think that in ceramics particularly is that we have this community thing that's happened. And I think it's on account of the material itself, because we have to help each other, share a kiln or load something into the kiln, or we're going into an exhibition and somebody's got a huge crate, or you need something to lift. So that we kind of like jump in and help each other. And I think that it's created this sort of community and this way of life. And I think that that's the value and the richness of having become an artist it's like John says, it's this surrounding, it's our community, it's the world in which we've decided to live. It's the choices that we've made, and, committing to finding a place to work and working under any kind of circumstances. I think that this COVID thing has been super interesting. We've all experienced it differently, but for me, it's been kind of a blessing because I've been able to be in my studio every single day and to process sort of my, the way that I feel in the world through the clay. But as a way of life, I think the practice that what John's getting to is sort of the practice and the lifestyle of it. And Lisa, you have a different experience through the COVID thing, I know. And also, your work is so much about the environment and so on. And you have children, I don't have children. So your sort of experience in the world is quite different. But what we share is this commitment to getting in the studio one way or the other. When I talked to you on the phone yesterday, oh, I'm in my studio. And I don't know what you're doing, but you're doing something. But you talk about how art is.
Well, you've touched upon a lot of really interesting things there, Michelle. So I think one of the things you talked about, things that popped in my head while you both were talking, one was about the sticking to it. I'm going to respond to John. We do get rejected a lot, and people don't realize that. Early on, and I can get to this later, but the first public art I did wasn't because I wanted to be a public artist. It's because I had an opportunity to do something about Martin Luther King, and it meant a lot to me, and I went that direction, and then things proceeded to go interesting in that way. But I also, people need to know, I get rejected. I'm also very picky now about what I apply to, but I'm constantly getting rejections. I think, Arthur will be talking later, and he's written a whole book on the art of rejection. And I've known people that have said, oh, well, I applied for this one project and I got rejected, so I'm never going to apply for public art again. It's like, no, you have to just love what you're doing and stick to it and care and just go, okay, well, these people, you can either, you can see Arthur's book, you can make fun of what's wrong with those people who don't pick me. Privately. Good not to do the sour grapes to the rest of the world. And I think maybe that's why people don't know. I get rejected. My husband knows, and it's like, yeah, but don't do the sour grapes. So there is a lot of just like, you got to put yourself out there and kind of, lick the wounds and get up and go again. But the other thing that you touched upon, Michelle, is what helps. I do think our community, and that was a question John asked about the ceramic community. And I think that's something I'm actually missing with not teaching now. And I do think that schools, when I've taught at some of the local community colleges recently, and I'm really sad when they've decided to cut back on, older people repeating classes, because I felt like there's this community of people that they share their knowledge, they inspire each other with their work, they can load kilns together, they can talk about their concepts or their ideas. And I loved that in graduate school or undergraduate when I was at TB9. So Arthur, he teaches at CCA, but he was a student at UC Davis when I was there too. So we were co-students. And, so I was, we students talk to each other more than our teachers talk to us. And we bounce ideas off of each other. And so that community is really enriching. I actually dream about studios and communities a lot because I'm not having that in my life now. And I think that, there's, some people say, how can we deal with what's going on in the world with the elections, and how can one person make a difference? And a lot of people are answering, one person can't, but connect to the community of people who care. And I think there's something similar to that with artists. And I'm gonna give John some credit here, because having the ceramic conference every year, I've been able to show up and meet with, I'm in exhibitions with a lot of these artists that are in Northern California, and that's one way I've gotten to know them. I can go to the Kaka conference in the spring and run into these artist friends. Mostly you're also teaching, because it is a way to pay the bills and still make art. But I get to see their student shows, and it's so exciting. And so, anybody who's listening today that has an opportunity in our hopefully normal future again to be a student in one of the shows that the conference puts on, that's an incredible experience. It's incredibly educational to even think about how to set up a show and to get that professionalism under your belt. How are we making decisions about what goes where in this room and what looks good? And anyway, let's see. I'm not even remembering exactly what your question is. How do we stick to being professional? But it is sometimes hard to get up and go into the studio. I've actually had a harder time during COVID, and I think maybe because I do tend to respond to what's going on in the world and in my work, and so much of my work, so much has really that had an undercurrent of caring about the environment and my environmental concerns, and a lot of the early work's not that obvious. That's what it's about with the humans and animals, but the relationship between us humans and the natural world has been an undercurrent in most of my work, and so I'm really having a hard time seeing what's going on in the world right now. And but at the same time, I'm showing. As Michelle knows, I put together. I was actually really distressed, a year ago, just learning about what was going on at our borders and children being separated from their parents, and we've had ongoing issues. I mean, my parents marched with Cesar Chavez, so I've had an awareness of the injustices to, immigrants in our country, and just how absurd it is that we continue to, vilify people and then have them come and work for nothing in terrible conditions in our field. So anyway, I did a whole body of work dealing with it's called Borderlands, and that's over at Epperson Gallery now, but dealing with some of the things that are going on with, and so my energy kind of went back to pulling that together. Although I wanted it to be seen before the election, but at the same time, everybody's having such a hard time. It's kind of depressing to go look at, and here's this other terrible thing going on in the background. But anyway, so that's a big, I'll stop and we can get to another issue.
Michelle, could you start it off and talk a little bit about what Lisa was talking about, was the research? So, I mean, a lot of people don't know this, but if you go to Sacramento, there's Cesar Chavez Park, and Lisa's made, again, it's in her book, in the catalog here, but she's made a larger than life-size Cesar Chavez with a whole diorama on the backside, on the sides of it, of the history. So if you could start, Michelle, and talk a little bit about how you do your research for your work, and then Lisa can answer it. Okay, thank you.
Oh, I love that question, how I do research for my work. I love that question. One thing I do is I look at a lot of work. And so I'm a big museum nerd. I'm a member of like so many museums. I'm even a member of the Louvre. I have a Louvre membership card. I look at work. It's one of my favorite things to do. And I'm so sad that the museums are closed, but I still can go to the Cantor and look at the Rodins that are outside in Stanford. So that's my first thing, is I look. And I always look at new work, and I go to as many shows as I can. And I flood my brain with all the new work that I can see. And then I'm a big reader, and I'm an image collector. And so I'm constantly, as a professor, I actually am delighted that sometimes I say, like, I'm getting paid for researching, because I get to teach art. So then I feel like it's my obligation to know as much as I can. So I look online, I look at design blogs, I look at museum sites, I read art magazines. I just fill my soul with art. Then when I come into the studio, I also look at my own work. I do a lot of what I call art TV, where I'll have a piece working and I'll sit there and I'll just look at it for a long time. And sometimes I'll draw it. And so I'll take I'm freaked out by the blank page. I'm less freaked out by a box of clay. Like, that doesn't faze me at all, but a blank page, that puts me into a panic. And so to overcome that, now what I have been doing, and I have to credit John Natsoulas for this, he goes, draw. He goes, Michelle, you just draw, paint or whatever. And he goes, draw your own work. I don't know. I don't care. Just do it. And I went home and I was like, because I love to draw and I love to paint. But when I face the canvas, I freeze. And so I started drawing my own work. And that has been like opened up this whole new experience for me. And so I was doing these kiln shelves, which I was painting these kiln shelves that were kind of like my paintings. And so either I'm looking or I'm doing or I'm watching. That's how I do my research. And my favorite artists, I think John asked us to tell some of our influences. is my most favorite artist right now at this very moment is Joan Mitchell, who's an abstract painter. I'll leave it there for the moment. You go ahead, Lisa.
We're
Okay.
gonna, Lisa, make it short because we're gonna start answering questions live,
Okay,
okay?
okay. Well, I actually, you asked us earlier to pull out an artwork to show, and in my case, I'm going to have to move my,
Go ahead, that's fine.
let's see if I can do this.
Ooh,
Okay, so this is a
Ooh,
maquette I
look at that.
did of, let's see, is it in there? Martin Luther King.
Yeah, we got it.
Okay, there it is. So because you brought up research,
So good.
I'm going to talk about this piece because this was really pivotal in my life. When, well, the first Martin Luther King commission that I heard about and applied to was actually a clay one at UC Davis, but this is the maquette for one that I did a year later in Kalamazoo, Michigan. This is the ceramic maquette. The bronze is there in Michigan. It's a 7-foot figure. But as John mentioned, my dad marched with Martin Luther King when I was about 10 years old, the march from Selma to Montgomery. And so I ended up being raised in an environment where my parents were very active in civil rights and peace movement, et cetera. And so when I heard about this opportunity, and this was before there were hardly any, I don't know that there were any other Martin Luther King sculptures out there. This was done in 1987. But I just thought that, he wouldn't want to be just a lone hero, that he was really part of a huge movement of activists and people, there's a whole narrative and story. And I was just really lucky. I came up with the idea that I could put him in a minister's robe since he was a minister. And then I could cover the robe with images having to do with the civil rights movement. So this actually involved, it was almost like writing a historic novel. If you can see, images of people marching. I have, let's see, Rosa Parks and the bus boycott. I have, let's see, I don't know if you can see March on Washington. And, all right, could make you all dizzy. On the back, there's him in the Birmingham
Whoa.
jail and image of Gandhi because Gandhi influenced his concepts of nonviolent activism. So I won't go through the whole thing, but I just, but I am going to say that the research involved was wonderful. I love doing that, and every commission I've done, I learned so much. And, even commissions, I just recently, sometimes I don't really show these or talk about these, but sometimes I just do a straight up portrait commission of somebody. I just recently did the founder of the Railroad Museum in Sacramento. And it's just a bust. It pays bills, which is wonderful. And it's good practice. But I got to meet a man who told the most amazing stories and just this delightful spirit. So, but that doesn't answer the question about the other art. But yes, I think Michelle and I probably do so much research, and we look at the world around us and, we get intrigued. Both, my husband isn't professionally an artist, but he is on his own free time. And we'll both find that we'll be lining up like the edge of a window with the shape of something. And, just even how you observe how forms interact or something interesting happening with light, or, you observe the world around you. And I feel like, I observe nature, I observe what the light does, to the trees around me. And then, but I also feel like we observe what happens in human hearts. We observe, and I think especially with Michelle's work, I want to say, I didn't really get a chance to talk much about this, but, I love the emotional quality of your work and how I know that it happens as you go, and I think the same with me. You can't tell with mine because it seems more realistic, but I will work on a face until it starts speaking back to me, and I can't completely dominate it or control it or say what it's going to be ahead of time. And I really feel that about your work, that you're working on it, you have a kind of a sense of where you're going, but it starts to speak back to you. And it's like, oh, I just love how this particular, I'm looking at the piece behind you right now, and just the relaxed gesture of that figure and the proportions of her hip to her upper body. And then when you come back, I was very lucky to share, Michelle and I did a workshop together at Tahoe. And so for me to spend time watching you share what you do with your work was just fantastic for me. I love color. I'm jealous that you can work so well with color on your work, and I pretty much have avoided it on mine because working form and color together is a huge challenge, and you do it so beautifully, and there's such a sensitivity to paying attention to what happens as you're doing it. You know, oh, when I did this, it created this soft form, and how's that going to feel? Maybe I'll contrast with something hard over here. So there's that observation, and then, you know, for me also just observation of what's going on in the world, and that happens to be something that motivates me with my work, is to, you know, speak to what's going on in the world, because I really hate arguing with people. If you want to argue with me on Facebook, I'll unfriend you. But I can make my art and just say, yeah, either you get this or you don't, or you feel it or you don't.
Okay, well, we're starting to run out of time,
Okay.
so we're going to allow you to raise your hand. And it's Gloria.
Oh, fun.
Gloria Saccato is up. Hi, Gloria.
You got to unmute, Gloria.
Got to unmute. Hi. You got Lisa Reinertson and Michelle Greger. Go ahead, ask your question. Hello. We heard you, Gloria. Do you want to ask a question? You had your hand raised.
I think it's still
Oh,
on
I'm
mute.
sorry, I think I pressed that button accidentally.
Oh, okay.
However, I did attend Michelle's workshop at Solano College.
Okay.
And that was several years ago when I was just starting taking the class in ceramics. And it really, your work inspired me. Just the way Lisa just mentioned, how you use your form and the colors, the way you use your colors and the way you did the glazing. I thought that was, that really spoke to me. So thank you.
Thank you, Gloria.
Thank
Anybody
you,
else
Gloria.
have any questions? You want to raise your hand, anybody? Anybody? Jonathan, you had a question. You want to raise your hand? No? You had 10 questions. What happened to you? Here's Jonathan. Okay, Jonathan, you're up. Go ahead. You can talk. You got to unmute. Hi, Jonathan. Unmute. You got to unmute. No? You got to unmute, Jonathan. Jonathan Tenenbaum, what are you doing?
There he is.
There he is.
There he is. Oh,
You got to unmute. No? Maybe he doesn't have a mic.
In the far left-hand corner.
Yeah, there's a mic. Unmute, Jonathan. You had 10 questions. There you are. Go ahead.
Me?
Go ahead.
I just wanted to say thank you. I have learned a lot, and
What about the questions you had, Jonathan? This is the time to ask.
I'm kind of stuck on what to ask.
Well, you were talking about, you know, how they started. Remember the questions you had? No? Okay, that's okay. We'll get someone else.
Oh,
Thank you.
John, I should have some of my students here today. Are any of my students here? You guys should ask a question. Well, maybe they're going to go to Lisa and Arthur's talk.
I don't know what they're doing.
Oh, it's okay. Oh,
Okay.
Michelle Noe. Okay, my students is here.
Okay, we
Hi,
got
Michelle.
questions now. Richard Snodgrass, here he is. Hi, Richard.
Oh,
You want to
Richard's
ask?
my student.
Richard? Hello, can you hear us? Unmute. No?
John, do you want to read their questions? I see that some things are coming up as
Oh,
written.
yeah, I can, but there's lots of people want to talk to you. Okay, well, we lost Richard. Let's try Sandy. Sandy, you want to unmute? There you go. Talk to us, Sandy.
Well,
Yeah, you had a question. You raised your hand. Go ahead.
okay. Boy, I really didn't ask any questions, but I am watching.
Okay, you raised your hand. Sorry.
Oh, I did?
Yes, that's all
Okay.
right.
Well,
talk
let me
to you.
ask a question.
Oh, great.
how did you, I'm very, I'm a real introvert, and in my life, I haven't been able to, I see myself in the spotlight. I don't like it. I'm not comfortable with it. Do either of you have any comments on how to overcome that?
Michelle, do you want to say something?
How to overcome being an introvert? You know, I think I'm not so much of an introvert, but I know that when I first started teaching, I was terrified. And I think it's just a matter of practice. Like, I still can barely make a phone call because I don't like it. But if you practice, it gets a little bit better. And I think that the introvert part of a human being will flourish in a community art setting, because every person is acknowledged and celebrated as creative individuals. So I think that introvert has a special place. So I think, like, find a community would be my best advice. Get yourself set up into like a clay, you know, a lot of cities have clay studios. I don't know if you're involved in a ceramics community, but I think that helps as for an introvert personality.
Okay, we're going to go to
For
Julie.
art.
We're going to Julie Sewell, but the obvious answer is to hang out with an extrovert like me. Okay, so Julie, how you doing? On mic. Hi, Julie. Talk, Julie. Hi. Hi, Julie Sewell. No? Another one who doesn't want to talk. Hi. Are you there, Julie? Julie, we can hear you. Julie Sewell. No, this is very strange. Why are you guys raising your hands?
You know, I wonder if there's some kind of funny thing where they're not allowing
There she is.
to
There she is.
unmute.
Hi, Julie.
I think I'm fine. All right, I unmuted myself. This
Okay,
is
can you ask a question? There are other people waiting. Thank you.
To Lisa. What type of clay do you use for such large sculptures?
Well, the big answer is I've got about 30% grog in my clay. I have been making my own clay forever. When I was a student at Davis, we made our own clay. But everybody was using a white clay with about 30% grog. And then when I started to get the red, I wanted my work to have the brown red color. So I started to mix red clay in and then do like about a cone 2 reduction to get the color finish that I get. So reduction has to happen in a gas kiln. But now I have that clay made by Michael Haney at East Bay Clay. And it's available for every school I've taught at in the Bay Area. It's called Lisa Clay. And don't confuse it with the
Nice.
artist that's coming up next, Lisa Clegg. And there's a Lisa 20 now. So sort of like Pete's and Pete's 20. And it's the same person who makes Pete's clay. So Michael Haney, East Bay Clay. I think you can just buy it from him now. I don't get any money off of it, but it's my recipe.
Okay, the famous artist Beth Cedarstrom is here. Hi, Beth.
Hey, hello, John. Thank you. And Michelle, just fabulous. I admire your courage and your work so much. You know, I've known you for a very long time. And one of the things that I've been talking about with my students in looking at your work is just the way you use proportions to give a sense of scale. Is that, I mean, things we're noticing are like the bottom part of the sculpture being more massive and getting smaller as you go up proportionally. Is that something you do consciously, or is that is something that I'm reading in from my side?
Beth Cedarstrom, I'm so happy to hear your voice. And we went to graduate school together, and I know Beth is teaching it in Marin to students. And so hi to all your students out there. And you have an amazing teacher. And Beth is a queen of texture and surface. And so I think working in the studio next to you, Beth, infiltrated my surface, my surface pursuits. I love your idea, your question about proportion, and is it conscious or subconscious? I think sometimes a little bit of both, and I'll often build a figure and then I'll add a base to it. So yeah, I always want to have that weight. Like, I really am interested in how real weight feels in space. And so it's a feeling for me. And I often do add more weight at the bottom to sort of make that get that real feeling of mass and how the body sits in space. And I love that question. Thank you for asking it. And hello. Uh-oh, I can't hear you, John. Now you're muted.
Unmute.
Oh, there you are. Oh.
Shin, are you ready? Come on, Shin, ask a question.
Oh,
Hi.
it's my turn?
Yeah, it's your turn.
Okay,
ahead.
thank you. So let's see. I'm so glad to meet you. And this is second time I took the first conference. And actually I lived in East Coast, Baltimore area for almost 20 years and moved to Oregon, band in Oregon now. And I searched lots of figurative artists in the US for the many years. So your figurative works seems to me it's pretty new. So it's great opportunity for me to expose in the like a figurative Bay Area, figurative artists, its a movement and people like you. And my question I had like 10 minutes ago was, when you guys have a dry spell period, no idea, no energy to work and create your work, then what do you do? How you overcome those periods?
I'll start with that because I know Michelle probably, and I'm guessing we have similar answers. I dig out art books often. I look to the, just looking at other art. There's so many artists that have inspired me that sometimes just jumping in and looking at the work of people that I love. And the other thing I do, and it's a practice that I've always done, and I need to recognize if I feel a dry spell, is I doodle in my sketchbook, and I just start doodling and writing ideas, and maybe out of 10 pages or something, there might be something I come back to later that resonates with me, and I go, okay, maybe there's something I can do with that. But Michelle, what you have?
I'm on a very slow, I give myself a lot of generosity as far as time. And so I like to think of my creative cycle as like a 2-year cycle. If I have an exhibition within that cycle, I'll put the gas on, but I like to be generous with myself. And I find like if I run into a dry spell, I don't really think of it as a dry spell, as I'll just take every occasion just to soak in the world, and particularly the art world. So I don't worry about it. I think like if I'm not feeling like going into the studio, then I will go look at art. And then you can also play a little game with yourself where you just say, I'm going to go into the studio for 15 minutes. Because there's so many tasks to do in the studio, to recycle, to clean something, to invigorate some underglaze. And then I find that little trick is I'll go in there, and then the next thing you know, I'll spend an hour recycling clay, because there's a lot of that goes into practice too, besides just like showing off your fancy work at the gallery. Like that's just the tip of the iceberg. A lot of it is just sweeping the floor. So there's always something to do. So try that.
Good suggestions, Michelle. And I do think that there is that thing, because I think sometimes I'm aware some of my family members pay attention to whether I'm in my studio or not, and I actually sometimes have to tell
Lisa,
them.
Chandra's on now.
Oh, sorry.
Hi, Chandra. Hello.
I've been trying to find the gallery view so I could see everybody. It's not on my screen.
Well, everybody can see them, so I don't know what's going on. Everybody.
You just have to scroll, I think, but you'll get it for the next one. Just scroll with your thumb.
Are you on a phone?
No, I'm on my computer.
Okay, yeah. You go up to your right-hand corner.
There's a little.
Am I on screen?
No, you're not.
No.
You're talking
But
to
we
us.
can hear you.
We're running a conference now, though, Chandra. We got to go to the next question. Okay, so, all right, we got some questions here for you. The first one is from Christine Pilger. She wants to know how you decided to go to grad school.
Oh, that's a good one.
Okay. Does anybody want to answer that? How
I'll
did
say how I went.
Okay.
When I was in San Francisco, and I was working at a place called Rubio Burke Studio, and it's a cooperative studio. And one day I thought, wow, I could really use some better facilities. I need some bigger kilns, and I need more kiln access, because it was a tiny house with, just Victorian with all these artists. And so that's why I decided to go to art school, because I thought I wanted better facilities. And then when I found out who was teaching out at San Francisco State, I was like, I'm in. If I can get in, I'm in. So it was just a matter of function for me.
Yeah, for me, I think I mentioned earlier, I was already an undergrad at Davis, and I was in an environment already that I had that amazing community and access to kilns and clay, and but really the decision was made for me to figure out, I told the story earlier, that as a single parent wanting to commit to being an artist and trying to figure out how do you actually earn a living doing this and be able to spend your life doing this, I thought, well, teaching. So I stayed on to graduate school twofold. One, to get to keep making art in that environment, but the other was so I could get that degree and become a professor of art myself. So that's a simple answer, but I loved it. It was hard too. I mean, it's challenging. I'm sure Michelle felt the same. There are times that I went home crying from we had one night that was a graduate seminar night, and my mom would babysit my daughter when I went to that on Wednesday nights. And there were many times I think I came home in tears because you're given a hard time too, but mostly I loved it. So, and it was worth it.
Yeah.
Okay, PK Kelly wants to know how, if you both can address how you would go about writing an artist statement. There you go. Sorry, you want to skip that one? Up to you guys.
No, what I would do is I would ask my sweetheart to help me, because she's a much better writer than me.
That's smart.
So I hate writing artist statements, but we have to do it. And so you just have to knuckle down, and what I'll do is I'll go around and around the block and try and figure out, like, how's the best one? Whose is the best one? And I'll read other people, but it's just hard to do. It's plain hard to do.
I agree. I hate it. And it seems like the more I work at it, the worse it sounds. And it's much better if somebody else has written something interesting about you, and if you could use that, but yeah, it's hard. Good luck.
Good luck. Good luck to you.
Elena wants to know what you do with your artworks that you don't like, or if they have defects after firing.
Defects.
Or if you don't like
never have. I have never seen a defect in any of my pieces after firing. Never, not one.
I don't believe you, Michelle.
I just keep putting them in. If I don't like them, I won't bisque them. If I really don't like the piece, I'm not going to bother bisquing the piece. Like I'm going to work at least I'm touched on this as part of our process, is that you're going to work on that piece until it starts talking back to you and you think, like, there's the piece. So that's your first thing. Don't bisque it until you like it. And then secondly, if you ruin it in the glaze, I just think just keep slapping glaze on it. And then if you can, sandblast it. And then if you can't, then that's when you hit it with the sledgehammer. What about Lisa?
Yeah, no, similar thing. I think I tend to, I know some artists that just make a lot of quantity and then smash up, the rejects, but I'm more push it through to keep, because it never works right away. It always takes time to bring it to where you want it to be. Lately I've done more maquettes where I just allow it to be this loose version of what I think I might be doing, and I just let those be. And but I do sometimes have things crack in the kiln, and I've become very good. I mean, really early on, I had this happen. What I learned is that when you're becoming a sculptor of large scale work, when I saw things built together at the foundry, and they make a mold and they cut it all in sections and they weld all the sections back together, and you don't know. The first time I had no idea it would ever look normal again. And I decided that, my kiln is only a certain size, and some of my pieces are bigger than my kiln. I have to work in sections. So I figured that, working in sections and using epoxy and doing really strong internal structures. I mean, you can learn a lot from John Tokey. He does a lot of building sections and really constructing well inside and engineering them. But I also have to deal with, sometimes there's a crack that isn't where I want it to be, but I use the same techniques with, I use epoxies. If I'm concerned, they may not be pieces that are ever to live outside. But if they're indoor pieces, I've learned how to patch them and paint them and make it so nobody knows it ever happened. But yeah, there's some things that need to get thrown out. Often they hang around way too long. And there was a time when all my shards, when I lived in, this is a long time ago in Chico, my kiln didn't have a normal sink or anything. So I had a hose that came in the backyard into the window, into the sink, and I didn't use glazes. I was just using clay. So I figured that all that could just empty out into a spot of dirt in my yard where I buried all my shards. So it was really it would absorb the moisture. So it became a place that I could rinse my stuff. Anyway, each person is individual, how they deal with it.
Somebody asked about our process for repair. I think that every Northern California sculptor should know the name of PC11 and PC7. So now we're getting into the technical nitty gritty. And but I think what Lisa's talking about is being a sculptor is we're not making a teacup. So if it has a crack, you can fix it, and it's part of the process. PC11 and PC7 are really good.
Yeah, and I think both Michelle and I did come originally from experience with, maybe my initial clay experience was in a class, was doing pottery. And especially having someone like Ruth Rippon that was such an amazing technician and perfectionist, and also, a visionary artist. But yeah, if you had a crack in one of your teacups or something, that's it, you throw it out. And so I had to change how I saw the work when it became sculptural, that didn't matter. It's not a functional piece that needs to be structurally sound in the same way. We still make them structurally sound. I mean, people will argue that PC11 might be stronger than the clay after it's hardened, but yeah, so that is a part of what we've had to learn.
Do you think also there's a little something about also there's sort of the preciousness of firing, and I wonder, especially now that we're sort of in this time with the COVID, where we're not in college studios anymore, and a lot of people are working online. I'm teaching a class online. Imagine that, a sculpture class online. And I think that if we concentrate at this point, if you don't have a kiln at home, you can concentrate on just form. And I remember listening to Beth Kavanagh, who's an incredible clay artist from the East Coast. And if you don't know her, look her up, Beth Kavanagh. She's got a great website. Somebody asked about a website. Her website is Follow the Black Rabbit. And she's amazing. But I remember she came to San Jose State as a visiting artist. And she talked about going to some college. I don't know what college she went to. But she said for the first 2 years, they weren't allowed to keep anything. They would sculpt the figure and then crash it down, and then sculpt the figure and then crash it down. And I was like, wow, that's why you're such a phenomenal sculptor. And so I think that we can take these sort of limitations that we have now and use them to our advantage and actually come out stronger. Because if you make, 10 pieces and then remake them the next 10, it's just gonna build. And now we have the technology of phones, so you can snap a picture of what you've done and it's like it's already in there. So I think that I think that as artists we need to learn to use the limitations and go forward. And I think as studio artists that we've all done that. Yeah. Don't you think, like not having big enough film?
Yeah, I think that's a really good point, Michelle. And I actually, it made me remember when I was taking Manuel Neary's figure classes, and then I've taught a lot of figure sculpture classes myself with a model, more traditional figure sculpture class. And I've done the same kind of thing often with my students, maybe not as extreme as he did, but we would do a 3-foot armature that we all made, just simple rebar armature, really just kind of a one piece of rebar that's bent where it can have torso and legs, and then we added onto it. And we would have, say, a female model come for about 3 weeks, and we would be sculpting on that armature solid in clay for about 3 weeks. And then he would have a male model come in the next week, and maybe go for about 3 weeks. And we had to destroy the original female figure and turn it into that male figure. And so you had to let go of that. And we didn't all have cell phones to keep the, it was just gone. But, and it was really interesting because we were trying to think, well, are there different proportions male to female, or is it just these particular people, and who had longer legs and who had shorter torso? And manual, it was interesting because I never did get any kind of classical sculptural education like you might get somewhere on the East Coast. I mean, anything about proportions and stuff I learned later from books or something, but with manual, it was all looking. It was, we had the clay in front of us, we had the tools, and we looked. And so I think one of the things, that was interesting about that is, and then, well, I was going to go on to say, and then he might have another male model come in for 3 weeks. We were on a quarter system, so that might have been all of it. But, and then so you have to destroy the figure you just did. And although at the end, some of us decided we were going to learn how to make molds and be able to have press molds of the final figure because we just needed to do that. But we did that on our own. Manual didn't help us do that or say we should do it. It was just because we wanted to keep it ourselves. But I also want to say that the kind of education, the fact that I lacked a formal education, I think in some ways was really interesting for me and helpful for me because like I do a lot of portraiture. I have done a lot of portraitures for, part of how I've earned a living. And I think the fact that nobody said you had to have exactly these proportions and all that, I can really look at the individual and not be hindered by these standard ideas that's going to give you a Greek male face and proportions, and I think it can help you see different nationalities and different proportions on people. And so it was very much an observation. I went on a tangent, sorry. But anyway, Neri did that where we had to let go, and I made my students do that, and they hate it.
That's fine. We're good. Lisa Reinertsen, can you just mention what your people want to know, what you're going to be doing with your workshop a week from tomorrow, and from 1 to 4? And could you just talk 2 seconds about what you're going to be doing, and then we'll turn it over to Michelle and she can talk about her workshop. Thank you.
Oh, that's a good question. I'm still thinking about what I'm going to be doing. I'm afraid to make any promises. I will share, I will be building something that I would normally do in my studio. And there's so many different things I do. I'm trying to hone it down to the things that I want to concentrate on. I'd be interested if anyone wants to raise their hand to say what it is you might want to see.
You guys can just email me and I'll send the email off to Lisa.
Okay.
So Lisa's continuing in the Beat Generation, and she's going to just throw it together the day of, but it's going to be hand building at least.
Oh, absolutely, hand building.
Yeah.
And
with
it
clay.
will be actually. I'm the hippie generation. Sorry.
Yeah, you're teaching for beatniks. Okay, so hippie generation. Okay, we can accept that. That's fine.
Yeah.
We still love you. Okay, Michelle is doing an all-day workshop. Michelle, what are they going to expect? We got them. They've got a lunch break, but they're 10 to 4. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So I am super excited about, like, when I do a workshop, I like to line it all out. This is funny, but I think this is because I'm an educator, and I know that people have very short attention spans. And so now I've learned that if I line it all out, like from this time to this time, we're going to do this, and from this time to this time. So I'm going to give so much information. I'm going to tell you every single thing I know how to do. And I want it to be interactive. And so we're going to have a materials list for people so that they'll be prepared and so that you can work alongside me, because just to watch someone work all day, I think is not good. So I will have a program, and I'll get that to John definitely. When is mine anyways, John? November, right?
November 8th.
Yeah. So I'll get a whole, I will have a syllabus for you guys, I'll have it all lined out. We're going to do heads, hands, color, gesture. We're going to do everything. It's going to be.
So it's good. So you guys are going to be able to build a figure in your studio with Michelle, right?
Yeah. Yeah. And,
okay.
and if you can't fire it. Then you can just, you know, take a picture and just like we said, smash it down, then make another one.
Okay, well, listen, I thank you both for your time, and I look forward to seeing everybody the third week of April in 2021. I hope everybody can make it. So I'm going to spotlight myself, but I'm not up there. Okay, well, anyway, I will see you both later. We've got Shailene coming up, Shailene Valenzuela, and we have our good friend, Jeff Downing. So we're so happy you guys could do this. So I'll see you guys later. Take care.
Hey, thanks so much, John.
Okay. So we're
Bye.
gonna
Thank
move
you,
on
John.
again.
Thank you, everybody.
Bye, everybody.
Thank you, everybody.
So thank you guys. Take care. Take care. We're saying goodbye. There
Thank
she
you
is
so
in the
much.
studio. Bye-bye. Wow, that looks beautiful. You're so talented. Everybody's seeing your full sculpture there. And we're real excited to have Michelle on November 8th. And next Saturday, we're going to have Lisa Reinertsen. So again, we have Lisa Reinertsen catalog and Michelle's book available. And we're really, really excited. So Michelle is signing off. We got a close-up of Michelle. Goodbye, Michelle.
Goodbye. Let me see. How do I do it? Okay.
Okay, so I'm back. And we're going to start pretty soon with Shailene. And you guys can all go to the bathroom now. We got about 10 minutes. And we're going to have Shailene Valenzuela up here in a minute. Great slip cast artist, one of the great painters. She's definitely working on the 40s, 50s, 60s. And this is her work. And I got a toaster here. Can you imagine? I got a toaster. I got a phone. I got everything imagined. She even does vacuum cleaners. So we're real fortunate to have Shailene Valenzuela coming in from Montana, and Jeff Downing is coming in. He runs the ceramics program at San Francisco State, and he's coming in about 5 or 6 minutes. So take your bathroom break from San Francisco State. He runs the program there that Michelle was talking about. And we're real excited about having both them in about 8 minutes. So you guys use we're gonna go ahead and take a bathroom break. We're gonna pull up Jeff and Shailene. We're gonna get them on screen here in a minute. There's Jeff, and Shailene is coming up in a minute. We're real excited. We got to be in Montana. I want to go to Montana. The air's clean and life is good. There's Shailene. Hi, Shailene. How are you?
The air is not clean here.
Okay. So we're waiting. You guys, I just got you up on screen because we are early. So I'm just going to talk for a little bit. Okay. So you guys just have to wait, and you just unmute yourself when it's time. All right.
Okay.
So
can you hear me, Jeff?
What I can hear you, Jeff, but I am going to talk for a little bit because they're all getting up to use the bathroom, and we want to make sure that they get a break. So we're really going to just take a break. We did have a catalog a long time ago on Jeff Downing. It's out of print. It's very important, historical. So maybe he'll get it together and send me images, and we can do another catalog. I've been waiting a couple years for him, but he's been busy. Look at this. Isn't this amazing? This is life size. Isn't she amazing? Wow. Shailene Valenzuela. She's coming up. One of my favorite artists. And it's a small world, but Shailene studied in graduate school with this guy, Arthur Gonzalez. This is a 200-page book we now have out. And we're really, really excited for our next program. And then I got this really nice exhibition up of small works. Jeff has the biggest piece in the show. His dogs are larger than life. And the show's going very well. If you want to visit the gallery, we're here Wednesday through Sunday. Just make an appointment. That's an incredible Jeff Downing dog. So we're going to let you guys take your little break. And we'll be right back here in about 4 minutes to start. So everybody wants to use the bathroom, or I'll just keep talking, which I do. And this is kind of interesting. Shailene's, her toast comes out. Isn't that amazing? So I am so lucky. I get to travel around the world And I was planning on going to 7 art fairs this year, but Shailene sends me the toasters. Now, the first time she sent me a toaster, I couldn't find the toast. I looked everywhere for the toast. I couldn't find it. I was searching and searching for the toast. It was hidden here. And I felt like an idiot. Why didn't I look right here? It was hidden there. So, you know, the obvious place is where it was. But these are just really, really beautiful pieces because I'm so happy to have the work. Now, the great thing about running workshops and conferences is you get things sent to you in the mail. But this is not, this is another piece of hers, but I had this bizarre situation. Thomas Buklauskas and Margaret Young, this is made by Thomas, and they're at Clay, Las Vegas, okay? It's like an art center. It says, "You don't look too old," and this side says, "Compassion is death." So this is what I'm supposed to do, look through the mirror that is see-through. So Thomas, thank you for making that. Thank you, Art. It's Clay, Las Vegas. And I really appreciate you sending me this. It's a great gift. I'm going to use it every opportunity I can. And I feel so young when I have that around me. But I'm so excited that you guys were thinking of me, and we're really looking forward to coming up. We've got on October 10th, we've got Shailene Valenzuela is going to be doing a wonderful, wonderful workshop. And I think you guys all could get that going. So in 3 minutes, we're going to start. So I just want to say the Q&A room is a little bit better than the raising your hands, because some people on their phones can't get to an unmute button. It's difficult to find that on Zoom, but there is an unmute button for you if you want to get onto Zoom. So the exciting thing that we have is we have the idea that you are going to be able to see. Most of these people are going to be doing workshops down the line. So the third week of April this year, we have the California Conference for Advancement of Ceramic Art, because of the fact that the wonderful people at Oxford have come up with a vaccine that is working in Oxford, and also Moderna down in Massachusetts got a vaccine. So I'm going to see all of you guys, and we miss everybody, and we're glad you're tuning in. So without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and start the program here in a second, but I wanted to let you know that it is quite interesting to get to know both of these artists. And I think we're going to get to know them right now. So we're going to start the program in about 2 minutes. So if you can ask questions. At first, the two of them are going to talk about themselves. And much like Lisa and Michelle, we're going to let them take it away. And at the end, we'll really go for more questions. So I'm happy to introduce our panelists. We have our panelist here, Jeff Downing, who is in his studio, I believe, right now. And,
yes, in my studio.
And because his Wi-Fi is working, and Shailene is in her kitchen, obviously. And this is kind of where Shailene belongs, because she's made everything in the kitchen. Shailene, unfortunately, was born about 30 years too late. So she's still living in the 40s and 50s. And she's going to talk a little bit about her work. So we're going to start with Jeff Downing now is going to talk about his work, the great professor who has probably created one of the best programs in the nation for ceramic sculpture. He's at the University at San Francisco State. And I am so happy that he's here with us today. And he is going to talk a little bit about why his program is considered one of the most successful in the nation and how he developed that. And then he's going to talk a little bit about his career and where he's at. Okay, so Jeff Downing.
All right, I just want to say thank you, John, for hosting this webinar. And it's great to be here, and I'm glad to be here with Shailene, and I think it's going to be a lot of fun. The first question was the San Francisco State ceramics program is kind of a legacy program that really started, it was one of the first programs in university in ceramics in California, started in 1948. And there's been generations of artists coming out of there. Some of the artists some of those generations are within John's collection and his gallery. I'm sort of in the probably third or fourth generation coming through there. It's really built on a kind of a passing down of knowledge, mostly through students. In other words, like before I came, there were graduate students and things like that who had passed the knowledge to each other. And I learned that that's how it was there when I started teaching there, that it was mostly kind of student-led, that the students would teach each other. So I found that really invigorating, and I think that's what makes the program so strong, that it kind of, that students are empowered to learn from each other, as well as from their professors, but to learn from each other. So I thought that was really great. And, you know, there's been so many great artists that have come out of there in the past, and they're still coming out. You know, they're graduating. We have the MFA program. Even undergraduates are graduating with a BA in art and studying ceramics. And a lot of them have been quite successful starting their own businesses as artists, as professional potters. A number of them are senior management working at Heath Ceramics. So I think it's a great program, and I'm really proud of it to be part of that, part of the legacy that's there. And I hope it continues strong in the future. Next question was me as an artist. I'm not originally from California, I'm originally from New York. I was born and raised in New York, and I lived outside of, in a suburb of New York City. So I had a lot of exposure to culture. You know, you could just take the train into New York on weekends. I really got exposed to art my first time from I have an older stepsister who was an illustrator, and she lived in New York City, and she actually lived in Soho at the time. This was in the early 80s. And so I was able to go to Soho and visit a lot of great galleries and see a lot of really cool up and coming artists. A lot of street artists in New York at that time were up and coming. So it was kind of a fun time to be there. I didn't really take interest in being an artist until later, because I was a musician, and I still am, but first and foremost, I was a musician. I lived in New York City, and I was a street musician for a couple of years. And then it was sort of a class that I was taking. I was studying music at University, State University of New York in Purchase. I was studying music composition, try to keep this story not too long. And I took a ceramics class because it kind of fit my schedule. It was like a class I needed a block, and so I took the ceramic class. And I really took to the wheel, you know, throwing on the wheel. I thought it was a great thing that I could just do, and I didn't have to collaborate with other musicians or anything. I could just do it. So it kind of gave me this kind of great sense of like escape with throwing at the wheel. I followed my music to San Francisco. I moved to San Francisco in 1983 with my guitar and like some of my albums in a small suitcase to see if I can just hit the music scene. And at that time, while I was downtown, I noticed the Academy of Art, and I applied to go there as an art student. And that's where I met Bill Abright, who's going to be speaking later. And he was a ceramics teacher then, and he really kind of changed my life at that point, because I didn't know that I was an artist, but he kind of recognized that I was. So, and he challenged me, and he asked me questions, and he challenged me to think outside of just throwing on the wheel, but think about the form, the wheel thrown form, as a shape. And he introduced me to abstraction. And what was great about going to the Academy of Art at that time is it was downtown. And so at that time, there were a few great galleries downtown. Dorothy Weiss and Virginia Breyer were a few blocks away. So for class, he would take us to those galleries. And I saw some of the greatest shows from Viola Fry and Richard Shaw, Robert Hudson, Ron Nagel, and really got to see live ceramics. And so I knew then that I really loved ceramics. I kept working, and for a period there, I had graduated from undergraduate school, and then I followed my music again. I went right to music, and I had bands in San Francisco. This was the 90s. And I was doing some art, but mostly focusing on writing songs and composing. And I did that for about 6 years. And then I went on a road trip. Tell me if I'm talking too long. I went on a road trip by myself in my truck, and I had an epiphany. And this was really amazing. I had this epiphany that what was I doing? Like I was just like playing in my band and maybe making some art, but what was I doing for the world, you know? And I thought I should teach, you know, I should really teach. So I contacted one of my former professors, which is David Kuroka, and I asked him for a letter of recommendation to go to credential program. He goes, "Why do you want to do that? Why don't you come teach a college class?" And so he offered me a throwing class, and from there, that was in 1996. And from then on, I've been at San Francisco State. I was working there for a number of years as an adjunct, and then when the position came up, I was competitive and applied for it, and that's where I am now. So that is sort of like that trajectory kind of changed my life, like that thing with Bill Abright, and then also the epiphany I had, and that I wanted to teach. When I graduated from grad school, I didn't really want to teach. I was like, I'm just going to do my art, and I'm going to create and do my music and stuff. And it wasn't until years later, I think 6 years later, that I had that thing that I need to teach now. And so I've been teaching there for 24 years now. And it's been great, and I just can't wait to get back in the classroom live. I'm going to be online next semester, which is going to be good because I'm creating all this cool content, but to be live in the classroom is like really where I want to be. That's the most place I want to be. Is that good for now, or
Yeah, that's great. Shailene is similar to start off. You could talk a little bit about yourself, but I really am impressed with the Clay Studio. You're being the executive director for the last 8 or 9 years, and I noticed that in the last 8 or 9 years, all these artists are coming to Montana. How do you balance that? Can you talk a little bit about the Clay Studio, being the executive director? And if you could talk a little bit about where you are in your work, that would be great. But what an impressive thing you've done. I'm very impressed with the Clay Studio. Where it was when I knew it and where it is now is just amazing. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, the Clay Studio Missoula is a 501c3 nonprofit. We are based in Missoula, Montana, of course. I actually first came to the Clay Studio Missoula as a resident artist. So that's like when I left Oakland. I came to the Clay Studio in 2007 and was the first resident artist in the current building that we're in. And that's when they were expanding the residency program. I had learned about the Clay Studio of Missoula through visiting Missoula one time when I was a resident at the Archie Bray Foundation the summer before. So really, it was the Bray that really first brought me to Montana and sort of lured me here in a sense. And I just sort of like have this joke about like getting a Californian to come to Montana is like getting them, like you have them spend 2 summers here before you spend a winter here, right? So, but anyhow, I got involved, stayed involved with the Clay Studio. I taught a year at Oregon College of Art and Craft, which closed about a year ago. And eventually I became in 2012 the executive director at the Clay Studio Missoula. What we do is we serve various functions. So we are a community arts studio, and we have classes, workshops, and we also have studio space for artists that want to come rent space in the area. We also have a residency program, of course, and that's how I first got involved. And that's grown over time, and we've had probably about 6 dozen artists, long-term residents come through. And it's always really invigorating to see like these different artists come in and grow and thrive in the community. And as John had sort of mentioned, there's this sort of attraction to Montana and people staying, like people coming to residency programs. And you see this at the Archie Bray Foundation too, like residents coming and deciding to build their artistic practice in the state of Montana. So that's like sort of what ended up happening with me here is I just sort of stuck around. And then so that's what I've been doing since then, since I came here in 2007. And so a little bit of history about me. I grew up in Santa Barbara, California, and I started my ceramics career actually at UC Berkeley when I was an undergraduate. So the first instructor I had was Richard Shaw, and he sort of introduced me to the idea of mold making, because like all I knew about ceramics at that time was really what I had in elementary school with the clay lady. I think her name was Rebecca. And I actually have a piece I made from when I was like 5 years old or something by the clay lady. So it was funny. I remember when I was 7 years old, I had some work in in a case at the Santa Barbara County Museum of Art. They stuck some kids' art in there or something. So I'm always tempted to put that on my resume as my first museum show, and then have this like sort of gap in my career. So anyhow, so that was really my only experience with clay. And so Richard really introduced me to this, like, it opened up this whole new world that I just didn't know about, of what the possibilities were with clay. And at that time I was doing just a lot of drawing and painting and never thought of myself as a 3D artist, but also had this like affinity for objects and this love for them, because there's so much nostalgia and memory that goes with an object, right? You have like a tactile, like sort of experience, sort of like I work with a lot of objects that may look like little vintage, like on the vintage side, sort of like a rotary phone. There's just sort of like memory and connection with it. And so objects are really integral in our lives, right? So I just started developing those ideas. And then I went to graduate school, like really, I took a year off. So I was seriously like still sort of a baby. Went to graduate school at California, at CCAC when it still had the C at the end, and worked with Arthur Gonzalez and Viola Fry. And really just the commonality I see with all these people that I've studied with is like, there's this importance of integration of the 2D and 3D and use of narrative. I remember Viola all the time, were like really encouraging us all as graduate students to keep drawing. And so I just looked for ways to really marry the two in my work. And so it's just sort of continued through this day, and developing my narrative. It's like changed over time. And like I bring in different ideas and concepts. There's like the sort of the main one, it looks like these sort of like 50s and 60s imagery, like hearkening back to advertising and whatnot. But a lot of my stuff, it has the same foils of advertising, where you look at something and it draws you in, but then it's sort of giving you a message, and so you have to like dig deeper. And a lot of my stuff seems cheery if you look at it from afar, but then when it draws you in close and you start unwrapping the narrative, you start seeing kind of the seedy underbelly of things. And so there's a lot of statements about issues with feminism, environmental issues, political issues, and stuff like that. So, so I use the same sort of like notions in advertising, where it sort of draws you in and grabs you, and then you like sort of get captured by it. So what else? What am I missing, John?
I think you got it. I mean, you're in Missoula right now.
I'm in Missoula right now, like you said, in my kitchen, which is like where a lot of my objects come from. So
I think, yeah, I mean, if you could just lean over and talk about one of your pieces, that would be great.
Yeah, so here's a recent piece. John asked us to bring a piece. So this is like one, and it's been sort of interesting working during this time, because I am, of course, I'm working pretty much in administration and then with a nonprofit. So like these times are kind of challenging for us, but I always like to just sort of keep my sanity. I have to keep working in the studio, and deadlines are a really great way to sort of whip you into shape, right? This is a piece that I had just made. And so it's part of an Implements of Self-Construction series. And it's like I'm working on a series that's sort of inspired by two things, like sort of endangered species. So I have the monarch butterflies in this one, and so we have that in there. And then also I'm these like pegboards, I'm also working on like another series that has to deal with invasive species, and sort of the idea of invasive species as like plant and animal life around us, but the idea of also humans as invasive species, in a sense. Wow, I'm working with really cheery topics here. So, but like sort of like how like people colonize lands, and the history behind that, because it's like you like think about history and where we've come from and how we've like developed in our lives, and what effects we're having on the planet. So like I said, like my stuff seems really cheery from afar, and then you get in the deeper issues and you're like, oh boy. But yeah, so I'm just working on a series of those for a show that is a locally based show that's here in Missoula at the Zootown Arts Center in November. And so I can hold this up again if you'd like, John. Would you like me? And so the hammer is slip cast ceramic. I make these pegboards. They're actually just slabs, and I hand drill all the holes just because I want the pegboard to fit just right. So it is actually a lot of handwork in here.
I love that the pegboard is made out of clay too.
Yeah, I mean, I started making these hammers at one point, and then it's like somebody was like, well, why aren't you making the pegboards out of clay? And I'm like, you know, you're right. Like, I mean, I just sort of like coming from that trompe-l'oeil vein, you just like, you try to make as much as you can out of clay until the point, I mean, until the point where it's just absolutely ridiculous. But there are people out there who push that. For like, I am gonna plug one thing where there Ceramics Monthly this month, there's an article written by Dee Wood that covers me and two other artists that work with, it's called Ceramic Deception. So it's in this month's October Ceramics Monthly. And so it's with, it's an article with me and two other artists, and it's Mitchell Spain and Michael Schwegman, and as well. And the reason I bring this up too, because Mitchell Spain actually has manufactured screws that are made out of clay that actually fit. Like you can screw screw on the flask and it fits. So it's very fascinating what you can do with this stuff. I'm not that extreme, so I will not make screws out of clay. So.
Jeff, you want to talk about a piece you have there?
Sure. I have, you know,
walk around the studio, Jeff. Go and walk around the studio.
Yeah, I'm in a residency right now. I'm actually on sabbatical, so it's been really great for me to really explore new work. And part of my application for the sabbatical was to do a project that had to do with the threat of sea level rise. I've always been interested in sea level rise because I'm interested in the ocean and everything, but also because I rented a house years ago that was in a flood zone, and one February the king tides came and flooded the whole street, and it was just so amazing. I couldn't believe it. So I kind of got interested in this idea of king tides, that they come every year and they kind of show us what it's like to be flooded, what it's like to be, what it's going to be like in the future. King tides around here happen twice a year. I have my laptop on a turntable.
Can you tell us where you are, what residency, and where you actually?
I'm at the Marin Museum of Contemporary Art. It's in Novato, California, and it's on the old Hamilton Air Force Base. So the building I'm in is a historic building. It used to be like the officers for the Air Force, the officers' offices and things. And then they have like a war room on the second floor that I'm gonna actually have my show in November and December. So it's a year-long residency. I've been here since January, and I've been coming in almost every day. And it's been so great just to be able to have this time to really think about my work in different ways. Of course, I'm still making dogs. You can see there's one in the background there. I'll show you that. This one. This is sort of like out of the big pieces, I am able to, make some dogs. This one's called Ripple, and this is actually inspired by the tide charts, the waves on the tide charts, and I'll show you that in a second. What I'm working on is tidal markers, and I've done a project like this in the past. This was at a residency I did in Mexico, and these are ceramic markers that I put in this lake, and these were about drought, because this lake dries up. It fills up in the summer and then it dries up almost completely dry because they're experiencing drought. This is in Michoacan near Morelia, Mexico. And so I did this piece like indicating like the water loss. And then I also did a land-based one that was like this. So I'm doing similar work. This was part of my proposal. This is land-based to show the tide on the markers here. And then during the king tides, I made these models. I hadn't been in the residency long enough to have made the physical pieces, but I made these models out of melamine, and I put them at 6 different locations during king tides. This was in January of 2020. This is in Sausalito, California. And you can see that there's a pathway that gets flooded. I actually posted these images on the California King Tides Project website, and they put them on the app. And so here's information from that. So I have 6 different locations that talks about where they are. You can see that they're just located there. And then I have another one here that's actually by Heath Ceramics in Sausalito that gets flooded by the king tides every year. So I'm working on these. I actually have some built. And I'm gonna spin this thing around so you guys can see. This is my wall here. And okay, so you can see up here is a tile.
Jeff, you turned the mute off.
I got it.
Okay.
And then these pieces you can see in the background. I can't get the whole thing, but these ones here, these are the tide markers that I'm going to be putting out. I'm going to put those out. I made a total of 7 of them, and I'm going to be putting them out for the king tides. This is coming up in November. I'm actually going to put them up at low tide and then have the tide come up and then take them down after the king tide. So it's like an event. I just do it. It's a 6-hour event. There's these other ones here that these are actually based off of these Argo buoys, which log tidal sea level rise, and they're all over the world. So these are modeled after those. And of course, my show will have some of the research. Of course, COVID, I was working with this black clay, this Cassius clay, and I was making these random shapes, and I was going to put something up. But if you can see this piece in the background, the COVID, I wanted to do something because I was looking at art right after this whole thing hit. What happened was the street artists were the first ones on the scene to make all these beautiful like graffiti things about COVID and the mask wearing and all that stuff. And I was really inspired by that. So I had all these random shapes that I was making beforehand. And these were kind of scraps from a piece that I was making. So I was making these kind of random black porcelain shapes. And I wasn't sure what I was going to do with them. But then one day I just woke up and I said, I'm going to do this phoenix rising from the COVID. So there's that, and then, so studio tour. And then I have pieces in the kiln right now, right next to that, you can see here, these are right there. Those are the markers, the land-based markers that I'm making. I'm making a total of 12 of them. And I'm using these kilns here that are Scott Electric. They're great kilns. And I make all the pieces so they're in sections and they can fit in the kilns. I get 1 in every kiln. So I have 3 going now, and then I'm going to put this one in. I'm continuing to make more of those. And then you can see over here, there's another dog that I made here at the residency. And that's my cool table. And then that's it. That's my studio. So I'm working on the Sea Level Rise project, which is going to be the basis of my show at Marin MoCA, which is the Museum of Contemporary Art. And I'll have documentation about sea level rise. And I'm also going to be installing, after I do the King Tides project, I'm going to be installing the pieces in a body of water in Marin County, and there'll be an extended show of them. So they will be there, not necessarily in the King Tides, but in the water as similar to this piece here. So I'm going to do that in the Marin County Park. So I'll let everybody know when that goes up. And this will be part like a field exhibit from the show that I'll be having at the museum. There'll be a lot of documentation, there'll be signage about King Tides. So it's about awareness, to bring about awareness. One of the things that inspired me for this project was I saw in San Francisco at Marina Green, they have that beautiful pathway and all these bikers and joggers. And they have a sea level rise marker, which is like a long red and white stick. And it has all this information about like when the sea is going to be that high. But nobody stopped to look at it because it wasn't very interesting looking. It was just a stick. And so I thought to make something that is interesting to look at, and then the second thing that will come out of it, the takeaway would be that you learn something about sea level rise, and especially king tides when these are up for that active show. Like I call it a pop-up exhibit. I'll just put them up. I load my pickups up, set them up, take some pictures, talk to people while they're going by, and then take them down after the tide goes down. So that's my studio in a nutshell. The Phoenix piece kind of came out of my interest in like tying knots. I wanted to work with like weaving and work with pieces of clay and kind of weave them together. I wasn't really sure what I was going to make, but that inspiration really came from this book, which is called The Marlin Spike Sailor, which is an old book that my father used to use. And I didn't realize that when I was younger that my father was kind of a crafts person. He used to make all these knots. You know, he used to do like these knots like this because he liked to sail. So he had a boat, a sailboat, and he made all his own knots and everything. I never realized then that he used to get up in the morning, go on the boat and like do all these kind of craft projects. And I didn't realize that how creative he was then. And I do now, like he's passed away now, but now I realize like he was kind of an artist of himself by weaving knots together and making these mats and making rigging. So I kind of had an interest in like string and rigging. And the clover piece, there's thousands of strings, and actually the back, if it was two-sided, the back might be more interesting because it has all the knots on it. Like behind each one of those pieces of porcelain, there's knots. So I thought that, that interest came to me from, inspired like years and years later from this book that was like, this was the only book on the boat. So we would read it. We'd have to learn how to tie a bowline and a running hitch and the square knot, which is different from the granny knot, all these things. So as kids, we learned all that stuff. Yeah, any questions?
We were going to go in. You guys can talk about amongst yourself if you have questions for each other, but really kind of we were hoping you could address, the audience was hoping to address what was that major thing that made you pivot. Jeff, you kind of already talked about it, the pivot to become an artist and how that happened. So maybe Shailene could answer that because I think Jeff already answered it. You just happened into it, which was great.
Yeah.
So Shailene, what got you so steadfast that you decided like, hey, I'm going to be an artist, I'm going to make art, I'm going to have a studio, that kind of thing? That people would like to know that.
Foolishness, no. Seriously. I mean, I had just sort of, I was always creating things my entire life. So like always drawing and painting. And so it was always something that was around me and encouraged. And I just, like I said, I sort of went through graduate school pretty early on. So that sort of practice of like working in the arts and having a studio got instilled in me pretty young. I think I finished graduate school when I was 24, 25 years old. So, and really at that time, I was really interested in just making work and hanging out and seeing bands in Oakland. So, and it's just like, it was something that I just took seriously. And just kind of a word of advice that I have for people like trying to, keep their practice going and stuff like that is like when I was like sort of trying to get my career started, I sort of set imaginary deadlines for myself all the time. And so like deadlines are a really good way, like once you like to keep you going. So when you're outside, like young and outside of that school structure and you're not having assignments being made to you, I just started setting goals and deadlines for myself. And, I'm a pretty goal-oriented person. And so that sort of helped me like kind of keep dedicated. And I just always just appreciated having creative people around me. I think the fact that I kept a close connection with people who I studied with, and they were mentors, and then like later turn into like peers in a sense. Like I'm able to talk to them like as like them still being my mentors, but the same way like talk to them about arts like as being a fellow artist. So I've always appreciated that sort of relationship that I've developed with these people in my life. And going to like being in the Bay Area for quite some time developing my work really just helped me a lot because there's just so much inspiration around and so many great people working in ceramics. So, and it was sort of like, I developed my style of work in the Bay Area, and I come from that lineage of working with these people. So I think it was just very exciting and encouraging to be in the field and getting started in the field at the time I did. So just having that inspiration all the time was just super influential in my development as an artist. So
yeah, I think it's interesting you talk about the people, because I mean, as I remember, I didn't really play sports or anything, so I didn't have like a team of people. I had some friends growing up, but it wasn't like I had this big group that we all did something. And the first time I was really in a ceramics classroom, in that kind of that synergy that happens in a ceramics classroom, and it was really like a couple weeks after the class started, and all the students were making things, and we were all making stuff in our own place, but also together. And then the thing about sharing the kilns and that whole community really drew me in. I felt like I belonged somewhere, really, in a community, like a community of like-minded people, like ceramics. It's like, we're sort of like, I always think of us as like, we're this cult or something, this cult family, especially when you go to NCCA, it's like, so I felt like I belonged there, and then when I wasn't there, I felt like I needed to go back to be there and be with the people that I was learning with and from. So I thought that, that's really important. And I think that is what, when I see students come to the classroom, when that clicks with them, maybe after 3 weeks or something, they're in there, it clicks with them, they really like ceramics because it's kind of like their people are there too. So
yeah,
I see students kind of going ceramics.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very, the work I make, like I can do it on my own and have a little kiln and just be a weirdo in a basement somewhere and like not come out for months and months and months, right? But ceramics just isn't that way. In sort of like the way you like that sort of things develop. You look for, like, for example, wood firing is very strong, like very popular in the state of Montana. A lot of people are involved, and it definitely takes a village to make that happen. And so that's like, I've always appreciated that sense of community and lineage also in ceramics. You see that, Jeff, you and I were talking about that yesterday when we were discussing stuff, like seeing that sort of like the interconnections and how we all met and who all we've been influenced by, and those influences, and how there's these interconnections in clay. So
yeah, we talked about that, the ceramics family tree, and like everybody could contribute to it. It would be like this mighty tree, and all the branches would go different places, but we all sort of know each other through some common root. I kind of think of the avatar tree or something like that. So, there's the clay, but yeah, and it's funny how, like, and we were also talking about how we met. Like I could remember only because I have a drawing of on the back of my NCCA badge. It was at an NCCA, and I have a drawing from Tomoko Nakazato, who was drawing on our badges, and we were all together in a bar seeing it at NCCA, and she was drawing on our badges, and I think we were exchanging drawings, and I still have that. It's in my office, and I remember meeting you because you were so funny. Like, I was like, who's this funny person here? Who is this? I don't know this person. And so I think Jen and Tiffany introduced us or something, but we were all there. And it was one of those scenes where it was, and a lot like Kaka too, where we're all there we're from different schools, but we get there for that few days, and Kaka's more intimate because it's mostly us from California, Oregon. But NCCA, it just happened to be that all the kind of I call them these clans from the Bay Area, like there's CCA, there's Berkeley, there's San Jose State, there's Chico, there's San Francisco State Academy of Art. All these clans are kind of together, at one place. And when we met at NCCA, it just happened. It was like the Bay Area scene or something. Just was there, like everybody was there. Was
that San Diego?
That was, I had to look it up because I couldn't remember, but it was actually in Arizona, Phoenix, Arizona.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I had a show there. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. So that was a good NCCA. And I think, Shailene, you said you still have your card too.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I keep everything.
That's a good drawing.
It's a terrible problem to have, but it's like no surprise that I'm not a minimalist, right?
Right.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, so I had a question for Shailene about her work, because I was trying to get some like connections between our work, like how we work, like, we both work with bright colors, and Shailene, you work with sort of like this kind of vintage narratives, and And then, you know, I'm known as the dog guy. I do other stuff, but people always ask me, right, wherever I am, they're like, how come you don't do any cats? Like, why don't you do cats, right? And I'm like, well, I did do one cat. I made one cat and I painted a cat on canvas, but I'm into dogs, right? And there's various reasons why I'm into dogs, and it has to do with like coming from being once a figurative sculptor exclusively, and then I made a dog to go with a human figure, and then I realized that dogs are much easier to abstract because there's all kinds of different dogs. There's short-legged dogs, long-legged dogs, big-eared dogs. So I love that I could just abstract it and it's still a dog, right? My dogs don't even really look like dogs, but they kind of elude dog. But so people always ask me, why do I don't do any cats? I always get that question. And I say, well, I did make one, you know? And I wanted to ask you, because I'm looking at your work, I'm looking at your images, like, where are the dudes, right, on your work, right? So has anybody ever asked you that? Right?
You know, people always ask me, not always ask me that, but I mean, it's like in a lot of a lot of those ads that are centered on domesticity and stuff like that, the women are imagined in these places, and you only see the dudes in certain roles in those, right? And so I am really focusing on that stereotypical woman that's like sort of this like 50s or 60s ideals out of advertisements from then. And I mean, they all like have the same body type. They all have the same like skin color, which is a little like you start looking at these little things and unpeeling them. And it is commentary on like race and culture, that I am like, the fact that I'm like whitewashing everything is like sort of like investigating it, because like there's so much in American history that's like been whitewashed, right? And so like I am sort of like, it's basically the same woman all the time, just in different variations and hairstyles and stuff like that. So introducing the male into it just like throws it into a whole different narrative, which I haven't even like sort of begun to like, that sort of opens up another Pandora's.
Have you ever tried that but then erased it? Like, that's not working.
Exactly. They end up looking like the women when we start making them. So
I mean, there's one on one of your pegboard pieces, there's one figure that's in red that I was like, maybe that's a guy, the one guy or something. So it's like,
no, it's not. But it is like interesting. And I mean, it was funny because it's like we talked about, I mean, because our work is just so different in some ways, but one like thread I started noticing through our conversations in this past half hour is we like both talked about like sort of addressing these environmental issues and stuff like that. And so, you know, even though like we're working in these wildly different ways, there's like these like threads of commonality, and sort of also like you talked about how your the connections with your father and these memories about how he's a maker and stuff like that. And I was really influenced, like I have a lot of sewing notions and stuff like that in my work, and a lot of those ideas like come from like my experience of growing up, my mother sewing all our clothing and dragging me to the fabric store, and I'd like sort of sift through the like piles of like, I used to have these huge tables with like 1-cent buttons or 5-cent buttons, and like it was this field, and I would just sit there. I'd organize the buttons and color, like I'd find all the like buttons and organize them. I think that's what would keep me busy for 2 hours while my mother was looking through the catalogs of what to sew, right? So it's sort of those influences from like growing up, and these like sort of memories of these distinct things in our lives, and how it's interesting how that also is a commonality there in both of our like reasons why we make the things we do.
And it's funny you didn't realize it then, you know, that it would all be like fodder for your artwork, you know. I didn't realize it then, like all this stuff. And like with my dad, like all the things about navigation that my dad knew, like this was like before like GPS and all this stuff. He would like take a sextant and like find out, we're in the middle of the ocean and there's no land or anything at night, and he'd find out where we are with a sextant, and he could put it on a chart. I was freaking out, like there's no land, we're all gonna die. And he'd be like, no, I know exactly where we are, we're going this way. And I didn't realize how amazing that was, you know, that he could do that, you know. So a lot of that comes back to my work, and my work is a lot about navigation. I have navigational symbols in my work, even on the dogs, there's things that have like marine culture kind of images. And so it kind of comes back and it kind of gives me this sort of sense that, you know, like the whole thing about navigation and markers and lighthouses and buoys and all that, they're kind of to keep like mariners safe, you know, so they don't crash on the rocks and they come home from a trip or something like that. So I always thought that was really great. And I always thought, you know, whenever I saw that lighthouse, you know, it was a good thing, you know, so it's like safety, you know, so that all those images come back to me and kind of gives you that sense of like, you're okay, you know?
Okay, so do you want to, now do you want to address some of these questions, or you want to, or Shailene, why don't you ask a question of Jeff now? Go ahead. You have a question for Jeff? Or
Well,
Jeff?
I think I did, like, wait, I asked him
Okay,
about that.
Jeff, why don't you ask Shailene a question before we break into questions?
Okay, I just have one more, and probably it's yes and true, but I noticed, you know, on your figures, on your pieces, they're all, most of them are kind of doing something, that they're doing some task, they're doing something, and then some of them aren't, and they're sort of like looking away, like they have this like, there's like a secret there, and they're looking, and you look at them and you wonder what they're thinking, because they're not actually doing anything. And do you want like that connection, like between like the viewer and the person that's looking out? Do you want that person to be like addressing the viewer directly? You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's all sorts of things going on in there. Like there's various, like, it's like sort of like, I describe these things as sort of like film stills, right? Where you take this moment in time and capture something, and there's a history, there's a story behind it. And so it's like sort of engaging the viewer to sort of guess what those narratives are. And so you have these figures in the background, maybe like a side glance or looking amongst each other, right? And so it's like left to the viewer to sort of fill that information in and like try to make those connections, what's going on with the like figure in the foreground, for example, so that there is that sense of like creating a narrative and letting the viewer like sort of run with that. And sometimes I leave clues in the piece. I like to be able to, I mean, I think one thing that was really, that speaks to developing your work over time is that I used to make a lot of pieces I'd make it very glaringly obvious, like initially, like what was going on, right? It was sort of like you got it as soon as you saw it, right? And like as I've gotten older, I have been interested in keeping a little bit more to myself and sort of putting these hints out there and sort of like letting the viewer come and really get involved with the piece. Like you have to look around and see it, and like you can't get it right away. You have to like keep looking at it, and like that nice discovery of like seeing a movie a second or a third time and like discovering new things. So I'm like a lot more interested in doing that with my work now than I ever was before.
Yeah, you kind of get it enough on the first time to like, that's a great piece, and then maybe they see it the second time and like, oh, I didn't see that at first, and then maybe they see it the third time, and it kind of keeps feeding them information.
Yeah, and it sort of gives me more time to spend with my work. I used to I feel like I used to make my work a lot faster than I do now. I spend a lot more time with each piece and engage with it. And so that's really important to me, to be able to spend that little bit of time. And I think like in Michelle and Lisa's talk, they were kind of addressing that ability to like throw things out that aren't working. And I'm doing a bit more of that too, like, and if something's just not settling with me, right, just push it aside and either never finish it or throw it in the dumpster, right? So
yeah, sometimes in my work I look at like some of the pieces that I've labored on, and they're really kind of like, I'm so satisfied because all my questions were answered with that piece. And then I look at a piece that maybe I made when I didn't do all those steps, and it's like there's a freshness about it too. So sometimes I kind of try to keep that freshness in, like that kind of like I just made it kind of feel in the piece too, rather than kind of overwork it. Like, so I have this ability to kind of stop myself, like, don't rub that scratch out, because that's a mark that's part of the piece, you know, that's part of the making, you know, where, you know, maybe I used to with the rubber rib smooth everything down, but now I kind of leave stuff and kind of to leave it so there's a little bit of that spontaneity still there, you know, that life. When I look at some of my older work, I just slap things together, and, you know, clunky and wonky and stuff, but there's a freshness about it, right? Which I don't want to lose ever. You know, that kind of naive person that you didn't know anything about art, making art, and then the person that knows that knows more. I don't want to know too much in a way, you know?
Exactly. And it's just like so important with like your work. It's just like you have like the patterning and color and stuff like that, but there's also on the surface, it's like that sort of freshness and liveliness to it that does bring, you know, just because it's like, I mean, it's like you have this fired, unmovable thing, right? It's sort of like, and it's like sort of it's like it's like cold to the touch, like if you leave it outside in like the freezing cold, right? But then there's like sort of like this liveness to it is when you like approach it, right? And so like clay is a really fascinating material in that way, where we're able to like create this movement and light in it when
yeah, and kind of see things in this lump of clay too, as your work is evolving.
So Shailene, can you address the question of you're an administrator, but you also were at Watershed, you were at the break. Can you talk a little bit about, a lot of students are out there asking about residencies, opportunities, where to find these opportunities, but really, you know, that application, I mean, everything's so competitive these days. Could you address your success, how that happened, but also as an administrator, what you're looking for?
Okay, like in the residency programs and stuff like that, sure. I will address it first as a person who, like, I started, you know, I didn't do residencies right away just because I was like, you know, trying to pay off student loans and working and living my life and sort of like, and having a job, like didn't have the ability to leave for a very long period of time. And so I started off, I did a residency at Watershed, and that sort of piqued my interest in committing a little bit more time to doing that. And that was like really a short 2-week thing through UC Berkeley, where I was working, and also a scholarship. And so that enabled me to go there and have that little experience. And then a few years later, I went to the Bray as a summer resident, and then decided to, like, a year later commit to a long-term residency, which, you know, I saved up some money and it wasn't easy to do, but it really informed me. It was really important and pivotal to my work at that point to really focus and develop it, just because I was spending so much time torn between various things. And it's sort of like, I felt like I took a good step in a like different direction by doing that. And as far as from the administrative point and looking at resident artists, you know, it is about like sort of that work, like we always like, as like we review with when a lot of residency programs do this with a rotating committee of different artists that have been involved in the residency program. So it's not necessarily just my decision. I don't want it to be. And we're really looking at the work and sort of commitment to developing that. So really, like, images are of the utmost importance, because if you don't have decent images, then we just like push that aside. So I always tell people, like, you just got to get that stuff in order first. And because we really, like, that's the first round that sort of like determines that. And then we just start breaking it down, like, is this person a good fit? Because we're like a community-based studio, right? So you've got to like people. So you're not going to be able to be left alone. And we have a lot of great people in the community, but you have to really like people and like want to work in that environment. And there are some residency programs that do offer a bigger sense of isolation, but there's a lot of ceramic-based residencies. And as we mentioned before, a lot of clay artists, when you get into it, it's like you realize it's really community-based. So you really want to look at programs where it's going to give you what you want. If you want that community-based thing, then you apply for a program that's like really community-based. But if you don't, you want to look into something where you can be a little bit more isolated and work on your own. So But it's been interesting. Like there's so many residency programs out there now. There's like way more than there were like 10 years ago. And I think when I was in grad school, like Arthur Gonzalez brought out like all this information to the grad students, like opportunities to apply and whatnot. And, you know, there was just like a fraction then opportunities than there are now. There's like about every other ceramic arts center has a residency program, I feel like. So they're out there. So
You know, ceramic currently does a yearbook.
And Jeff, would you say that's a good bouncing off place for somebody before they become an artist in their own studio to go in the residency program?
Yes,
is that a good place to be? And Jeff, tell us about your residency, if you can answer that question.
Oh yeah, this is a great residency. It's a community residency also. And that's part of the application process with your ability to be involved in the community. There's kids groups, they do fourth grade enrichment. So part of my work here, we'll be working with them when they come back in. There's also, they have adult classes, there's other artists in the buildings, there's 3 buildings. So part of it was participating in the community at large, not just like being a recluse in your studio, but participating and volunteering. I'll be volunteering for a family day event where they're going to be doing it outside with the tents. That's in a couple of weeks. And I'm helping, you know, set up the tents and take down the tents. So part of that was part of my involvement with the center. This is a really great residency because it's close to my house, and it's what, you know, most residencies are a live-in. This is a live-out residency, so it worked out as being really convenient for me because I live close. So I'm really just 5 minutes away. So it's perfect. They provide me with a really great studio in a historic building, and there's a classroom multi-use classroom they use for painting or encaustics, different whoever's teaching, and there's also ceramics. Former student of mine just taught the summer ceramics class, which was, you know, spatial distancing class, but she taught that. So it's an opportunity for people that are graduating from, you know, undergraduate who want to get some teaching experience. I think it's a good stepping stone between, you know, undergrad and grad school. And I think students are mostly intimidated to apply to residencies, like their portfolio is not good enough. So I know the American Ceramic Society publishes this thing called a yearbook every year, and I love it. It's my favorite issue of Ceramic Monthly and Pottery Illustrated. It's a yearbook, and they have the residencies, most, not all, but most of the ceramic-centered residencies listed there, and they show the current residents, and they have a picture of them and a picture of their work. And it's great because you could see it. If you're a student, that person looks like you, looks like a student who just graduated from undergraduate. And so that can give you a sense like I could be in that picture if I apply, but you have to apply. You have to write a statement of intent. You have to do this kind of thing. So it's kind of preparing what you're going to do, how you're going to use the residency, you know, in the time you're there. There are different lengths of them. So what projects that you could do, and it has to be like a feasible length of a project so that they know you're coming prepared, not just to be involved with the community, but also to have a successful body of work or work that comes out at the end. So you're not there like, well, I don't know what to make, I better draw something. You're already prepared to hit the ground running when you get there, because the time goes fast. I mean, I'm really enjoying this time, but it's going by fast. So I'm just in here like making stuff as fast as I can. So I think it's a really good stepping stone. Plus it gives you that portfolio of work to, if you want to go on and apply for graduate school, you have not just your undergraduate work, which was usually assigned projects. And sometimes we can see that, like these are assigned projects, but your independent work that you're independently thinking and of ideas and creating, you're writing, you're thinking about your work, you're talking about your work more. So you had that chance to do that on your own. And then, so if you come out of that still going, then that would lead you into like being more viable candidate for graduate school, or also post-bac programs. There's a number of those in the country too, which are also good. I've had a number of students do those post-bac. There's even like where you can apply, and maybe you didn't make the cut for grad school, but they offer you a post-bac thing, and then you can apply next year. So those are good opportunities too.
Okay, yeah, so they want to know where to find those. Those are the residencies. There's a whole page in Ceramics Monthly, correct?
In the yearbook, it's called Yearbook. They publish it. Yeah, and
Well, and the yearbooks features the like current residents in the program, but I do believe Ceramics Monthly puts out a bit like residency. It's like early in, I forget which month it is, but it's around the time a lot of the residency
They
programs.
list them on their website as well. Ceramics Monthly has a button that says residency. So
yeah,
go to Ceramics Monthly online.
it's a great resource.
That
But
gentleman.
look it up and just do it. Like apply. What do you have to lose? And
Yeah,
if, apply for stuff. You know, when Shailene was talking about her like early work and stuff, I was thinking about the first piece and I ever got into a show. This was years ago, but it was in the Lancaster Museum of Art. And I remember getting like the congratulations letter that you're going to be in a show. I jumped up and down like so many times, so excited. But I had been rejected like 20 times before that, but I kept pushing. I kept going. And then I got that letter and it was like, then I applied for 10 more shows and got accepted. And it's like the rejection part, don't take the rejection, just, you can see the first 3 words of the rejection letter, just put it away and then apply for 3 more, like fight back, you know?
Yeah, and those rejection letters never totally go away, right?
No.
Okay. Are you guys ready for questions now?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So, Mary Carmen has a question for Shailene. Shailene, I noticed that you make objects that are denied of their utilitarian function. How do those objects help you get your message through? How do you choose them? Or is it more about the painted narrative?
Well, the painted narrative like goes along with the object, right? And there's like kind of a conversation between the two. And you know, that's sort of like I pick objects that like sort of like domestic based objects. And so, or, you know, they pick me. Like, seriously, the most recent vacuum that I made, somebody actually dumped it on my porch. And so the object found me in that sense. But it's really like, I've had connection, like I do pick the objects based on like sort of twofold of like sort of my resonance with them and what place they have in our lives and our households. And then also my ability to incorporate a narrative onto it and if it makes sense. But sometimes I'll make a mold of an object because there's something that I really like about it, but I just don't have the narrative there yet. So sometimes I make molds of things and they kick around for a while because I just haven't figured out the right narrative for it. So it is important for me to have those two things have a connection. And so they aren't like two disparate things where I'm just putting image on something that has nothing to do. Like, for example, with the phones, it's like there is like some communicating or a lack of communication going on. And so there is a dialogue between what the object is and the narrative that's happening on the object. So here's one of the phones here. And actually, as part of the workshop that I'm going to be doing on October 10th, I'm going to be actually showing some of my slip casting and then kind of walking people through the creation from start to finish of one of these phones. And so this is like sort of what I'm talking about, where like the narrative goes with, there is a connection between the narrative on the 2D object, or there's a narrative on the 3D object. So there's a clear connection between the 2D and the 3D. And then the bees are sort of messengers is there as well. And then, so in the workshop I'll be talking a little bit more about narrative too, but then the whole process from start to finish. And so hopefully that answers your question.
That was good. That was
Yeah.
good. Hey, Jeff, Nadia wants to know how you find balance between your work, the administrative and teaching, and creating your own work, and how do you make time? Do you have any advice for Nadia?
Yeah, I think you have to set goals for yourself and you have to set aside time. I always see my artwork as like my job, you know, like that's my job, so I need to go do it. Even though probably the majority of time that I spend, hours and hours I spend, I'm not getting paid, but I don't think about that. I just think I need to go to work, you know? And you have to have the self-discipline to go into the studio and treat it like a job, like bring your lunchbox and go in there and limit distractions. I do have very little time throughout the year when I'm teaching full time. So I really need to concentrate on the breaks that I have and have a plan and really kind of hit the ground running, have a plan ready to go, have all my drawings, everything I need beforehand, so that when I go into the studio, I can maximize my time. And I try to limit my distractions. I mean, I bring my food, so I don't have to go get a lunch, or because hunger can be a distraction, right? So make sure you have something that you can eat and you don't have to leave your studio or leave your thought process. I think a lot of in my creative process, I learned that my train of thought while I'm making, especially since I work intuitively, is really important to me. And so while I'm working, I really need to keep that going by limiting anything that can like disrupt that, because I could be like almost on to the next, like the idea evolving to the next phase. But if my train of thought is broken, then I may not have gotten where I was almost going. So I want to make sure that I'm prepared to do that. And then, you know, just having kind of a go-get-it attitude too. Like, you know, go do your work the best you can, go to your studio, do it best you can. And, you know, just keep enthusiastic about it. Keep your motivation up, just keep going. And, you know, developing new ideas is always exciting too. That's a really good way to keep you, to get you to start working. So, and then even like experimenting can be surprising too. When you have time to experiment with new ways of working, that's really encouraging too. So yeah, so it takes a lot of energy. So good thing I'm high energy.
Hey, Jeff, really quick, if you could answer it quickly, the question from Patty and several people are, why don't you just leave the markers up permanently? And then the answer, of course, is I wouldn't be able to sell them then, and we have to eat. But go ahead, your answer.
Well, the permanent, they will find a home permanently. So they will.
Question, why don't you leave them up permanently?
Mean when I take them to the tides?
The markers, why don't you just leave them there?
Oh, they'll leave them there. Well, you have to have permission to do that. So the permission part of it is the harder part, because there's, wherever you are, wherever there's water and land connecting, like whether it's a lake or an ocean, there's jurisdictions. Like certain people have certain jurisdictions. It's a very complex network of who has jurisdiction over to give you permission on what. Like when water covers land, then it's a different jurisdiction than water's not on land. So it's very complicated. My initial thing was just to show it and just make people aware. Ultimately, yeah, I will have some nice JPEGs, and I'm gonna put the work out there and see where it could be permanently installed. But for now, I'm really just trying to raise awareness. And then pieces will live on somewhere. I mean, I don't know where they're gonna live, but I'm using them right now. I'm kind of using them to raise awareness, to show people like what it looks like when the tide comes up. And then, well, especially when unusual tides, like king tides, are really an example of what it's going to look like always in some places. In some states like Florida that are very flat, a lot of the real estate there is going to be gone. And there are whole countries actually that are going to be gone. You know, they're just going to be flooded permanently. So yeah, so that's my long, short answer for that question.
Okay, great. So then, Shailene, the question is about your style. Do you ever feel like you're stuck and you don't, you know, you want to get out and try different things? Or, you know, my thing was that, you know, in the end, the great concept that you and Liza Lou both have in common is if you had, I don't know if people know this, but if Shailene had a bunch of money and she had a bunch of time, she would just make a giant installation, right, Shailene?
Yeah, sure. I mean, and that's the thing. It's like so funny because, for example, scale is one thing that I've messed around with a little bit more, just because like my objects are so small and intimate. So there's been some larger, like the vacuums, and I've made some dress forms. And so these like larger pieces have given me like these sort of larger canvases. And so I've been enjoying like sort of working with that. I think of like things like, you know, for example, Jeff has like been at Mission Clay before, working like, you know, thinking about working on that scale, like, and those sort of new ideas that get creative and the like different ways of working and how you approach something, and like that transition of scale is kind of like, I'm like sort of made baby steps of that. But I know like stylistically with work, you know, maybe it's just like for me to switch stylistically, it's sometimes like just getting a new implement of like mark making in my hand. Like if you give me like something like an oil pastel, like my like kind of like line quality completely changes. And it's sort of like just, you know, if I had all the time in the world and all the money in the world, John, and could make that room, I'd do that, and then do a lot of like really large, like sort of bold marker works, right? So
It'd be like Klaus Holdenberg, right?
yeah,
Klaus
exactly.
but
So I have a whole different body of work too to show for
Rudy
it.
was also wondering for you, Shailene, is it important that you stay on that subject and that body of work for your life and for your career?
For my own edification. You know,
No,
I don't.
Yeah,
I mean, I enjoy it. I mean, it's sort of like these different topics. I mean, I sort of like, because of like, you know, things sort of like getting like cuckoo this year, right? I sort of like had this period where I couldn't really focus, or like I didn't have the time to make work, right? Because I was like busy trying to like save a nonprofit and apply for every grant possible. But it sort of gave me this pause and sort of think about like sort of the themes I work with my work and like sort of new things that like I want to address. And so what's great is like right now I do have, like I had deadline after deadline after deadline after deadline. So, and this was the year that I was gonna have like less deadlines and like really focus on some new directions, and then poof, like things, like I said, went like sideways. So, but I'm trying to get back to that and thinking about that. So like I'm in that period right now where like some new things might happen. They might look exactly like what I do, but there might be, things might go some different directions. So we'll see. I'm excited to see. I'm gonna like put the glass half full sort of spin on that. So
yeah, good
so
one.
we're gonna let everybody go to lunch. So we'll see everybody back here at 1:30 with Arthur Gonzalez and Lisa Clegg. If you have any last comments, you guys, go ahead. And Shailene's going to give a wonderful workshop. And then I kind of think Shailene really is a performance artist. I think, I don't look at this.
performance artist.
Performance artist, look, see? Look at this. You can learn how to do your own slip and your own mold. So anyway, we'll see you then on October 10th with Shailene, and you guys come back and right about 1:30, we're going to start with Arthur Gonzalez and Lisa Clegg live from North Carolina and Oakland and Alameda, California. So we're going to see you guys, and I really, really appreciate you guys taking the time out of your day and giving us such a great presentation. Yeah, I'm spoiled because I don't get to see you guys, so I was really happy to see you. All right, I'll see you guys in April. Take care. Thank you so much.
Thanks for tuning in.
Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you so much, John.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye. So we're going to come back at 1:30. Jeff's still there. Hi, Jeff. Bye, Jeff. Come back at 1:30. Say goodbye to Lisa Clegg. I'm going to say goodbye to Shailene Valenzuela. And we were talking a lot about rejection. So Arthur Gonzalez did these a book about rejection letters. And so we're really, really fortunate. We're going to have Lisa Clegg and Arthur Gonzalez at exactly 1:30. I'll be coming online broadcasting at about 1:15. So I'll see you guys about 1:15. I'm going to go eat lunch. Enjoy your lunch and take care. I hope to see you at 1:15. Bye. And then when Arthur and Lisa Clay came on, I got rid of them. So, okay. Oh, hey, everybody. How are we doing? It's now 1:15. We're going to start with Lisa Clegg and Arthur Gonzalez at 1:30. So, hi, Jared Frank. How you doing? It was nice to see that we have some friends from Portugal online, from Lisbon. Anybody ever been to Lisbon? Go to the Time Out Market. It's amazing. Great food. I've been there. Love the art of Lisbon. They have the best ceramics tile museum. Mar Ramos is from Lisbon, so from Portugal. And Mar's been tuning in, so that's great. If anybody has any questions for me, please feel free to ask me questions. We're going to be on with Arthur Gonzalez and Lisa Clegg here in about 20 minutes. So I'm just going to talk a little bit about what's coming up. April 23rd to the 25th, we've got the Ceramics Conference in person here in Davis, California. Hope you all can make it. All the exhibitions will be up. And then we're really fortunate this afternoon to have some really amazing people. Here's a nice, beautiful little piece of Arthur's. I don't know if everybody can see that. And instead of being frustrated about Zoom, he's frustrated with his book. And that great little piece. It's a little dark in here, I'm sorry. And then I've got my favorite piece. It's a head. I don't know if everybody can see the head. It's got a skull on it. It's a really marvelous little piece. I'm going to take it off the stand. So here's an Arthur Gonzalez piece. Look at that. That's gorgeous. Wow. Anyway, that is Arthur's piece. And then I've got some really big pieces in the gallery. If you come and visit me, I'm here Wednesday through Sunday. So I hope if anybody's in the area, I know a lot of you are from far away. Here's a little teeny piece of Lisa Clegg's. Don't ask me what it's about or what it means. I have no idea. She was talking about her dreams the other day. So she has amazing dreams. I'm glad I don't have these dreams. Okay. So, and then here's a fun piece, a little fun piece of Lisa Clegg's. Okay. And then we're really lucky we have a softbound and a hardbound book of Lisa Clegg's. So you can get this softbound, and it's really large, and it's got everything about her in here. Beginning of her life, her influences, her studio. I like, my favorite part in the book is you get to see some of the animals that are in her studio. You got dogs, and so that's kind of fun. So Lisa Clegg book, it's on our website for sale. Arthur Gonzalez book is crazy. It's 200 pages, it's heavy, and it's got his whole life. It's a life story, so that's kind of nice. And then we were talking about rejection quite a bit today with Michelle and Lisa Reinertsen. And so I do have the Art of Rejection book, and I have the Art of Rejection letters. I have some of them up in the gallery, and it's really a wonderful book. It really goes into depth about how each one of these letters he drew on and went ahead and dealt with rejection in a fun way. I love this one. This one's nice. Okay, so that's who we got. We got Lisa Clegg and Arthur Gonzalez up here in about 10 minutes. And I'm really happy that we are able to share with you these artists and just give you a preview of some of the other artists we have coming. We were talking about painting and drawing. This is just a cup by Bill Abright, but oh my God, look at that. It's like some incredible painting. It's one of a kind. Isn't that amazing? He's so talented. And then kind of more funkier imagery here, more Picasso. So those are fun. And then, of course, the greatest, a pioneer. We're lucky today. We don't have any pioneers anymore. Unfortunately, all dead. But here's a pioneer in American ceramics from the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. This is the great Lou Merrick, who kind of started us into ceramic surrealism. So you can see it. There it is. Got an idea of it. It's three-dimensional, but he's like a painter. So Lou Merrick, one of the great pioneers of American ceramics, is on this afternoon with Bill Abright, and we're looking closely at our 1:30 coming up. So Hannah, the book Art of Rejection is the next speaker, Arthur Gonzalez. And you can get it at natsoulas.com or shop.natsoulas.com. And it's posted in the chat room. But what's really great about it is it goes through his whole career. And the great thing Arthur will tell you is he continues to get rejected. So every few years, me and Arthur, we go ahead and we push for doing a new book. So we always add more letters. And I have a great story about the art of rejection, letters, and the book that I could tell if anybody wants to hear it, but I'm going to let you know. So I'm at the Armory in New York, 67 Park. I got my booth together at the art fair, and a guy comes in from Life magazine, of all places, and Life magazine was just dying about this time. And the guy told me that he was was interested in the Art of Rejection book, which was about only 25, 26, 30 pages at that time. That's 13 years ago. And he went on to later on contact us, and Random House did a book called Other People's Rejection Letters. Well, I sent like 20 images of Arthur's. They said they wanted to do 2 or 3 pages. They ended up using 14 pages of The Art of Rejection by Arthur Gonzalez, the images. And they gave us credit in the front, but they used his images as end pages. They never contacted Arthur or I about this, but it gave us a little bit of notoriety, and they were nice enough to thank us, but it was kind of an odd thing. Other people's rejection letters, they had like Jackie Robinson and Neil Armstrong, but it was a different thing. And they obviously got the idea from me and Arthur collaborating. Arthur wanted to do a show of the rejection letters during my CACA conference, and I told him I wanted to do a catalog or a book. And then what's really great about the Art of Rejection is that Arthur and I were at Ensika in Louisville, Connecticut. We did a talk about this, and we had a book signing about this. We had a talk here at CACA about it. But there's an interview in the back about the Art of Rejection, and how the book evolved was that he started to write about it because Random House then said, well, we may do your book too. Well, of course they never did, and we resubmitted it. So we got rejected from Random House, who stole mine and Arthur's idea. And they have this book called Other People's Rejection Letters. And everybody has one rejection letter. Arthur has 14. So it's an interesting phenomenon dealing with Random House. Was an editor there. And so anyway, they did love letters too and stuff like that. They were just coffee table books. So we thought maybe Random House was going to pick up our book. They never did. So that's Arthur's Art of Rejection by Arthur Gonzalez. So that is a great publication. This is kind of crazy though. This is like probably one of my favorite books. It's just massive. You can see just every chapter, a huge career, a lot of wonderful art. So I'm really fortunate that Arthur decided with Elena Peters to spend a year of their lives working on this wonderful book on monograph on Arthur Gonzalez. So we're real excited. We're going to have Lisa Clegg on October 3rd doing a workshop, and we're happy. We put everything in the chat room there, so you know everything. And I think that we're really fortunate to have such a great group of artists. This is the most wonderful thing in my life, is I actually get to be involved with these artists for a huge period of time. Like I was saying, with Lisa Reinertsen, Arthur and I knew each other 40 years ago, but I started working with him about 35 years ago in the gallery. So that was a real wonderful thing for me. So now I'm in a position where I'm looking closer at this concept of family. And it's a really interesting, wonderful thing about family is that my family has become this group of artists. So if you're lucky enough to be a part of this clay world, you too can be involved with these artists. And I think we're getting closer, but we're probably going to pull up Arthur and Lisa Clegg here right now. So I'm going to pull them up, and it's exciting. And if anybody has any questions, we're about 5 minutes away. We're still waiting for people to show up, and I am moving forward. So this is a wonderful thing we have today. We've got two artists that actually have influenced each other throughout their career. So we're going to pull them up here in a minute. I think we're just going to go with the Q&A, but if you want to go to the chat room, and if you raise your hand in the chat room at the end, we will answer your questions, but be prepared to unmute yourself if you want to talk live to them. Otherwise, just type in the Q&A room and I'll get the questions to them. So we've got two really amazing panelists. We got Arthur Gonzalez, who lives in Alameda, California, who has won an unprecedented 4 NEA grants, and he is a professor at the College of the Arts. And you kind of got that thing where Shailene was saying that she studied with Arthur and with Viola Fry. And what's interesting is that Arthur was coming in and Lisa Clegg was going out at the time of when Viola was there. So I am going to go ahead now and allow you to, in person, we're coming up on 1:30 in 3 minutes. We're going to be able to have an opportunity to talk to both of them. Lisa Clegg is a phenomenal sculptor that lives in North Carolina and is soon moving. And if you want to buy her house, it's on the market, so you can buy it. And I want a commission though, for sure. But anyway, probably one of the most interesting narrative artists. And I remember talking to Lisa, we did a show way back and about the idea of making paintings. And I've been talking with Arthur about it. Arthur is now in my Art of Painting show every year, and I have a conference in conjunction with that. And I think that's something that Arthur and Lisa have done. They've done what is unimaginable. They've crossed over, and they are artists. And they don't just show at ceramic galleries, they show at art galleries, which I hope I am too. And I'm really excited about this opportunity to let them talk to each other. And they're across the country, and the Zoom is great. And I want to thank them both, because without their help, we would not be here today. And all the artists have been so, I feel really blessed and really, really lucky, because I actually have a job now because of them. And for a while there, it looked like I was going to have maybe go insane because there was nothing to do. And Shailene was talking about this, that she's always got to be doing something, and she paints and makes things about people doing something. And I think that's really, if you're an artist, that's kind of where you come from. If you're not working, you feel a little empty. So without further ado, here we are. We got a minute, but we're going to pull them up right now. We got Arthur Gonzalez and Lisa Clegg. And please feel free to type your questions in the Q&A. And at the end, we'll definitely answer all of your questions. So here we are. We are live now. And it looks like everybody's come back from your lunch break. And we're happy to have you. So we can just have the two of you. And I am going to let them take over. Okay. Hi, Arthur. Hi, Lisa. How are you? Can you speak?
Yeah, how you doing?
Oh, I can hear you well. How about you, Lisa?
I'm good. Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's okay. It's not bad. That's pretty good.
You're very echoey.
It looks like, we're above you, but that's okay. Arthur is hieratic, and you're, yeah, okay. So,
ouch.
Go ahead, Arthur. You're our senior most member. We are going to show you the proper respect that you deserve. And if you could start it off and just talk about you, a little bit about you and your piece. And I really think the one major thing about Arthur is he's always been giving person. And I'm so happy all you students are out there today. And we're happy everybody's come back from lunch. So we're back at our numbers are back up. And I tried to keep you guys entertained as long as I could. Thank God you guys are here. I'm getting tired, believe it or not. All right, here's Arthur Gonzalez. Please, Arthur, tell us about where you are and what you're doing and who you
are. My name is Arthur Gonzalez. I am an artist that lives right now in Alameda, California. a little island off of Oakland in the Bay Area. It's pretty idealist in terms of idyllic, I guess is actually the better word, setting. It's always like about between 70 and 80 degrees here year round. When we get 90 degrees, we kind of freak out because we think the end of the world is coming. Even though I grew up in Sacramento, which is always between, right, in these days specifically, is between 100 degrees and 112 daily. It's crazy. I can't believe I actually grew up in that weather because I can't even stand to visit now. Let's see, so that's enough about location. I guess generally speaking, if I was going to make a synopsis about my work and my life in art, is that I grew up in Sacramento, the state capital, but it's a kind of like, aesthetically, it was really trying, in my mind, I can remember it was trying to be San Francisco instead of the, you know, the town of government. It wanted to always be a little bit more exciting than it actually was. And I have to say that today Sacramento is pretty exciting. I mean, it's got this amazing museum, the Crocker Museum, which actually was a small, more like a Western art kind of old Baroque painting museum, is now like really, you know, first-class museum. They expanded, and I'm absolutely very proud of that, which is saying something, because I was always the last skeptic, because I left Sacramento because I wanted something more than the few galleries that were being shown there. And also I wanted to, during my education, I went to state school, and then after that I went to UC Davis. And the one thing that's interesting about that is that I was raised in art. I learned how to paint. I was a painter, majored in painting. And at the time in the 70s, it was more of a thing where you learned how to paint realistically, actually photorealistically. It was during a time where, you know, there's many art movements happening at the same time, but in the Bay Area, photorealism was really huge, and offshoots of that. So my teachers were all photorealists, so I learned how to be a realist painter. And it was also very, very, you know, how to paint right. Not well, but how to paint right, you know, the correct way of doing this, stretching a canvas, mixing colors. So all of the chops, I got that down, but I was never really interested in the whole pedagogy of it, the whole thing where you're starting a painting and then you know what the painting should look like at the end and you just execute, you know, now do that painting that's in your mind now. And when it looks like what you think it should look like, then you're done. So it's not very exciting. But so I went through a lot of change, but during that time, I applied to graduate school, and actually this was the beginning of the rejections. I applied to like 6 places for my master's degree. One of them was Davis, but the rest were like all over the country, and I got 6 rejections for my painting applications. And so it's one of those things that if you get 1 or 2 rejections, you kind of say, oh, they don't know what they're talking about. You get 6, it's kind of like a consensus. You know, it's a countrywide consensus that maybe you should rethink your paintings that aren't very interesting. So the thing is that I took a year off, but while I took a year off, I actually was taking other classes, but more like one-to-one classes, you know, a painting class here and there, etc. But then also I started thinking about working with clay. Now, the reason why I wanted to work in clay because I needed an alternative to canvas, and not that I wanted to make sculpture at all. So I was, and I saw when I was at Sac State, I saw Robert Brady and Peter Vandenberg who were teaching there, who weren't my teachers because I was a painting student, but I saw them working, and I thought, that clay stuff, I think I can use that stuff. I think that's going to work for me in terms of like an alternative to a canvas. And so I slung all these clay slabs and fired them like a big stack of wacky looking pancakes. And then when they came out, I oil painted on them, and I responded to the edge. And so they're more oval than square. Anyways, I wanted to go to Davis because I really wanted to learn under Wayne Thiebaud, who's my star, who actually turned 100 years old this year. It's amazing. And then what happened was that I reapplied and I got into Davis. But the thing is, because there were ceramic slabs, paints on ceramic slabs, when I was accepted, I was all excited because I thought I was going to learn under Wayne Thiebaud, and instead I'm learning under Robert Arneson, which was honestly kind of disappointing to me because I wanted Wayne. And so everybody was going, wow, I can't believe you're going to learn under Bob Arneson. I thought, yeah, whatever. I really was kind of like, okay, I guess that's what it's going to be. And my whole time with Bob was amazing, but not in the way that you would think. It was really, really difficult. I had to learn everything from how to make a slab. That's all I knew how to do. When I went to graduate school, you want to know what I would do, and I said, I know how to make a slab. That's it. So it's like talking about a learning curve, right? Graduate student under Bob, no, just don't know how to make it. So anyways, after graduation, I spent the next 10 years away from California. A couple of years in the South, Louisiana and Georgia. Georgia was great. It was during the huge music scene there. There's when REM and B-52s were students. Well, B-52s just moved to New York, but REM they were all like art students. All art students were musicians and vice versa. It was crazy. Anyways, then after that, I moved to New York for about 7 years. And then I moved back to California, and this time the Bay Area. And then I started teaching at California College of Arts and Crafts in 1991. 1991. I gotta use an old man's voice there. And then what happened after that is I met Lisa Clegg, who was a TA at the time. So I've known Lisa since 1992 or something like that. Yeah, and fast friends. So that brings me kind of up to speed. That's kind of like stopping at Lisa. I can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey. Well, so I'm supposed to tell you my spiel. I live in North Carolina, and this is my studio, and I live in the beautiful Smoky Mountains. My house is up for sale. This studio is up for sale, so if anyone is interested. But yeah, I just want to connect with where Arthur left off. That we met, I think, Arthur, it was a little later. I graduated in '91 from California College of Arts and Crafts, and then went out and worked for a bit, and then Viola invited me back or she wanted me to come back and be the tech. And that's when we met.
It was kind of more like 94 then, something like that, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That's right, because Deirdre was there for a couple of years when I first came in, yeah.
But my story is my parents were both artists. My dad was a metal sculptor. My mom was a clay person, potter. And I grew up just always putting things together and mixed media and making things all the time. But I knew I never wanted to do clay or metal. So I went into illustration and down in, Columbus College of Art and Design. Then transferred up to the Cleveland Institute of Art when I decided I couldn't be an illustrator. And my initial experience with clay was when I had to take an elective, and the only thing available was clay. And so it was forced on me, it wasn't my choice at all. And I studied with Judith Solomon, Bill Briard up there, learned how to make pots. And they taught me so much technical information. I could, I can't use it for the rest of my life. So that was great. But eventually I got interested in sculpture and, started I remember a couple boxes I made. Back then it was 83 or something, and I sculpted cicadas and frogs and all these creatures that I love so much and put them in boxes. And that was my first epiphany, was like, wow, this is exciting. And then another piece I did at the Institute was when I started mixed metal and clay, which is mixing my mother and my father together. And I built these two huge boxes that were, steel base, fencing wire with clay, and they were like Iron Maidens. They were like 8 feet tall with a figure hanging inside. And that's the other thing that got me turned on. It was like, oh, metal and clay. And then I went out to California, went to Japan, had layover, met Viola in San Francisco, got a studio, place over there in Oakland, and then finally got into grad school and started to experiment with metal and clay. So that's kind of like, so I did that, graduate school, all abstract, no figure until I got out of school, and then later met Arthur. That tie us together.
And then everything ended. And then everything's, and then the rest of the world was fuzzy after that. I was like,
Yeah.
it all went
Right. Yeah, yeah.
Lisa, I have something you said that was, I thought was really cool, was that is that you said when you looked into this, the box of cicadas that you made, or all these elements, and you just looked at them, you had an epiphany, right? You said you used that word, right?
Yep.
And
it was when clay became like something else. It could be when I saw those cicadas sculpted that I sculpted,
yeah,
it just blew my mind.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. I think the thing, but of course before that you made a whole lot of things, right? You like a whole, it was a long time before you came to that point, right?
Gosh, yeah. Pots and
Yeah,
pots
yeah.
walking off the wheel and legs and creatures.
But the epiphany thing that I think is really interesting because, you know, I had that same experience where I had, you know, you make, when I was in Georgia. I remember the specific moment. When I was in Davis the year before, I was making, of course, because you had gigantic kilns, everybody wants to make gigantic work, right? So they can use that, those kilns. You never know when you're gonna be able to do that again. So I was making these busts, but then I had to like say, well, what kind of you know, because of the white cube thing, he's like, well, what kind of pedestal would they be on? So thinking more like Brancusi, you know, what's the shape that's gonna go? What's the shape underneath that's gonna go on top? You know, with this bust thing. And so, but I always thought that was kind of strange because I didn't care about the pedestal, but it has the piece has to be eye level to some degree. I mean, it has to be eye level. You can't just let
How do you get it up off the ground?
How do you get it up there so people can see it? I'm not interested in making whole bodies, and also I'm not interested in people going behind it. So I didn't know I didn't want it. The wall. So going to the wall was the logical answer, where you can levitate, and also you know, it's more theatrical. You can't go behind it. But the thing is that I came up with that idea in Georgia. I didn't make anything like that when I was in grad school, but it was when I was in Georgia. Maybe it had something to do with the fact that it was a big music scene in Georgia, and I would go see music every night, literally every night, because it was all you know, school bands, right? And so you saw everything on stage, and so maybe that frontal concept or something. But the idea is that I remember it was one piece that I put on the wall after it came out of the kiln, because the thing is, when I'm making this, they're not on the wall while I'm making it, they're on the table, you know? And then once they come out of the kiln, I could put it on the wall. And I remember specifically that when I put this piece on the wall and I could see it for the very first time, I had that epiphany. You know, I got chills and amazed that it wasn't like, oh, I can't believe, isn't it amazing what I just made? It's more like, I can't believe that I made this. You know, it becomes an entity in and of itself that's looking at you. And that's what's, and it's like, oh my God, I can't believe the impact that this is giving me.
Well, it's the epiphanies that catapult you into the next place.
Right.
So for me, one was the boxes with the insects, and then the big piece realizing I could mix metal and clay. And the third was after grad school, because I didn't even start the figure until I got out of graduate school, was that I could take my dreams and translate them in through the figure and bring them into fruition, you know? So like, what are the epiphanies, that those moments that just are like, wow. And that, you know, that's the exciting part.
Right.
Those are exciting moments.
Yeah,
when
and you
just go like, oh, hell yes.
Yeah, I think when that happens, and you can't plan for the epiphany. I got to work until I get that epiphany. You can't even have that in your head, because you'll never get it that way. the only way you can do it is be, in order to have that, you have to be present in the studio.
Yep.
You have to be around when it happens, right? So, but you kind of but the thing is that if you proceed in your investigation, it would be really great if you have that every so often. And I've had a few, but not like that very first time. But, I've made many, many pieces. But the thing is that, eventually you do come to, you get hit between the eyes, and that's really great. So the thing is that once that happens, then a lot of questions came into my head. Like when, even if it's not an epiphany, when you're looking at a piece that you made, you kind of go, wow, I just kind of moved on into another level. When you say that to yourself, then you kind of, and then when it happened to me, I kind of go, gee, the reason why that happened was because I chose, you kind of look back and go, isn't it funny that this happened to me today? And I was going, and my plan was just to work on my truck today instead of going to the studio or whatever. And then you start going down a rabbit hole too, where you're going to go, wow, imagine if I would never have had that experience if I didn't go into the studio today. It's like, oh my God, then you wonder, I wonder how many more sculptures or pieces of art or inventions or discoveries that I'm going to have for the rest of my life. How many do I have left in me? I mean, it's a really esoteric question, but when you have those experiences, then you start to wonder about the phenomenon of making art, not you going to the studio and making things. It's the phenomenon of making.
Yeah, I find that I'm a studio artist, so I went to graduate school thinking I would teach, and I taught at several colleges, and I just realized that I give way too much, and I know you do too, Arthur, as a teacher. It's like, how do you not give 100% and then still have time for yourself and your work? And I just came to a point where I couldn't remove myself from my work enough to want to leave to go teach. So being a studio artist, it is a privilege. It's very difficult financially and all that, because you don't have anything to fall back on. But I come in here every day and I do things and I throw things in the kiln and I experiment, and the thing that gets me in here every day is what if this works, or did that work, And I can remember getting in trouble all the time with all the things I was trying to fire in kilns, and somebody would tattle on me that, oh, Lisa's firing something that's probably not going to be very good for us.
You mean it's quite cool.
But, it has been about that exploration and having the time. And I do have the luxury of time in my studio to come in every day and mostly and see what's going on and, play with stuff. And so, I don't know, I feel like I feel privileged, but I don't have a fallback, financially, or I have anything.
Yeah.
So that's, you choose.
It's a choice. And also the thing is that, everybody has to take on whatever they need to do in their life. And nobody can tell another person what they're supposed to do and that they're doing something incorrectly or correctly even. But with me, I really, honestly, I can say I am one of the lucky ones. I honestly, the only time I ever worked a job that was not teaching or art related was when I was in graduate school and undergraduate school and graduate school, where every summer I worked every summer for like 7 years straight in a cannery, canning tomatoes, and that's a different kind of work altogether. But I did that for 7 straight summers, paid for my education, and then after that,
my education, I assisted artists, in school. I mean, that's how I learned how to, I worked with Kathy Erdeman, learned about casting slip and making molds, and worked with Claudia Hoffberg doing inlay colored clay, and Polly Frizzell in Oakland, California, making decals on all her pots, pieces, you know.
You
So
work
I
with
learned
Cat-
that I actually use now. I use decals, I use slip, I make molds, you know.
Yeah.
And so it all,
Yeah. Their chops.
you said something to me the other day though, that really hit me, and it was don't say no to anything. You said that to me.
Yeah, do it.
I'm getting old, and I'm like, no, I don't want to do that. No, I don't want to. And you said, don't say no, because you don't know the connection that down, what was your story? You said down the road, you know, years later, somebody ends up
Right.
coming.
It happens all the
Asking-
time with me now. I mean, if you put enough years in, it starts things start happening more regularly because things are paying off that you did 10, 15 years ago. And then after
Right.
after 30 years of doing this, you know, it's coming quite regularly, especially people who, I mean, just the simple concepts that people who have taken you for workshops or your ex-students or ex-collectors, they become more prestigious and more important in their lives, and then they remember you. I'm in a show right now in where is it? It's in I think it's Cincinnati.
I know what you're talking about.
And it's a global show. It's a show that they've invited like 54 artists from all over the world, and they're extremely blue chips. They're like who's like I'm showing with Diebenkorn. I'm showing with Diebenkorn, you know, and all of my you know all of my a lot of my heroes. I think I said it's like, well, how and a person in Facebook who was a Facebook friend who I've never really met, she said, she sent me a picture of my pieces in the show, and she said, your piece is looking really great. You should come. Oh, it's Milwaukee. Excuse me, I'm not saying Milwaukee. She goes, and you should come and have a beer with and see the show. You know, she's like this little invitation. And I'm going, I don't know about this show. What is this show? And it's about it's you know, it's a figurative show or whatever. But the thing is that I'm in that show, and I'm going, and she showed me that picture of the piece, and I said, I thought that piece was in my studio somewhere. I don't remember. I don't know how did it even get to this show in Milwaukee. And the best thing I can think of is that a collector. It's a collect. Whenever that happens, well, you don't even know that you're in a show. It's because they don't go to you. They go to a collector, and they get the collections from. They curate from collections, and so, and that piece. I don't even know. I mean, so but that thing is that a collector had this piece. Now I'm in the show because they let them borrow the piece, and you know, and there's many stories like that. The one that you're referring to is a really long story. I'm gonna try to keep it really short because it's really long. But the thing is that when I was in the show, and John, you know this person, Jeff Nebeker. I owe Jeff Nebeker. I remember talking to him about this, but he's got to get to him. I owe Jeff Nebeker a whole lot, and that he was an undergraduate when I was a graduate student, and we were friends. But he really liked my work. When a fellow student likes your work, it's extremely complimentary, you know, because you're kind of like all in competition in a sense, and so you don't get a lot of like, I really am a big fan of your work or whatever, and so it's really weird. But the thing is that when I was graduating from Davis, I was all hectic about where I was going to go next. And so I had toward my last semester, I was turning my studio into like a portfolio making machine where I had slides that were like stacks of slides all over one side of the table, and packets going off every day and that kind of stuff. A place where you photographed your work with a black backdrop. It was like crazy. It was like a little cottage industry that wasn't panning out. And so anyways, he comes in and he says, Arthur, and I said, yeah, how's it going, Jeff? He said, could you please, if you could spare a few of your slides, I really would like some slides of yours for my collection. I thought, well, that was really nice for him to ask for that, you know, and instead of, he was like afraid I would say, forget it, kid, get out of here. And so I just grabbed a sheet of slides. I knew that in my mind were already no good because they were rejected. So I gave him a whole sheet of slides, 20 slides, here you go. And he was like, oh, great, thank you. And so that was the end of that part of the story. fast forward 2 years later, when I'm in Louisiana doing a residency, I get a call from Deborah Sharp, who wants me in, who started one of the galleries in the East Village. The East Village, with Keith Haring and all that jazz, Basquiat, etc. There, that whole scene was just coming up, and I'm in Louisiana, and she's starting a gallery, and she wants me to be part of one of her artists. Out of the blue, where did this come from? How do you even know my work? I'm in Louisiana. You're a New Yorker, etc. I've never even been to New York. Yeah, I didn't even know about the. She said, "You know about the whole new East Village art scene?" I said, "No, I didn't know anything about it."
No internet.
Yeah, no internet. But I actually saw. The thing is I was avid reader of Art Forum. I am to this day. And there was I remember this one article that was talking all about this scene in New York, and that's how I knew about it, because I liked a lot of the work, actually. Anyways, what happened was, how did she know about my piece, and how could she have done that? Well, here we go. So the thing is that a year or so earlier than that, Jeff Nebeker made friends with Michael Lucero. Michael Lucero was a visiting student. He was a graduate student, but he was a visiting student at TV9 for a semester. He became friends with Jeff Nebeker, and they always talk this way and that way about art, etc. And long story short, on that level, Michael ends up with a couple of my slides that he got from the 20 that I gave him. Okay. Michael then graduates and moves to New York. I mean, he shows with Charlie Cole's gallery in New York, and Deborah Sharp is what they call a gallerina, which is like somebody who works for a gallery, well, usually a woman, of course, works for a gallery for no pay, but to learn the business. So they're like, I'm an apprentice, yeah? And so she's an apprentice for Charlie Cole's gallery, and Michael Lucero is one of the artists. Deborah Sharp and Michael Lucero become really good friends, the apprentice of the gallery and one of the artists of the gallery. He knows that she wants to start a new gallery. East Village is coming up. He's saying, you know what, instead of getting a Soho gallery, you should get an East Village gallery. And she says, right now is the time you should do it, because that's what's hot right now. So she gets an East Village gallery, and he says, and also he had like 3 or 4 suggestions. If you know Michael Lucero, this makes a lot of sense. He goes, and this is the artist you should show. In those suggestions, I'm one of the artists. You should show Arthur. Who knows who he is? So now I owe Michael. Thank you, Michael. So Deborah gets these slides. She gets in touch with me. She calls Davis, because she knows that I came from Davis. Friends at Davis tell her where I'm at, and she tracks me down in Louisiana, and then I moved to New York the next year. That would not have happened if I had said no to Jeff Nebeker. No, kid, get away. I got these slides cost money. I would have burned my booty that time. Who would have known what would have happened? But that's where it starts. You can always take things back.
In New York for all those years.
What?
You got connected in New York for all those years and did so much great work and shows out there. But you
right at the right time.
You helped me, and that was the one thing. I mean, I honestly, when I look back, I'm glad I did the 3 years at the Cleveland Institute of Art, because I learned in those 3 years so much about clay, technology, glaze chemistry, all that, to last me a lifetime. Would I have gone to art? Would I have done it differently? I don't think. I kind of wish I didn't go to art school, because I feel like I had enough to begin with. And honestly, when I was in high school, I was doing work that was figurative, with doll parts and soft sculpture and sewing all this wild stuff. And then I went to art school and did art school art, abstract, all the way through, mostly, and got out of art school and finally got back to what really was in my heart to begin with. So it's interesting, but you helped me. I mean, the great thing I feel like, and what I'm in gratitude of, is when I went out to California College of Arts and Crafts and got to meet Viola, and she I knew her work ethic from the Institute, from my father, but watching Viola and going to her warehouses and understanding that you have to work every day at this, if you can.
If you can.
And, you know, an ethic of working.
Yes.
Is what I got from her. And then I got to meet Arneson, I got to meet, you know, Manuel Neri, and you and I worked together. But you helped me because you introduced me several times. That's how I got my first New York show, was because of you. So,
really?
yeah, you told, yes, John Elder. Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
John, you need to look at Lisa's work. And that's how I got most of my galleries in the beginning was word of mouth. So if I never went to California, if I hadn't gone to that school, then I would have met y'all. But I have to tell one story about you and I.
Okay.
When we were, it's just because it makes me laugh. When I had just started, Viola asked me to come back as a tech. And was I there? And then you started? I don't remember.
No, I started, you had just graduated the year prior. Like what year did you graduate? You graduated in 90. Yeah.
As a technician, right?
And I'd been there, I started in the fall of 91. And you came like a couple years later after that.
And she was still there. But anyway, I remember Arthur, you and I, we were loading in one of those big gas films, a student's piece. You remember?
I was going to say that. I have the same story I was going to tell. Okay, go ahead.
She was so paper thin, and we were like together. And I think it was the first time I worked with you. I was like, Arthur, who am I? We didn't know each other. Put that piece into the kiln, and then there were students around, everything. And you and I were like, okay, we're gonna lift this paper thin. I swear it was like 6 feet. She made it, but she had pinched it so thin.
I know.
And so almost there, and then all of a sudden we hit that damn thing, hit an edge.
The keystone.
And went down like eggshells to the floor.
It
just shattered the floor, this, you know, dry bisque piece. And I looked at you and you looked at me, and we were both like, well, you know, you really should build this thin. I mean, it's not really very practical, right? But that was, I don't know, it was just, and the student was standing there.
Same story.
We were all devastated, of course. But
well, okay, so that's interesting because see, there's a backstory to the whole thing too, where my experiences at CCAC with Viola and a couple of other people, I had to go through a trial by fire with that because
oh God, she was so hard on you.
She was very hard, as you know. She was very, very hard on me. And one element had to do with this idea that you know, just a bigger story of that is that, you know, I was born and raised in California. I never really got even during graduate school, Manuel Neri and Ellen Lanyon were the only two people that really gave me like, say, you know, you've got something here, kid, you know.
Yeah.
And everybody else was kind of like this thing, okay, you're a Sacramento boy, get away kind of thing. You know, you're just a local, you know, whatever. And so that's always been my story until I went to New York. And then the whole thing was like, don't go to New York. They don't like people work with clay there. And so when it worked out for me, and then I get a job at California College of Arts and Crafts, you know.
Yeah.
The thing is that was not supposed to be the plan for Arthur Gonzalez, you know. He was supposed to, like, you know, go away. And so the thing is that there is always that thing that when I came to teach, I had to, again, it's like graduate school, I had to learn all kinds of stuff from nothing, and nobody was going to give me a thing. I had to learn talking about learning by trial and error. That was how I learned how to be a teacher. And it was rough. Now, the reason why I'm saying that is because every day I had to prove myself. Now, about that one piece that this one student made, she made this piece, like you said, that's like a big vessel that was about this, literally this big around, right? You can get your arm around it.
Number 6.
It was made, she only used like 2 boxes of clay for the whole thing.
Right.
That's like, well, that's 100 pounds of clay, 25, 4 25-pound bags. But the water evaporates, and she pinched it literally eggshell.
Like,
you couldn't even carry it because the pressure of clamping your arm around it to lift it would have crushed it. She was upstairs. If you guys, at CCA or CCAC at the time, there's 2 floors, and the kiln she needed was the one downstairs, and she was gone that day. As I think back on it, I thought I should have been like, load your own dang piece. But anyways, I was loading it. We were going down it. Did you help me down the stairs with it?
Oh, heck yeah.
Yeah, and we were like, as we were going downstairs, it was like this way, and then going down that way, going around to the 2 double doors, going around to the big kiln. And it took us like about 20 minutes to do this. We had to go like so slow down those steps, making sure we don't bump it at all. And we were there at the door of the kiln, and as luck would have it, it's an inch too tall.
Yeah.
And so the only way we could do it was we had to bend the piece like this so it could go in and then up. Like putting a transmission into a car.
Yeah.
Except this was made of eggshell. And so it seemed like we were about ready to clear it. We were clearing it, and then it said, okay, let's write it, and it barely bumps the keystone. Right at the top of the arch. It barely touched it, and here I'm thinking, we're home, we're here, I can't believe we're doing this. We're already patting ourselves on the back, and then it breaks. And when it breaks, like you said, Lisa, when it breaks, it basically goes like that.
But that was my bond to you.
What?
That is when, I don't know how long I was working there before, but that was my bonding connection to you there.
It was absolutely the bonding connection to us. The reason why, and also the thing with me, Lisa, is that because of my trial by fire there, that would have other people, they would say, oh, Arthur screwed up again, or what? Oh, who was clearing it? Arthur. Oh, okay. When that happened, when I looked at you, I honestly was expecting you to be critical of me. I thought you were going to say, why didn't you do this? Why did you do that? And what you did was you said, oh, Arthur, I am so sorry. Oh, and you just gave me the opposite of that you were the first person who ever gave me any kind of understanding about something. And you instantly became my friend. That was like you just gave me friendship then, and yeah, that's exactly, it's interesting to hear you say that, because that was absolutely, I was drawn by your friendship.
It was a teaching lesson to that student. Really? And we went through all this for her, really, honestly. Build your pieces that they're durable, and I don't. Oh my gosh, I build like things that I don't know why I do it, except I need the visual, but they're so fragile.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not much better than she was. But that was our bond, I think. Moment.
I'm really glad that you were.
But I would say also,
my experience too.
When I applied to grad school in viola, I thought you were supposed to have like a cohesive portfolio, and I actually was dropping in from Japan and had a layover in San Francisco, and I met with her, and I thought I was pretty cool because after getting out of undergrad, I had no kilns. So I was building these big, huge like pieces, and then I would build these kilns around them out in the country and raku them, and throw all the saw in, and she was just like, oh, well, rakuing is just for hot dogs and marshmallows, and I was like, damn, I should have showed her my big metal boxes I did but that was only one big piece that was significant, so I was trying to show her this, so she kind of let me pass, and then she kind of let me in, and then, I don't know, it was just viola.
That was the method.
Of a whole you know, we can't even begin to speak about her because she's so amazing. But the eccentricities and what she would put you through, you know, what she put her students through, and you know,
that was the time when they had it was all the hard. It was like the hard knock school of learning, and learning.
Hell yeah.
It was the concept was the general concept was this was a procedure of how to learn how to defend your work.
Absolutely.
And they all had different methods. Viola's method was to come in and just give like this little, soundbite, 3-word soundbite. And then
leave. She'd walk by and say, "Oh, that's a
devastate you," and then leave, and then you had to help pick up the pieces. But you know what? It depends on the student and where their head's at a time, because I've known students where they say, "I can't believe she said that to me," and they always think that she didn't do her job as a teacher, etc. And then other people would say, what changed my life was when Viola came into my studio and she said, "That's been done before," and I realized that that's when I had to change. Blah 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 blah. But it's not the thing that she said. It's the mind that received it, and whether they were ready to understand that way of delivery. And if not, then there's also a huge fallout on that, right?
No. And, I appreciate that. I mean, I don't know, my dad was kind of hardcore, critical, blah.
You can't
but
more, though.
But when you are trying to, I don't know, you're in school and you're trying to figure out your own voice. You're trying to please your instructors to some extent, and she would walk by and just be like, but it made me way stronger. I would never take it back. I would never, and she was such a jewel. I mean, really, I love her.
Well, you're a success story. I mean, Arneson was just like that.
Yeah, because, oh gosh, before my graduate show, she didn't know. It's like welding things in a parking lot next to my house. She didn't see everything I was doing. So then before my graduate show, which we had to fill a whole gallery back then, she was like, "You're never going to succeed. You'll never get in a gallery. You'll never." And they were all, it was like 3 of them, they would attack us. And I literally, that was the first time I ever lost my connection with my work, and really I felt like, what am I doing? And it made me just sit for, it was over spring break, I think. And it made me just sit, and I was like, you know what? In the end, I was like, screw you. I'm just going to do what I do. So I put this show up, whole gallery, metal clay, big old stuff, wall pieces, everything. And then she comes by and she's like,
exactly.
And they're like,
see, that's the lesson. That's the lesson. That's what Arneson did. It was like king of it was Arneson, because Arneson understood the whole narrative as like a mythic story. So what Arneson would do was that if it's whether in his mind he liked your work or didn't like your work, he would always tell you that he always act like he didn't like the work and that needed changing. And so what happens is that when you first a graduate student, he'll come into your studio, like here's the setup. He comes into your studio, and no matter what you're doing, he'll say, he won't say he doesn't like it. He never says he doesn't like his work. He'll go, and he'll like look at it and he'll go, and then he'll make a suggestion. And you do that suggestion because it sounds like a good idea. And he'll come back a week later and he'll wonder why the hell you're doing what you're doing. And you say, well, Bob, you said that. So like a classic example was with me. When you go to, I used to live in Sacramento, so I was bringing pieces from Sac, so I wouldn't have, I kind of moved in right to my studio in Davis, and so I brought some older pieces, the pieces that I got into graduate school with, and they were like sculpture in the round, and he would say, why don't you have, like they were on pedestals, I guess. He goes, why do you have all these things on white pedestals? They're really distracting. I mean, I'm seeing the pedestals more than the piece. So why don't you make the pedestals, think Brancusi, make the pedestals something like, give it the attention. So I'm giving my attention. So, and he said, so put wheels, if you put wheels on bottoms of them, then they become more of a thing. Like the things he said were good ideas, you know. Okay, thank you, Bob. So you put wheels on everything, and he comes back a week later and he goes, "Why are these wheels? What are you making? Are you making what is this, furniture, or what is it?" And he would say, "Why the hell are these wheels on the piece?" And he said, "Well, Bob, if you can recall last time, you said that wheels were a good idea." And he was like, he had a cigar, and he wouldn't look at you in the eye. He would like look up and say, "No, we never said that." And then he would make a second suggestion. You do that second suggestion. You do the third one. He could play you for 2 years.
Oh gosh,
And
yeah.
until you and along the way somewhere, you have to say that, "I don't care, Bob. I'm going to do my idea." And as soon as you say, "I don't care, Bob," then that's when you now have to start defending your work. Okay, so what are you making? And give me the reason why. That's when teaching starts. But there's people who've gone through that program for 2 years trying to please Bob and thinking that, you know, and seeing it as a waste. And I have a friend, his name is Ron Barron, who's like an artist in New York. And he was also an alumni there. And, you know, one thing with all of us alumni, when we get together and we talk about Bob, we could have like somebody from the 70s, 80s, and 90s. And it sounds like we're all in the same class because we had that same procedure. And we talked about that whole thing about how Bob was. And Ron Barron said, "You know, that never happened to me." And we go, "Ron, of course it happened to you. It happened to everybody." And it's like, "Can you remember the very first time Bob Arneson came into your studio?" And he said, "Yeah." He said he looked at all the things I had and he made all these suggestions. And I said, "I don't care. I'm gonna do what I want." He said that the very first meeting, so he got it from day one. You know, so he never had that whole experience because of his arrogance. You know, he was equally as arrogant. So he got 2 years of teaching instead of you know,
exactly.
an inversion of that.
Let's we got some questions. I don't know if you want to move on to those.
Yeah.
But,
Let's do it.
There seems to be several people, both you and Arthur, they're interested in this concept of how you resolve the idea of putting a story on the wall that is actually an original event that is viewed from above. So I'm not sure how we would interpret that, but mostly they want to know how you're able to communicate so well with wall pieces. I can't answer that. I don't know how to. That's a difficult question.
I can
for
answer
both,
that.
for both of you, but go ahead.
Yeah. Actually, honestly, it's not that difficult a question. I think the thing is that if you think about what the domain of wall work is in history and what the domain of freestanding is in history, a painting goes on the wall, and a painting, when you look at, especially if some kind of image-based painting, it's going to be the intention of the viewer, the intention of the artist is for you to view it like there's a cow in a pasture, and you're supposed to see, oh, it looks like it's the morning, and it looks like it's in the Midwest somewhere, and that cow is a Guernsey and that kind of thing. You're looking at the elements in it, and you're looking at the narrative in it, and you're not saying, oh, isn't this interesting paint on the surface of this canvas? You know, you're not seeing the painting as, your mind doesn't already go into object. It goes into, the wall is a natural venue for story. So when you put something on the wall, it is, you know, it's a story that's not about the time and now. It's not here and now. It can go into another time and place somewhere else. You know, it's a time trip. A piece that's in the round is a little bit, you can still do the same thing with the piece in the round, but it's a little bit more difficult because the piece in the round is now is in the here and now. You know, it's in your space. It occupies the space. It could occupy the space of another human being. So the conversation is different. But the thing is that I find that when you put something on the wall, you're especially sculpture on the wall, you're sharing the conversation with something that is which is in a venue of story. The wall is a venue of story automatically. So if you put anything on the wall, the mind wants to fix it on a narrative level. It's just our habit. So that's what I think. Can't hear you, John.
Okay, no, somebody here was asking me questions on the phone.
Okay.
People are calling, they're calling with questions because they're on Facebook. So anyway, anybody has a question, you can raise your hand or you can go into chat. Lisa, this is an anonymous attendee. He wants to know how you get the textures on your pieces. I think they'll have to come to your workshop on October 3rd, but do you want to address that? How? Yeah, go ahead.
How do I get them?
This is the question. Yeah, how do you get all the awesome textures on your pieces? Tell them to tune in October 3rd.
Well, I mean, it's part of it is just building, and then I dip flowers like her and slip, and those go on, and then I do fabric, but it's all very, very different. Each one is quite different. So yes, come see the workshop.
Okay. Mary Carmen wants to know, how do you combine a painting and a 3D piece as a whole work, like two pieces that work together? This is a question for you again, Lisa.
Mm-hmm. So how do I bring the paintings and the
basically, how do you bring the painting and the 3D piece as a whole work together? I guess you paint on it. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, really, this is one thing I did get from Viola, and that was she always used her sculpture as still life for her drawings and paintings. So my paintings are drawn from the sculptures, and the sculptures come from the drawings, and so I think they just feed back and forth. And then one cues me in on surfaces for the sculpture. I get something in the painting, and I'm like, wonder if that can go onto a sculpture. So they feed back and forth all the time. And then the vision, the imagery is all about all of it. So, I'm always drawing, I'm always painting. Well, I would like to paint more. And they all just are the same vocabulary.
Yeah, if I can add to that in terms of Lisa's way of making, is that Lisa is extremely inventive with textures and surfaces, and I think that what I'm seeing often is I see a sense of maybe well, she has a certain when in terms of making, like I don't know your process in making because I'm not in your head, but it seems as though to me she's she keeps a really open mind and really a real fertile mind that says, why not? What if I do this? Why not? And she's really she'll try lots of different things, and along with wax and slips and et cetera, and it's fascinating. But I think is that the danger of doing something like that is not something that Lisa has to. It seems like she doesn't have to. She takes care of it in terms of things, because it seems like the technique doesn't override the feeling of the piece. The techniques that she uses are there to round out the thought of the idea of the piece, and not vice versa.
And that's a similarity of you and myself, Arthur. I think it's we approach our work from a very intuitive, personal place, translating ourselves and the world and all our emotional stuff. And then you do the same thing. You use what you need to use to get that point across. Your mixed media. And you are very much a 2D person as well as 3D, as I am.
Yeah.
And yeah, I would hope. I have to say, I had a midlife crisis when all my tricks came into a huge bubble that was horrible, because at that time I was doing the taxidermy eyes, the dipping, the stuffed animal dipping, the metal, the clay, and it was all glooped onto one piece. And it was horrible. And I had to just stop and then pull back and get rid of all my tricks. Because the tricks are fun to learn, you know, and then pull back and go back to clay and back to drawing.
Right.
And I kind of feel like I'm more there now, is just back to the basics. Because, you know, the other thing is all the tricks you do for, you know, what we've done this for 30 years, people copy, and people are making what you make, and you have to keep ahead of them. You have to keep going. Unless you return to the basics, and then your voice comes through. So you can lose yourself, I agree, Arthur, in those techniques.
You know, what you're talking about too is it's not, I mean, that's an example of how techniques can make you, too much of that reveals something else. Like you back out and you learn something from that. That reminds me of an idea that happened, I think it happened with me, which is absolutely opposite, and not technique, not surface or anything like that, but the idea that I wanted to get more interested in work that was, you know, alive. You know, I don't want to make inert things. I want them to have a sense of looking back at you and that kind of thing. And I misunderstood that to mean realism. Yeah. So I started to get really hyper real again. Like, wow, like my background about being a realist. And I thought, and I really wanted to get, I mean, it was a good technique to really hone down. But I was making my pieces where I had like the eyes, the nose, the mouth, and everything has to be just absolutely the way that people are. And I was all in that in my head. And then I was walking in San Francisco and I crossed the Macy's window, and it had all those mannequins, you know. And in my mind, I'm seeing all these mannequins, right? And I'm going, that's what I'm after. And then as soon as I said it in my mind, I'm going, what you want? Is this like the other voice says, what so now you want to be a mannequin maker? Is that what you want to do? You want to make mannequins? You're a mannequin maker? And I realized as soon as that other voice said that, I go, no, that's not what I want, and that's the wrong thing. So now
here's a question.
Yeah.
You mostly always make women, and I almost always. I've got a few men around, or they come in and out. So what is that about?
I'm heterosexual, first of all. And also the thing is that the funny thing about it, in retrospect, I mean, that answer about being heterosexual is kind of a real answer in a sense. I'm not interested in making dudes. But then also one thing that's interesting more about that is that I realized that these things I'm making, because I'll make a male, but he'll be like an old guy, you know, or a young boy, and I'm making older.
You make yourself, basically.
What?
You don't make yourself.
I don't make myself, but you know what? I do make. Here's the thing. It's interesting. Is that I do make myself when I make the women. It's not a sexual thing. It's not a sex thing. It's like they represent, you know, it's what they represent in terms of spirit. You know, there's more of the contemplative side. Guys aren't known to be contemplative, you know.
Arthur, a lot of the early work were men, and some were androgynous.
Yeah.
But I mean, you know, in the
a lot of
androgynous. Yeah, they could be men.
Yeah.
We don't know what's wrong with Lisa.
Oh hell, I'm the most. What? Me? Look at me. I'm like plain Jane. What do you mean?
There you go.
All right, plain Jane.
Okay, we're running out of time. We're going to take one more question, and then we're going to call it. So, okay, so here we go. Mark Lance has got the last question.
Oh.
He got the last word.
What do you ask?
Yes, we know Mark Lance it. Okay.
Okay, Mark.
And Arthur.
All right.
All of your pieces seem to feed into an ongoing story or world. While they may be individual stories, they seem to be as much about you about how you perceive the world. Can you say something about this? I just gonna say, Mark, they're both myth makers. That's it. Go ahead.
Who is it directed to?
Both of you.
You want to go first?
Well, I can say for myself that, yeah, my work is about I mean, these little monkeys, this is like a little story, personal story about relationships and whatnot. And then, other pieces, I come in here and I just make. I honestly just make. And everything that's going on in the world comes through. I mean, look at this little girl. She has a little mask over here. She's and I just feel like for myself, it all filters through everything I feel out there. I can't filter it. Like, I won't stop making work because the world is in a shitty state. It just comes through, and I don't know. Does that make any sense? It just
You're
has
influenced
to filter.
by the reality.
Yeah, you're another. Yeah, that makes plenty of sense. You're a beatnik, both doing assemblage art. Okay, go ahead, Arthur.
I think the thing is that it's not that we're not, I mean, myth makers is always kind of a funny thing because I think it's a little bit too pat in that sense that, what myths are we making? They're not specific. I mean, for me, and maybe I can speak to Lisa too, because we're not making specific pre-scripted out myths, we're not even reacting to specific myths perhaps, but I think the thing is that when you go back in terms of what a myth is, it's not specific to, it's not a specific narrative about what, you're not making contemporary commentary on art. This isn't like political art or work that has to do with, absolute describing things that are happening out the world and for today. But the thing is that what happens is that with me, I'll make work that maybe is like an old idea, but the thing is that in my hands now, it'll be tweaked. It's like the subconscious tweaking of it, where I'm not going to make a whole lot of happy work right now, and or maybe the work will become more cynical. Maybe there's and a lot of that has to do with expressions on the face. When I work on a sculpture, I will make the sculpture that's planned out, but when it's time to make the head, I'll have to reserve the whole day for that because it has got to be right. And I don't know what right is. I don't know what right is when I go into a studio. I just have to discover it. That's the difference between understand, being like a realist, a photorealist or whatever, where you already understand everything and you just carry it out. There's that place. Where is that place where you're going to discover something?
Where's the filter? Where's the transition? Because I know I self-taught myself the figure and the face, and I know I started very crude, and I am still learning. So every face I do is just a new discovery, and I love that. And it's where you are and that moment, And I hope I never change. I don't want to learn it so much that it's just going to change as I change. I love that. I love that it's not applied. It's just what comes from within, comes from the inside, and it just regurgitates out somehow. Either it's beautiful or it's ugly or it's sad. I mean, people have said, my work is sad lately. I'm like, I don't really see it as sad.
Right.
I just see it. So
that's correct.
I think Arthur and what I love about Arthur, I think we both love work from the heart. And it just comes.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a personal story. Okay, we're gonna have to cut it here. Arthur, they want to know, how many pages did you write in here? You wrote this.
I wrote the whole thing. I wrote every word in there except for.
There's several people wanting more stories. There's 200 pages here. So anyway,
that book is actually interesting. I mean, just the last thing. I'm not.
Go ahead.
Asked about it. Is that book did literally take a year of my art making life. I wrote every chapter, and every chapter talks not only about it's like if somebody said, how many chapters are in your life and what do they stand for? That's what this book is. And so each book has a chapter about not only what's happening in my life, maybe not even so much about what's happening in my life, but what what happened that's different, why chapter 4 needed chapter 3, and etc. That it's a linear understanding and a pursuit of me returning back. It's actually a story about me leaving painting and coming back to it, is the story of that book. So yeah, I took it seriously, and John was going, why is this taking so long? It's because I'm putting my blood and guts in this sucker, you know.
But it's,
so, yeah.
it's pretty amazing. It's
it's
a piece of art in itself. I believe
it's an archive. It's my
yeah, it's a piece of art in itself, Arthur, what you did. So I think you took me seriously, which very few people do. So anyway, on that note, I really appreciate you both coming. People were asking about how Arthur does wall pieces, how he builds them. You can go on to our page and you can see his video. And
take a workshop from me.
And yeah, and Lisa has saved my life because she could have done a lot of things in her life, but she agreed on October 3rd because she's trying to get her.
I know.
She's moving. She's
Sorry,
doing so
this is
much. She sacrificed for me. So you know what I'm doing for Lisa? I'm sending her a plane ticket next year for free. California. So that's what I'm doing.
Good, because you would have had to hike.
She's got to map out that April 25th, 26th. She's got to come. All right, we're going to see you in California in April, Lisa. Arthur, take care. Love you both. Thank you so much.
Love you all.
All right, I'm going to talk a little bit while we're going off about Bill Abright now. And
I love you.
And Lois
Love you.
Merrick, who is a pioneer of ceramic art. Everybody got a close-up of Lisa's beautiful studio. We'll see you October 3rd. All right.
Ciao.
So I'm going to let you guys take a 2-minute break, and we're going to talk a little bit about Bill Abright, and we're going to talk a little bit about Lou Merrick. So Bill Abright's interesting, a very interesting story about Bill Abright was, I was getting my gallery going, and an artist contacted me who lived in Marin County, and I went to his studio, and he was wanted to have a show at the gallery. I met him. I saw his wife. Why is that? I saw his wife, and in fact, she was pregnant. This was Bill Abright, and now we're talking about 35 years later. We had the show back then, and his son, Gus Abright, now shows in my gallery. So that's how long we've been together. A lot of things in my life have happened, but I've never been so fortunate to have an artist I've been working with have such a talented son. And in fact, his other son, Oben Abright, is a great artist. Now, what's really bizarre about one of the pioneers of surrealism, who is Lou Merrick, he comes before anybody else. He is really early on. He's a great surrealist, and you can kind of see his piece here. It's a beautiful surrealist piece. Now, what Bill Abright and the great Lou Merrick have in common, it's a very strange relationship. Lou, you got to turn it sideways. You got to turn it the other way. What they have in common is crazy. They both are infatuated with birds. I don't know why. They both are in love with birds. I had a big show of Bill Abright's, and he did these massive fish. Now, Bill and Lou Merrick, the founder of American Surrealism Ceramics. Now, we're not going to get to see another pioneer. This is a real treat to be able to work and talk to a pioneer. There's only a few pioneers left. Richard Shaw, there's a few. You heard Arthur and Lisa talking about all these pioneers. They're all not alive. So we're so fortunate to have the great Lou Merrick today, who ran the program at Humboldt State for years. But what's intriguing is what is going on with these guys, both working with fish. Bill had these gigantic life-size fish. They were like 10 feet big. I've sold a couple of them in his show. And you can see Lou is wrapped up in fish too, and birds. Now, their quest and the narrative of these things is pretty bizarre, but I visit them both. Again, Bill Abright, 35 years ago when Claudia was pregnant, and then the most beautiful thing in the world. Now I have the great painter, Gus Abright, that I that I got from Bill and Claudia. So that was wonderful experience in my life. You know, you see these things because I was so young come full circle, and the thread of Abright and Merrick is just crazy. There's no two other artists like them. It gets so strange. Both of their artists, both of their wives are artists, and they're both Italian. So it's a very bizarre story about them. Abright is always doing these things. I remember our very first show, we were successful, you know, 34, 35 years ago, very successful. We did an ad in American Ceramics, and we sold these pieces. And Bill was doing these things that looked dead, you know, or they were like fossils. And there was never a lot of color, but they were really strong things. Whereas you can see Lou loves color. And what is Lou really? He's a three-dimensional painter. That's what we were just talking about, Arthur's return to painting. So I'm really fortunate because my good friend Bill Abright has been right there for me since day one. We ran the biggest ceramics show in the United States at Fort Mason called the Ceramics Hand of America. And Bill and I just about killed ourselves on these walls. But Bill was amazing. He ran a team. He helped us. And these are the kind of people you want to have in your life. These kind of people. Great teachers, both teaching for so long. And it was really interesting to hear Jeff Downing talk about Bill at the Academy of Art, because that's the time when I met Bill for the first time. So he taught at many schools and then ended up at College Marin and taught there and retired. So I'm really happy to have you both here today. And we are going to get you up here. I hope everybody took a little break. We're gonna go to 4, folks. So we've got a little bit of time. Here's Bill Abright. And we hope, there he is, the great Lou Merrick. So yeah, have you turned on your sound, both of you?
Hello, Lou.
Lou, your sound? Can't hear you, Lou? No sound, Lou. Turn on your sound. You gotta unmute. You gotta unmute. Unmute.
It says that he's on a phone call.
You're, I think you pressed the wrong button, Lou, there.
Can you hear me, John? My audio coming through?
Lou, did you get on the same way you did last time? We can't hear you, Lou.
There's 2.
He can't hear us, apparently. I don't know. You got to go turn us on, Lou. No? Nothing there. Okay, well, we are trying here. Got some problem with Lou. Lou. Yeah, you're going to have to, I don't know what link you're on, Lou. You're on some weird link. Is this the link you were on in the practice? Okay. Lou, can you call me? Can you call me? Call me. On your phone? Call me. Yes, you call me.
I don't think he can hear you either.
Yeah, I'm holding the phone. I don't know what he's doing. I don't understand what he did. I think he got on not as a presenter is the problem.
Well, you know, I was on before listening.
No. Oh, here he is. It's okay. It's okay. He's trying again. No, I got you on. No problem. Because here he is. Hey, there you are. Can you call me? Can you call me, Lou?
Maybe he wants you to call him, John.
I don't have his number right here. Can you call him? Okay, call. Okay, what's his number? Call. You better call him then. You call him.
All right.
Can you call him? We'll tell him what to do.
Okay.
Hey, he was on the other day. I'm sorry, everybody. Just hold on a second. I guess I'll keep talking about Bill Abright while you get him on the phone.
No.
I think he's got to start up again. Something's wrong. Yeah, I think he's got to turn it off and turn it on. Nothing there. Well, what's this up here?
No, he needs to.
Remove spotlight?
No, it's the email.
Yeah. We're calling you. Oh, he went off.
Oh, I wonder if that.
Hey, talk to him anyway. Just talk to him. Let's talk to him. He's got to just turn it off and on, Bill.
Lou, are you there? We're trying to figure out how to get you on. I
Oh,
think
yeah,
Tom
he
wants
has,
to go off.
we sent him an email. He has to click the right link. He clicked the wrong
So
link.
there's a
Yeah. Did you hear that, Lou? You got to click the right link, the one that says
For
to
participants.
get on,
Yeah,
click
for
here.
centers.
not the one for dialing in.
Not for dialing. He dialed in. It's not a dial in.
Did you click on that link?
Yeah, but he did dial in, Bill. Yeah, but Bill, can you
Okay,
tell him
Lou's
he
going to
dialed
shut
in?
it down and
No,
start
no,
over.
no. He dialed in. Okay. Okay, well, we'll just start with you, if that's okay, Bill. So Bill,
I have Lou on the phones. John, Lou wants to know what you want him to do.
we want him to go back on, turn it off completely, turn it on, and don't
Okay.
do a dial in, do it by the link that we gave him. Oh, there he is. Can you hear me,
Do you
Lou?
have audio, Lou?
He didn't do it.
Well, what John wants you to do is,
on.
hang on.
I don't know.
Well, what,
It says make those.
okay, okay. There you go. Try that. Click here to join.
That's correct. Click here to join.
Yep, that's what he's doing.
Make host. I did. I clicked in to join. Ask to start video. Okay. You got to click the right link, Blue.
It said click here to join. So that's the same link that I did, John.
Yeah,
Click here
that's
to
it.
join.
That's the correct link. Ask
Yep.
to start video.
Should be coming on there.
Okay, Bill, why don't you start on your, why don't we, no?
And then did you see click here to join meeting on Zoom?
Well, you don't want to be on Zoom, the program. You want to be on Zoom online.
Yeah, what I'd suggest you do is that John had sent us an email that had our names on it, and it had information, and then it simply said click here to join. And that's the one I clicked. I'm going to do it again. Yeah. Do it again. Try it again.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right. Lou's going to try and join. Shall I go ahead, John?
You need to start, go ahead, because we're going to lose people.
All right. Good luck, Lou. I'm signing off.
They're leaving.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry we're having trouble getting started here. There's Lou. Come on, buddy. Have you got the vocal?
Where did he go? He's not a presenter.
Oh, no. Connecting to audio. Here he is.
Yeah, he's coming. Yeah, he's just got to unmute. He's there. Woohoo!
Okay.
All right, Lou.
All right.
Sorry about that. I thought I did everything. It's what I did before. It didn't work.
You know, this is one of those.
It's fine. Bill, why
If
don't you start?
anything
Bill?
can go wrong,
Bill,
it
can
will.
you start, Bill? Bill, start.
All right. Well, John, you had asked us to give a little 5-minute background on ourselves, tell you where we're at. So I'm happy to participate in this with Lou Merrick. I've always admired Lou's work, and since discovering it at Dorothy Weiss Gallery in San Francisco in the 80s, I've always brought my students to see his work and showed a lot of his slides. And I was lucky enough to meet him at an NCECA conference in San Diego. Gosh, it seems like decades ago. He was hanging out with my friend Richard Shaw, who lives nearby in Fairfax. And it's been the CACA conferences every year that I've been able to see Lou and talk to him and have a little bit of a visit and a chat. And most recently, I was lucky enough to visit his home and studio up in Eureka, because Claudia and I went to a kinetic sculpture event in Arcata. I'm participating from my home in San Anselmo in Marin County. I have lived with my wife and fellow artist Claudia Tarantino for almost 50 years. And as John introduced, Our 35-year-old son, Gustin, was in her belly when I first met John. We live on a hillside home in a beautiful setting and share a studio that we built under the house back in 1980. Claudia wrote an article about us and about our studio for the April 2017 issue of Ceramics Monthly magazine, if you'd like to see more about our studio and our art collection. Do you want me to take a break now and give Lou a chance, John? Come in, over.
Yeah, go ahead, Lou. Go ahead. No, it's
Okay.
fine. I can hear you. Go ahead. Everything's fine.
Okay, well, next thing is you had asked me to say when did you decide to be an artist?
Well, let's let Lou introduce himself, okay?
Oh, that's what I thought. I asked about that. Please,
Yeah,
go ahead, Lou.
Let's do it.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so I'm sorry with all the mix-up on the phone there, but I'm not very technically oriented. Yeah, Bill's pretty much covered, you know, how we got to know each other, and we have a mutual friend in Richard Shaw. I went to graduate school with him at Alfred, and he's actually the one that kind of got me, you know, involved with what was happening on the West Coast at that time, because that was way back in 1965, and I had been in, I'd been mostly in the East at that time. I was getting ahead of myself here, though, but I was born in Shawnee, Oklahoma, and went to school at the University of Illinois, where I got my BFA, and then Alfred University for my graduate work. And then I ended up teaching at a small women's college in upstate New York for a couple of years, and then got the job out here in California at Humboldt State University in Arcata. I live in Eureka, which is just about 8 miles from Arcata, where HSU is located. And I taught there for 37 years, and retired in 2006, and have been working in my studio and having fun at home since then. I'm kind of a homebody, really. I don't have any real hobbies or anything like that. I have 2 acres of land that I've kept some kind of livestock on for 50 years. I have a house that was kind of really run down when we bought it, so I've been remodeling that. And I have a family. I met my wife at Alfred. We've been married 54 years, and we have 2 sons, and I'm a big baseball fan. So I guess that's about it.
Okay. Okay, Bill, go ahead. And you want to talk about how you got started?
Sure. I grew up in Stockton, California in the 50s. My parents were working people. My dad was an operating engineer. My mother worked for the telephone company. I was an only child, and I spent afternoons home alone since I was about 10, entertaining myself with TV, drawing cartoons. I was always good at art in school, and I got a lot of encouragement from my teachers. Excuse me. I pursued art and psychology at San Joaquin Delta College, and discovered that I had a talent for working with clay in a class with Bruce Duke. Bruce Duke was an excellent teacher and sparked my enthusiasm for the medium. Among his other students from Delta College who have become well known are Viola Fry, who grew up in Lodi, Michael Lucero, who grew up in Tracy, and Joe Mariscal and Bruce Cadman, both of Stockton. And I grew up with Bruce, and we were good friends, and I met Joe later. I met Viola just after I left San Joaquin Delta College at CCAC, and I was interested in raku, and it's funny that Lisa had mentioned that Viola didn't like raku very much, and she always told me I could get exactly the same effects if I just learned to work with glazes a little better and not expect a miracle out of the fire itself. Anyway, I was felt it was at that point when I was in Bruce's class, and I enjoyed him so much that I thought that I would be an artist and a teacher like Bruce Duke, and pretty much that's what I did. I transferred to San Francisco State to continue my education, and I met Claudia in the neighborhood art studio. We went on to develop a co-op potter studio in San Rafael and sold pots at craft fairs to support ourselves. So that would have been all through my education in the 70s. I had mechanical and welding skills from my father, and I was able to design and build my own kiln and from used bricks from the American Standard Factory in Richmond. I finished my master's degree from San Francisco State in 1974 at the age of 24, having worked with David Kuroka, Bud McKee, Joe Hawley, and Stephen DeStabler. After one more year of selling pots at craft fairs, I started teaching part-time at the College of Marin in 1975 and found that I really loved teaching and the steady income that it provided. It really allowed me to pursue my creative work without having to rely on selling for my income. When we were selling pots, cups and bowls and casseroles and things like that, everybody wanted to buy them, but I would slip in a real creative teapot or something and want all of $35 for it, and people would say, oh, that's a little high for that, but then they'd buy $70 or $80 worth of bowls. I started teaching at College of Marin in 75, and I had some notable students. I had terrific students, and that's what made teaching really wonderful for me, is that I appreciated the work that my students were doing, and I learned a lot from them as much as I taught them, perhaps, about being good people, about being a good student, about working hard. I can say that I appreciated Jeff Downing's comment this morning in his lecture, and I remember that moment that I spoke to him in the room we were in at the Academy of Art College when I looked down at his potter's wheel and had the conversation with him that he could do more than throw pots, that I thought that he was really more of an artist. Evan Hobart also, who's currently teaching in Petaluma, and Cameron Crawford, who is at Chico State, were all students of mine and went on to have careers in ceramics.
Lou, can you go ahead and show us some of the work, and then if you could talk a little bit about your work and maybe some of the drawings, that would be helpful. For the
Okay,
public.
you don't want me to do that second question then, okay?
Well, there's quite people want to see your work. I don't know why. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. I'm glad for them to see it. Can you see it now?
Yeah, it looks great.
Okay.
And then can you talk a little bit about your
I've got these. I'll talk about. Talk about what? Are you still there, John?
Talk about the way you make your work with the drawings.
Yeah.
The drawings
I will. Okay. First, I just want to talk a little bit before I go into the how I do it. I'd kind of talk a little bit about just some 3 or 4 sentences that are going to explain what I feel my work's about.
Great.
My work is three-dimensional in form, and it attempts to sculpturally integrate real and illusionary space through illusionism and distortion. It is intended to modify reality and encourage viewers to make connections between illogical and unrelated components. The work should be contemplated and experienced rather than read and interpreted. It is intended to pose questions rather than provide answers, and to prompt visual and intellectual interaction, as well as stimulate the imagination. Are those framed okay so you can see them completely?
Yeah, they're fine. They're fine. They're fine.
Okay. So I start with drawings, and it's still life is kind of an influence on my work. I love that idea of organizing and arranging common objects in a way that they start to take on different meanings. I like to do that with words also, and I do that in my titles to accomplish the same purpose. I will basically start my ideas on a 19 by 24 inch layout pad, which is a paper that is semi-transparent. I put them on a light table, And then I have all these drawings of different objects, shapes, animals, hands that I've done, or if I need something that I don't have, I draw them. And then I just kind of organize and compose the piece on the light table and get it into the context of a shape that's going to fit into my, my building process. So that's the way they start. I draw them, then on these sheets of layout paper, I lay it on a leather hard slab with plastic in between it, trace over it with a wooden tool. It impresses a line into the clay. Then I peel that off. I construct the piece. The pieces are, I deal with compressed space. I take what seems depth, and as you turn around the piece, you'll see that the two sides do coincide. There's drawing that fits the form, that come together, and then it becomes something different on the other side. It's kind of like deconstructing the form. Also, something that runs through my work pretty continuously is the idea of containers or containment. I started as a potter, as most of us did, I think. And I still like that idea of the container. And what I liked about pottery was it gave you this restricted set of components to work with. And I love that. When I have too many things to consider and to try to work with, it just confuses me. I like to have things, I impose restrictions on myself so that I have to, you know, really dig deeper to try to find out what I can do with it and what I can make it say. But I like the way when I do things like this, they'll start to change the meaning of the objects and the images that you start seeing in the pieces, to the point that it, and also I deal with a lot of contradictions. For example, this is an angular surface and this moves out on it. Everything is in relief also, or an incised line. I really I like the idea of them not appearing as paintings. Any edge that I have in my work is either an incised line, or it's built up in relief, or it's textured, but there's no just flat painted area. I want to make sure that the material is a part of it, that the clay is still playing an important role in it, so that it really has a feel. It's the other thing about pottery, picking it up, holding it, handling it, the tactile sensation of it. I think it's very important. So that's what's going on in there. This is titled Books with Steps. This piece is called Hand Fishing. This actually, after the point the title came up, but it came up, I think it was influenced by some of my upbringing in Oklahoma. There's a pastime down there that a lot of people take part in. It's called hillbilly hand fishing. And people will wade into these rivers and go along the banks and stick their hand down in these holes on the side of the bank and pull out catfish. And so it kind of rang true for me for that. You also notice that there'll be some three-dimensional elements involved too, moved around to some degree. I have two other pieces over here. Are those framed okay, John? Okay, hopefully you can see those.
Yeah, they look good. Yeah.
These are two plate forms, wall pieces. They're concave. Again, these contradictions. I like the concave surface that I can then make it appear to be convex. The piece on the left is called Fish with Two Hands, and or Fish with Hands, and the piece on the right is called Handled Fishbowl. So again, the play on words, the play on the imagery and the different meanings that it can start to take place. Quite a few people always ask me why I use hands so much in my pieces. In the 80s, there were a lot of teapot shows and teapots exhibits, and collectors were buying them. And I started thinking of handles and used hands reaching into the forms that also served as the handles and sometimes the spouts too. What else? I really like to present kind of illogical and nonsensical visual riddles that don't have any reasonable conclusions to them. that kind of break away from, you know, the idea of everything having to be logical and reasoned. There's sometimes, you know, I think in every pursuit, even athletics, acting, getting to the point where a person isn't thinking what they're doing anymore, but just doing it, results in some of the best results. Okay, I've rambled on too long. What else?
If you could just show the drawings, that they were interested in those drawings on the wall. If you could talk about those are the ones you laid down in the ceramics. Can you get a little closer? No, that's fine. We can't.
I can pick up the phone.
Yeah, go ahead.
Pick it up and
Lift
move
it up. Pick up the phone and move it. Show them your drawing. Yeah. Yeah, we can see them. Yeah.
Are the ones for the books with steps. And so you can see how they're laid out.
Now we can't hear you. Now we can't hear you, Lou.
You can't hear me?
Now we can. Now we can.
Okay. You can see how they coincide, so that when I build them and connect them at the edges, they'll come together and form a continuation from front to back. This was another piece. This is in your show. The show I had at the gallery.
Having problems hearing you. Somebody's got their hand over the microphone.
That must be me. Is that better?
Yeah. I think that's good.
Okay.
I think we got good pictures of the drawings. Okay, let's sit back and talk now. Okay. All right. So, Bill, you want to start? Go ahead, Bill.
Sure. I've always loved visually complicated structures, birds' nests, bundles of recycled materials. I love complicated art, sculpture. I also like things that are not art, that are just piles of stuff or collections of things that are arranged on shelves. Like, I used to love going in antique stores and things like that, and just looking at the amount of stuff that is there. I create complicated work because I like complicated things, and I don't like imagery that you can digest all at one glance. I'm not at all a minimalist in that sense. I like to discover my work in the process, and Lou and I will talk about that a little bit later, but I find that I involve myself in constructing abstract figure sculptures. By figures, they could be animals or birds or humans or ducks or coyotes or whatever, but they're real things in the world rather than architecturally referenced abstract slab work or something like that. I take a variety of clay parts. Usually I throw on the potter's wheel and then extrude clay components I call sticks, which is a unique little texture I get out of the extruder by bumping the coil as it comes out, by pushing up when it's coming down, and I get a little notch that looks very much like a branch. And I like composing those into simple mold forms.
Bill,
I have some work here that I could.
Could you pick up one of the masks or something and bring it
Yeah,
to the camera?
I'm on it. I'm on it.
Because the thing about
Bill, crow.
Yeah,
I have a
explain
crow here that is one of my typical constructed crow forms, and you see that it's full of hollow spaces. These panels here that I'm calling feathers are made from slices of a pot. So I've sliced one little thrown form off of the mound into 3 or 4 pieces. And a lot of times I try and create thrown forms that have anything to do with pottery forms. They're simply volumes and vessels and donuts and things like that. If you see this plaster mold, you'll see how this crow could fit inside of it. And so when my clay is wet, probably about the stage of cheese hard, I'll start to compose inside of these molds. And I use all kinds of things for molds. Here's a little figure. I don't know if any of you have the Invisible Man and the Invisible Woman. but I got that back when I was a kid in the 50s as a science project. And I can use the hollow volume of that to compose little pieces like this. So here's a small figurative piece made up out of sticks and thrown parts. One trick I learned is that if I want to make two calves that are the same size, I cut the pot in half, and then I've got two calves or two thighs or two shoulders or two arms. And so it's a way of developing symmetry. I love the idea of making people and figures and animals out of vessels. As a ceramics teacher, I've always told my students that vessels and pottery are a part of our bodies. You know, we have blood vessels, we have cavities like stomachs and lungs and pancreases and parts and things like that, and they're all vessels of a kind. You know, our civilization developed from a hunter-gatherer state to a agricultural base because of the discovery of ceramics and vessels that allowed us to store seeds, grow crops, continue on. So I very much like using the pottery form, but I seldom make functional things. The series of cups I made for your petite work show were the first group of cups that I'd made in about 30 years. And so it was a way of getting started on small things again. I work with underglazes after my pieces are bisque fired. I load them in the kiln when they are cheesed to leather hard, because I can't pick them up once they are bone dry. And if you could imagine this little figure, just as an example, because it's near me, and I listened attentively to the story of Arthur and Lisa loading that big eggshell thin piece in the kiln and it exploding in their hands when they bumped it. I load my work in the kiln and just let it dry in the kiln until it's bone dry, and then I'll go ahead and fire it off. And then after it's bisque fired, I can handle it. I work with some underglaze colors, and I'll run them through a cone 6 firing, and then I'll finish them with acrylic paint in mixed media. And that's another conversation that Lou and I can talk about, is you do what it takes to make the piece look right. And at one point in time, I gave up on any rules. If somebody says, oh, well, you can't raku commercial glazes, that's just the first thing I needed to do to try it and see if it worked. And I found that most of the rules that we have are meant to be broken, especially by artists. So I'll pause.
That's good. Yeah. Lou, you want to address the question about the imagery, or whatever you want to talk about now, you can, but why you're so enthralled with birds and fish and the environment?
Yeah, I don't know why. I really don't.
You live in a beautiful place?
I do, and probably subconsciously that's affecting it, but I think I'm attracted to them because you can do anything with color on those that you want, and they provide a sense of movement in the piece, but there's no message I'm trying to get across about the environment or anything like that. I just like the shapes and the flexibility that they kind of apply to it, and the sense of movement that they can give. Another thing I might add is that Bill was talking about his construction methods. All of my pieces are slab built. I'll sometimes include a slip cast piece. I'll hand build some things. I'll coil build. But the basic structure is made out of leather hard slabs. I slump the slabs over plaster molds for the plates, and then I cut out of a slab a foot and attach it on the bottom. My clay, I can pick, I do a lot of things with the clay when it's just before leather hard, and in my clay body, I add 1/4% by weight of nylon fibers. And doing that, it's amazing how much extra, not only plastic strength, but dry strength it gives to the clay. It burns out in the firing, but in handling a large slab, I can pick up a really relatively soft, wet slab that's 24 by 19 inches and move it around and drape it over things without it breaking or cracking. It might stress a little bit, but it never breaks all the way through. So it's kind of an aid. It does complicate to some degree cutting the slabs. You have to have very sharp tools to make sure that you can cut all the way through the nylon fibers as well as the clay. Okay, anything else about the, you want me to go on to something else that I was thinking about or not?
Please continue.
Well, Bill was talking about how he suddenly decided or made up his mind to become an artist. And, you know, we're really kind of different in that regard. I really didn't have much of an art background. As I told you, I grew up in Oklahoma. And I went from first grade through ninth grade with my education from the Sisters of Mercy. I went to parochial schools from first grade through junior college. High school, I was at a school for boys that was run by the monastery. And so the Benedictine monks and priests were my teachers. There wasn't a lot of emphasis on art. I never had a formal art class until I got to the University of Illinois as a junior. I really didn't know what I wanted to be. You know, it was one of those things that it just kind of happened. But when I finally did take a lick, everything about it seemed right. You know, I liked the smell of the place. I liked the other people that were involved in it. You know, when I go into painting studios and I was thinking about that, they all just seemed to be too serious to me. I loved the atmosphere, the physicality of it. And so I never made the conscious decision that that's what I wanted to do. It just kind of evolved out of being exposed to things. And that's kind of the way even I approach my art making. I feel like I have to get in the studio and just start doing something. And once I start doing something, it leads to something else. And then it starts giving me an idea for how I can incorporate something into something else, and it goes from there.
Great. You want, Bill, you want to address that? You want to address you want to continue, Bill?
Sure. You know what I might do, John, is give you a little quick tour of the studio and some of the stuff.
Yeah, let's do it.
I told you how much I like chaos, and I'm sitting in an extremely, I don't know if I described it as chaos, but I will now. I love seeing order in chaos. I love making order out of chaos. That's the thing about birds' nests and bundles of recycled materials, is that I start to note the distribution of all the red plastic or the blue plastic or the yellow, and it looks like a painting, and that makes me think of a scene. And so all of the work that I have here, and here's some pieces on the wall, were made in a large mask mold that is kind of a neutral form. I might move this a little closer so you can see these, but these are all made up out of thrown parts. Maybe get a little better angle on it right there. That originated by being pressed into the mold. So I typically use a cutout, because I've been wearing glasses since the 4th grade, as a reference to myself. And these all end up being kind of self-portraits, because the figure that they came from originally was sort of a self-portrait. But then they take on meaning in the process of creating them. This piece here is called Two Old Crows. And it's one of the first pieces I did. I actually built it at a workshop with Tony Marsh down at Long Beach State in about 2015. It was a wonderful workshop with a lot of artists, Tip Tolan, Beth Kavanagh Stitcher. It was very stimulating, Christina Cordova. And we were all trying to make bigger work. And I went from the crows in a smaller format to utilizing the crow mold in order to represent Claudia and I with crossed beaks. And what I loved about crows is that they mate for life, as we have, and they raise their brood as we have, and continue on. And so all of these things have elements of my personality that take on meaning for me during the process of making them. The studio, which is pretty densely filled with stuff. We've been living here for almost 50 years together. I'm going to give you a little pan of the overview of the space here. And I'm going to come down to my work area, which is really what I'm talking about. I think you can see from the ceiling, I've got some animal heads on the wall, and I've got the kids' shoes. Every pair of shoes that our boys ever wore are hanging from the ceiling. There's a coyote in progress over here, which I hope you can see, that is made, that I've been just sort of letting sit there because I got kind of stumped on it. And a few more pieces that are out. Do you like to be looked at? No, not very much. So Claudia's side of the studio is impeccably clean, and I won't show that to you now. But that is the contrast between us. I am sort of Mr. Chaos, and she is Mrs. Order. And somehow or another, we merge in a way that gives us a very rich and fulfilling relationship.
So you're more or less an assemblage artist then.
Well, yeah, I do put things together. I very seldom, other than my graphic work, I did some watercolors in 2016, and they're equally complex. If there's an opportunity to show those, I will. But everything I make has many, many, many parts to it, and then I tend to add more complexity when I start adding more color. And that is one of the great benefits I feel of working with acrylic paint, colored pencils like Louis does as well, the colored pencils. It's a way of adding the perfect color at the last minute without having to refire and go through all that again, wasting the energy for one thing, but also I'm an artist, and I don't care whether I'm working with paint or clay or steel. I want to use whatever material or technique will fulfill my vision and complete the work as I'd like to see it.
Lou, yeah, that's great. Hey, Lou, I was wondering about that whole concept of being at Alfred, right? And that kind of controlled situation, East Coast situation with a long, the pottery history there, making things that were functional. How did you go from that to come to California? You came to California in '65. How did your work must have changed? I don't know what the work looks like from that period. What was it really that big of a kind of culture crash when you got to the West Coast? What was it like from that East Coast, very traditional, very academic, pottery background to come here where we were breaking the rules? Can you address that? I'm just curious.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, when I was at Alfred, that was Dan Rhodes was there, Val Cushing, Bob Turner, all those guys, and Dan Rhodes is still there, and it was pretty tight. The difference was, and I really thought I wanted to be a production potter when I was there. But what happened was, one of my fellow students in the first year class was Richard Shaw. I don't know, a lot of people don't realize he was in graduate school at Alfred for one semester. And so we became very close friends in those few months that we were together there. And he started telling me and showing me these things that were done on the West Coast. And I was just flipping out. And he kind of then introduced me, actually. He was using some underglaze decals that he was making. And I got very interested in that. And then he left after the first semester because he got offered a job, an adjunct job teaching at the Art Institute. So he left Alfred, came back to San Francisco, taught there, and finished his degree with Arneson over in Davis. And then I was there by myself. And I decided that I really got interested in this idea of two-dimensional imagery on three-dimensional form. And I started looking around at Alfred, and they have all kinds of technical, stuff available. And I found a guy down in the basement someplace that did all the kind of favors for the university. They'd put a seal of the university on a little ashtray or a plate and give it to donors and stuff. And he was doing it with ceramic decals, overglazed ceramic decals. And so I just started working with him. He gave me a little spot down in his area and taught me that process. And that's what I did my graduate thesis on. I continued doing that even the first 2 years out of graduate school with my own dark room, but it finally got to the point where it was just too much to work in the dark room and I didn't like it. But that's what introduced me to the things on the West Coast. So then I started looking for jobs in California because I wanted to try to be a part of it. And I got the job at Humboldt. And, you know, I was kind of an unknown when I came here. And it took me a while to kind of get established into things that were going on in the Bay Area.
How did you get your big break with Dorothy Weiss? Me and Bill were talking about that. That's where we both saw your work there first.
Yeah, just luck. My wife and 2 kids and I were planning a trip to San Francisco. And I said, I'm going to throw some work in the car. I'm going to stop by that. At that time, I think it was Meyer, Breyer, Weiss.
Yeah.
She was still located down there in the Bay. She said, well, I'll take a couple of pieces and we'll see what happens. And she said, I'm having kind of a group show. And so she took them and one of them sold. It was one of my first, at that time I was doing the same kind of stuff. It was when I first started doing images of forms of common objects. I was doing chairs and tables and they were on forms similar to this. And she liked it and she kept taking a few more. And then she got her own gallery. And one day she called me. She says, I've had a cancellation. And if you want to show, you know, you can have it. And I had to rush through it. It was only a few months away, but I did it. And I was just lucky. And I just fell into it. And it did well. And so then she kept handling me. But it was pure luck.
But okay, but you approached her. So
yeah.
I think the moral of the story is if you don't make the attempt, then
exactly
what Arthur was talking about earlier, you never know what opportunity, how that happens. So that's great.
Yeah, you have to just keep yourself out there and keep the possibility for doors to open. If you're not making those things possible, it's not going to happen.
Yeah. And so there's all these people who are kind of starting out that are listening, Lou. The thing is that you didn't set out to be a pioneer or a famous artist. You just stuck with it, more or less. That's kind of how you got to this point.
Yeah. And I don't know that I'm a pioneer or famous artist, but I feel like
you are a pioneer in this form, surrealistic. If you look at the people from the 60s and 70s, there's just you and Richard left. Aaron Levine's not alive. Victor Spinsky's gone. I mean, the surrealist, realist people. I mean, you are a pioneer, whether you like it or not. I have that power. It's great.
Well,
Bill.
Yeah, it's you're probably right. And surrealism is something that I really do relate to, especially the surrealism of Magritte. He's probably my idol.
Yeah, that was a great show at SF MoMA. I thought of you. I still love the piece you did with the pipe. That was wonderful.
Yeah. And that's actually, I copied the pipe out of his painting.
I saw that.
Yeah. So Bill, this concept of finding your voice, like Lou's found his voice, and he just stuck with it. You were, when I met you, you were making heads, basically hats almost, that were on sticks, and they were assembled.
Right.
Even the early work, the work that you were doing before that was, nobody knows this, but the work before 1986, 87 was very colorful. You were doing this real pop kind of assemblage artist that was much more about kind of things that were neon, almost like pop art, but they were abstract. And then how did you make this transition to this whole idea of dealing with detritus, creating bones. I mean, I wish you could show one of the interior of your fish, because I mean, Lou's making these things that are alive. You're making a lot of stuff that has to deal with bones and kind of darker things. And let's
It's
face
science, John. It's not dark. It's not dark in a dead sense. It's
Right,
inquisitive.
right.
It's
Right.
inquisitive.
Talking
in
about
that I've
color.
always wanted to know what is on the inside of things. You know, I started taking toasters apart when I was a kid, and didn't start getting things back together for years later. But I would always take things apart. That was part of my curiosity as a kid. And one of the things that I like about my work is that it allows me to play with my own curiosity as to what's inside. So when I make a bird or a fish or something like the things that I've shown you, a good part of it is in dissecting it afterward, which I know is going to again bring up the dead reference, but it's not dissection of a living thing. It's removing parts of a clay volume and a form that I've created to make it better, to reveal more of its interior, to create more complex relationships between the object and the space around it and the interior space that I begin to exploit. All of my things are see-through. You know, you can look through one side of the crow into the other and reverse it and see that same hole on the other side from a different viewpoint. So I like what's inside of things. I like, I'm finding out how they work, and I do that with my own pieces. I think that I read a lot of science books. I love books about birds and fish, and so I read about the biology of them and their behavior, as well as books about people and their behavior. I love Malcolm Gladwell as one of my favorite artists, and he writes an awful lot about people's behavior, and then he dissects why they behave that way. And so it's all part of an interest and a curiosity in science and people and biology and the way the world works that I try to integrate that into my objects. But I do change and I do evolve. And I would say that the pieces that I presented to you in 1985, the heads on a stick grew bodies in 1987. And, and again, I had a show with you that were heads and torsos. Then I went on to create steel armatures and create life-size figures in the 90s with steel armatures, but they all had to be glued together. So again, I'm working with parts that become a head, become a stomach, become a shoulder once I attach them to the steel armature in the location where you would expect a shoulder or a head or a belly. And so you could put a tire in the belly or a bowl. And I've done bowls to represent the need for food. And the idea of keeping your belly full is part of the symbolism of using parts as I arrange them into my sculptures. I continue to be really interested in science. I do fish. I do collect skeletons. I've got a big skeleton collection. I find that I'm more inspired by a trip to the Field Museum in Chicago or the Academy of Science in Golden Gate Park than I am going to the Louvre in Paris. I'm interested in a different way. I look at the art and I admire it, but I look at the science and I can use it. It's mine. I can interpret it as mine, and I feel more original in doing so.
Yeah, so that's your research. Hey, Lou, there was a question about the hand, the reoccurring image of the hand, grabbing the fish, grabbing the bird. Can you talk about the hand? Why the hand? I mean, you've got a hand in a box, you know. And then the other part is the way you use water in 90% of your work. What is going on with the hand? What does the hand represent? This is a question from a viewer, not from me.
Well, really, it's nothing too deep. It's a hand. Handles. You know, again, I come from a pottery background. Handles, hand, and I was using hands as handles. I think they also kind of bring a human element into it, which I like. Uh, I really can't explain why. I just like them. There's so many things that they can, the meanings behind them, the way they hold things. Um, really add to the whole composition of the piece. It's, I wish I could explain more. The water, I think I do it because I like making it. I slip trail the water on with casting slips. And I just like the movement that all of us, before I get the water elements on there, everything seems so static. But as soon as I add the water and just the ripply effects and the insinuation of something wet there, and that's usually the only part of the piece that has a glossy glaze on it, or a semi-glossy glaze on it, that will tend to give it a sense of wetness and so on. But there's no real meaning. You know, I really think of the images and the shapes and what's depicted as like words, you know, hand, fish, bowl, and fish, bowl, hand. It's just a play on those things that start to make you almost lose what they're supposed to be and become something else. I'm trying to, you know, create something that makes the viewer think in a different way about what they're seeing, I think. Can I clarify one thing about my time at Alfred?
Please, go ahead.
I just wanted to make sure, I wanted to say that all those guys that were really strict potters that were teaching there, they were very supportive of what I was trying to do. I was putting these decals on thrown and altered porcelain shapes like cups and bowls and mugs. And even though I think in some cases they didn't really know what to think of it, they were very supportive. A printmaker there by the name of John Wood was especially a photographer and printmaker. He helped me a lot with the process of photo silk screening to make the decals. So I don't want to say that I didn't like what make people think I didn't like what was going on there. They were very supportive, and I learned a lot while I was there. But I liked the ideas and things that were happening on the West Coast and wanted to get out here.
Boy, I don't think we should have had that last question, because everybody thinks you're this amazing conceptual artist, and the hand has this significant meaning about man and so on and so forth. Hey, Lou Ann Schollenberger wants to know what kind of nylon fiber size, where do you buy it? What are you using? They're curious.
I was getting it at Leslie's, I think. It's just little slivers of nylon fibers.
Okay, but so it's probably at Leslie's in the Bay in Richmond now, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
They moved.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure they have it. Yeah.
Okay. Well, we've got some time. Anybody have any other questions out there? This is a good time for questions. You can either go to the chat room or you can raise your hand. We got one. Here we go. We got one just came in. Oh, they just thanking you for your wisdom. That's it. That's all. You got, okay, Bill, I love your approach and appreciation. That's great. Does anybody have any questions? All these people are happy to see you guys, but we're looking for some, I guess you answered all the questions. We're not getting questions. Oh, here we go. What do we got? We got one. Oh, Bill, we've got one from Patty. She wants to know, how do you hang your work?
Okay.
Yeah.
On a hook. So I use, this is a bracket, metal bracket, that has 4 holes in it and 4 screws. And this piece probably weighs 40 pounds. And I use Simpson brackets when I can. So if there's a Simpson, that's a construction bracket that you could buy at a hardware store, and they come in a variety of shapes and sizes, and you can modify them very easily with a pair of pliers to fit the work. What's good about them is that you can put a number of holes. All these things are hanging straight on a piece of sheetrock. There is nothing behind it but a 2x2 frame for all of these panels. And I found that these Simpson brackets or a typical metal bracket can give you enough screws so that you can hold up a great deal of weight. And they hold the bracket so flat to the wall that it doesn't pull the screws out because the load is going straight down, and that's where they are the strongest. I assume that's, and this piece has a hole in it right here that I can look through to find the bracket. Whoop. Studio's coming apart here. And then this component fits back in here to cover up that hole.
Okay, Lou, when you fire, Sharon wants to know, when you fire your work with the nylon, are the fumes toxic?
Yes. Yeah, you should have a vented kiln. I should have
And
said
is
that.
it smoking? Is there smoking like when you use paper?
No, it's nothing like that. It's
Okay.
just an odor. It's an odor. But if you vent it, it doesn't create a problem.
Okay.
I'm almost 80, so it's not killing me.
That's a good answer. Nadia's got a question. Let's see. No, I'll answer that. Melody said she would like to see your work again, Bill. Sorry. Can you show her your work again?
Sure, different piece, maybe.
I'm just reading what they say.
All right, here's a duck. Here's almost all of my sticks. These are extruded. And I'll make a big pile of these or extrude a bag of clay or so and have them in a plastic bin with plaster in the bottom so that I can keep them damp for weeks and weeks if I need to. I will put them together with slip, but I also use stainless steel nails. And so the piece is very open. This particular one was wood-fired at a good friend of mine, Nick Schwartz, has a kiln up near Mendocino, and he invited me for a wood firing. And so I did a wood-fired stick duck. And then I went back into it with my acrylic paints and a little colored pencil and added some colors to it that are very uncharacteristic.
Melody wants to see the back. Melody wants to see the back of your mask again. That's what she wants, the back. Sorry.
Sure.
She just typed it in. I got it. Yeah, can you go slow when you show her the back?
Okay.
Hold it for her. Sorry.
Here is the back. And so that's what I'm looking at when the piece is in the mold.
So Bill, explain the extruded stick forms are not hollow. They're solid,
No,
right?
they are solid.
Yes,
they are not hollow.
Okay, Miley Sakamoto wanted to know that. Okay. All right. Well, Bill's going to do a workshop. Bill's going to do a workshop for me in February. So it looks like they want you to do a workshop. But we're definitely doing one. So Bill's going to come back and show you some things in February again in our workshop series. Okay. So I don't know if you want to address this, Lou, but Gloria Sakato wants to know when you know your work is complete. I don't know, is that too obvious of a question, but maybe you can answer, Gloria?
Well, I guess that just becomes sort of an intuitive thing. I do quite often get to a point and think it's done, and I usually keep my pieces around as long as I can and keep looking at them. And all of a sudden I'll realize it's not done, and I go and make some adjustments and change it. But it's, I think that's something that you just feel, and all of a sudden it feels right to you and you stop. I think a lot of people make the mistake of overdoing it. They work past the best solution. I used to see that a lot when I was teaching with the students. They would get to a point and it would be just beautiful, but they just had a tendency to go too far, try to do something else with it. I think quite often people make the mistake of trying to do too much in one piece. As they're working, they're getting these ideas, and they think, oh, I could do this too, I could do this. And they should have stopped and applied those ideas that were popping up to the next piece they worked maybe in that series.
Okay. All right, Bill, Elena wants to know, she wants to know, is this a new concept with the moving parts on a spring, or is that just in progress? The spring, you hit a spring in the other room, remember?
Oh, no, well, I do, I love mechanical things. I love automatons and things like that. I love folk art that moves with little cranks, and I like simple machinery as well as complex machinery. I have a piece right behind me that I could rotate around to that has string activated hands. And so this was kind of a response to the idea of making a puppet that's not a puppet, but saying something about an individual who might think that he's a king, but he's extremely flawed and he's extremely prone to manipulation. And so that's just sort of something that came out of a mechanical interest. And you know, I wanted to say something about the question that was posed to Lou, when do you think the work is finished? And one of the things that Lou and I discussed the other day is that sometimes I always work in series. And so if I'm going to make figures, I'll try and make 12 figures or 12 watercolors or 12 fish before I really worry too much about it. I'm just trying to get the ideas out there. And if I stall on any one item, I'll simply set it aside and go to the next item. And whether that's in the forming process and actually constructing the work, or when it first might come out of the mold and I look at it and I'm not quite sure what to do with it, and I start carving away and removing things from it, I get to a point where I don't know my next move, because my moves are very intuitive. When it comes out of the mold, like, oh, wait, I got to do this, I got to do that. And it's really apparent. When it is no longer apparent, then I set it aside and do another one. And I find that I'll be walking into the studio and I'll see a piece that I was stumped on, and all of a sudden it'll just hit me like a bright light that, oh, it needs this, it needs that, it needs another shape here, I've got to do something with a perimeter or a little bit of targeted color. And so I find that regaining my objectivity from the place of being the artist to being the observer of the artist's work allows me to go back into my pieces and bring them to a very known conclusion. I know it's done. It's done. And other pieces that I kind of think are not done, I'll look at them sideways one day and find the solution in that moment.
Bill, can you address the fact that all the parts are not fired and then assembled? They're put in the mold and then they're fired, correct?
Well, actually, I started doing things that were, when I was doing larger work, it was always fired and then assembled with glues and epoxies.
We're talking about the duck now.
For these pieces that I'm working on now, they are assembled in the mold. So I'm scratching up and slipping all of those junctions very carefully. Every stick where it meets another stick, or a little bit of a pot where it meets another pot, are scratched up and slipped, and sometimes a little stainless steel little stainless steel brads. You can get them tiny, half inch, 3/4 of an inch, an inch, but they're such a small diameter, they don't crack the clay. And they work very well to hold things together that might otherwise shrink apart. Then I leave them in the mold for several days after I've initially assembled them into the mold. And for ducks or crows or figures, typically, I'll work from both sides. So I'll fill two halves of the mold, anticipate how they're going to get together, put the mold together, scratched up and slipped at the contact points, leave it for 2 or 3 days. And then once I can open it up, and I'll very carefully open it up and see if it's rigid enough for me to do that. And then once I open it up, I'll let it dry further before I can remove it, because they're very, very fragile. When they are wet, they're squishy. And then if they're too dry, they're brittle. So I have to get the timing just right in order to continue to work on them.
Okay, Bill, one of Bill's students has the last question. So Bill, why don't you respond to this, and then Lou, why don't you respond to this? So Richard Wooster wants to know.
Hi, Richard.
Do you?
I retired 5 years ago, John, so I'm hearing this fellow's voice for the first time.
Do you miss teaching others how to do art and ceramics, Bill?
No, no.
Okay.
To be honest, I love teaching, and I love facilitating other people's artwork and other people's creativity. But that was really my job, I felt, was to facilitate their potential for creativity. And when I retired from teaching, the situation at my college had changed considerably. And whereas I used to have a lot of very advanced students like Richard Wooster, who loaded the salt kiln for us every time and fired it and took charge of a part of the studio, once students like that were eliminated from the program because of repeatability, I was teaching beginning ceramics, which is good. You're the introduction. You're the Bruce Duke for everybody who's then just learning about ceramics. But I found that I felt like I'd come full circle to coming back to my beginnings. And so since I've retired, this is the first event like this that I've done. And I've enjoyed it. So it is kind of good to be back in the spotlight a little bit and sharing my information. And we'll see how this workshop goes in February, because that'll be the next step back in the direction that I was in for so many years.
Lou, there it is. You got the last word. Lou Merrick.
Well,
do you
there's
miss
things.
Yeah.
There's things that I miss, and there's things that I don't miss. I don't miss the academic politics that go along with teaching. And it's the biggest impediment to teaching art that there is. I do miss being around young people. I think it keeps me fresh in my thinking about things. And so I haven't taught a formal class since 2006, but thankfully to Keith and Jim Crawford, after I retired, they'd let me come sit in on our honors ceramics critiques. And so I've been going in every 3 weeks since I retired pretty much to sit in on those critiques, and I enjoy it very much. I like that interaction with the students and just being able to talk about their work on a one-to-one basis. The day-to-day aspect, if anybody does something for, I taught beginning ceramics classes, I think every year I taught. And sometimes I taught 2 or 3 sections of it a semester. And, there's a repetitive nature to that kind of gets tiring. But I do miss being around young people. I like that.
Well, I get the last word. Everybody who I've talked to miss you both. You guys were phenomenal teachers. You gave so much, and you produced some great students. And I really appreciate you guys coming on and helping me with the conference. I'll see you both in April up in Davis for CACA, the 34th annual. And everybody who tuned in, I'll see you next Saturday. We're going to have Lisa Reinertson live here, and then Bill will be in February. We'll have a workshop for him. And then after Lisa Reinertson, we have Lisa Clegg, and then we have Shailene Valenzuela, Richard Notkin. So we have some great workshops coming up. people are asking how, you just go to my website or send me an email and I'll put you on the email list. I'm sorry, we're not going to be doing anything until April like this again. And I'm glad that all of you teachers reached out and wanted us to be involved with helping you with programming. If you want to use this, it's on Facebook, and you certainly can take it right from Facebook and use it for your classes as the year goes. Okay, thank you so much. I love you all. Have a beautiful day. Bye-bye.
Bye.